Chapter 547, Clash. Tanaka Shiro handed over a photo album and a tablet to Yuzhong and said, "Yuzhong-sama, we're willing to give you 1,000 tons of food, 10 beautiful virgins, 1 ton of fuel, 2 off-road vehicles. At the same time, as an expression of goodwill, our Shimazu clan leader would like to offer his daughter, Shimazu Mina's hand in marriage. This are her pictures and videos." Yuzhong flipped the album casually and checked out the tablet and saw what Shimazu Mina was like. She was a girl of about 14 to 15, and wore a faded yellow skirt and white cotton top. Although her figure was petite, she had explosive measurements, boasting a C-cup bust, fair skin, and an extraordinary aura. Her looks were graceful and refined, and when she smiled, it was truly charming. Yuzhong did not skip a beat and continued, "Add another 200 rifles and 20,000 rounds of ammunition." Tanaka Shiro replied, "Sir, I can only promise an additional 10 rifles and 1,000 rounds. However, we can provide 20 more virgins. As long as you agree to the alliance, we can still send more virgins from today onwards." In this apocalyptic world, firearms were more important and precious compared to virgins. The Shimazu clan was willing to hand over virgins rather than firearms to prevent Yuzhong's military might from increasing. Yuzhong had no intentions of expanding in Japan anyway, and he directed the topic to his true aim. "All right. I agree to those terms. However, I heard that you guys have a broadcast station. I would like to use it. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" Tanaka Shiro celebrated silently, "No problem. The details will have to be discussed at Yama County though, so we would like to invite you there. The broadcast station is there." Yuzhong turned to Waichi and Shoei, giving an order. "All right. Waichi, Shoei, I'll follow Tanaka Shiro to Yama County. I leave this place to you guys." "Hi." Waichi and Shoei were overjoyed and quickly bowed respectfully. After making his arrangements, Yuzhong organized 40 enhancers of level 20 and above into 2 groups, handing command of each group to Muto Shin and Ida Kyoko respectively. He brought Shiroyuki and Asami with him on the journey to Yama County. Although the Shimazu clan was known to control Yama County, in actual fact they had conquered a small town nearby as their base. There were over 500,000 zombies gathered within Yama County, and the Shimazu clan had no way of taking care of them. The town that was the Shimazu's base of operation was called Sakura Town. It used to hold over 30,000 people, hence it wasn't a problem for the 10,000-strong Shimazu clan. Prior to the apocalypse, Sakura Town was known for its hot springs, which had now turned to a huge giant spring. There were 6 m tall walls constructed around the town, surrounded by long rivers as well. The entire place had become some sort of fortress. When Yuzhong and the rest entered the town, they saw many survivors busy constructing defenses. Men, women, the old and young alike, they were all hard at work. In order to face against the impending horde, everyone was working hard. At this time it was about lunch, and Yuzhong could see the survivors lining up orderly to get their food. Out of curiosity, Yuzhong walked over to take a look, and discovered that the survivors were having porridge and wild leaf. The Shimazu clan's resources should be thin as well. Yuzhong eyed the food and the weak-looking survivors and came to a conclusion. The problem of food was a large one that all factions had to face since the start of the apocalypse. Yuzhong had managed to fight battle after battle because the number of survivors he had was less by over 100 times. With enough resources from prior to the apocalypse, they were able to sustain themselves. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Just as Yuzhong was observing the survivors, he heard Shiroyuki's voice from the side. Yuzhong frowned and turned, only to see a few youths with dyed hair and strange clothing surrounding Shiroyuki and Asami. The leader was a blonde-hair punk with piercings in his ears and nose. He was currently grabbing Shiroyuki's hands. Muto Shin looked at the youth and his eyes flashed with a hint of fear, leading his men to face off against the rest of the youths. Yuzhong's eyes flashed with an icy look and he strided over. Tanaka Shiro looked at the youth and called out to him anxiously, "Arai-kun, quick, let go of the woman. She's Yuzhong-sama's woman." The youth was called Arai Fuji, and he was the successor to one of the 3 strong factions with the Shimazu clan, the Arai clan. He had a good background and was an evolver to boot. His level was above 45, and was a strong expert in the Shimazu clan. Due to his strength, he had fearlessly snatched Shiroyuki from Muto Shin's side. Arai Fuji roared with laughter as he made to grab Shiroyuki's breasts. He liked big-breasted women. Yuzhong, that China man? China dog. What an idiot, he dared to come here, he's practically seeking death. I will kill him later and take in all his women. Such a beauty, only I have the qualifications to enjoy. Ah. Just as his hands were about to land on Shiroyuki's breasts, a flash of a blade swung by, and his right hand was removed cleanly from his arm, fresh blood splattering. Ah. Arai Fuji could not help but screamed out. Go to hell. Your women will be mine. Yu Zhong's gaze was icy cold as he swung his black-toothed blade, and Arai Fuji's head was immediately chopped off. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. Yu Zhong then pointed to the dozen of youths who had followed Arai Fuji and barked, "You fuckers, get down on your knees. Serve me or you can die." This was Japan. It was not in China where Yu Zhong was unwilling to kill. However, the moment he acted, nothing could stop him. Muto Shin immediately translated his words into Japanese. Kill him. Avenge Arai-kun. Everybody charge together. Kill him. 6 of the youths immediately shouted and charged at Yu Zhong, activating their abilities. They charged at Yu Zhong with a speed of about 6 to 7 times that of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed, and he brought down the life-taking black-toothed blade a few more times, instantly slicing the assaulters in two. Their body parts flopped to the ground in huge showers of blood. Demon. He's a demon. Demon. He's a demon. Too scary. Don't kill me. Please. Please don't kill me. The rest of the youths immediately got down on their knees and pleaded for their lives. Take me to the Arai clan. Yu Zhong pointed at them with the black-toothed blade and barked out an order. Yes. Sir. Please come this way. The youths stood up and began to lead Yu Zhong towards the Arai clan. Tanaka Shiro's face was pale white as he tried to advise Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong-sama. The Arai family is one of the 3 strongest factions in the Shimizu clan. Please reconsider, don't be rash. Let me go and discuss this with the leader. Please maintain your calm and do not antagonize the Arai family any longer. Arai Fuji was a natural evolver and he was just executed in cold blood by Yu Zhong. This was enough grounds for both parties to have an irreconcilable grudge. When he thought up to this point, Tanaka Shiro felt his head hurt. He had already guessed that Yu Zhong was not to be provoked, but he never expected that Yu Zhong had actually killed the Shimizu people in their own territory. Yu Zhong's gaze was extremely icy as he walked over towards the Arai clan. Is this the way the Shimizu clan welcomes its guests? I came here out of goodwill to be your ally, and there are people already intending to kill me and steal my women. Am I that easy to bully? Tanaka Shiro, save your breath. Today I'll wipe out the Arai clan. Damn it. How did it come to this? I need to report this to Shimizu-sama. Tanaka Shiro's face fell, and he hurried towards the direction of the main Shimizu house. It's this place. One of the youths that submitted pointed to a luxurious place and told Yu Zhong. Charge in. Kill all those who don't kneel to surrender. Yu Zhong shot forward like an arrow and killed the 2 guards with a swing of his black-toothed blade before shouting out the vicious order. Charge in. Kill all those who don't kneel to surrender. Muto Shin followed in with bloodshot eyes. He was extremely clear that he had allowed Shiroyuki to be snatched, which caused Yu Zhong to be extremely unhappy. If he didn't perform better, his position beside Yu Zhong would definitely plummet. Yu Zhong charged into the Arai house and immediately felt a sense of danger. He leaped towards the left. A sniper bullet fired at where Yu Zhong was. If he had been the slightest bit slower, his brain might have been penetrated. Apparently there was a sniper protecting the family. Their position was not simple. Yu Zhong lifted his head towards the direction of the sniper and shot out a ball of devil flame. It instantly incinerated the entire bunker, turning the sniper inside into ash. Who are you people, you dare attack the Arai clan? Motoki Shiro, a level 56 expert, came charging into the villa, leading 20 enhancers of above level 30. He roared furiously when he saw Muto Shin and the rest massacring the people in the Arai clan. Chapter 548, Annihilating the Arai clan. Kill all of the people. Yu Zhong's eyes blazed and he activated his shadow steps. His speed instantly soared, exceeding a Type 2 lightning. He disappeared and appeared right in front of Motoki Shiro in a flash, slashing at him. Yu Zhong's speed had vastly surpassed that of a Type 2 lightning. Even some weaker Type 3 mutant beasts might not be able to contend with him. That single slash of his was as fast as lightning, and Motoki Shiro did not even have time to react nor cast his own ability. His head was separated from his body in a shower of blood. Who is this guy? Lord Motoki had been killed in just a second. Is he a demon? Seeing the strongest expert of the Arai clan taken out in one strike, the soldiers present felt a chill in their hearts and lost their will to fight in an instant. Initially, if these 20 level 30 enhancers were to give their all, even if they were ultimately disposed of by Yu Zhong, they would still be enough to create some trouble for him. However, in that display of strength, they immediately fell on their knees, without a single shred of their courage or confidence. Clan Lord Sama, things are bad. Yu Zhong is killing his way in. Lord Motoki Shiro has been killed by him in a single move. One servant ran into a bedroom and reported anxiously to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was precisely the patriarch of the Arai clan, Arai Anakiri. Arai Anakiri's face fell as he threw the 12-year-old girl in his embrace onto the floor, shouting, "What? Motoki Shiro is dead? How is that possible?" Motoki Shiro was the top expert of the Arai clan, and Arai Anakiri just couldn't believe that he would be killed by someone else. "He's dead, you're next." Yu Zhong stepped in at this moment. His gaze traveled from Arai Anakiri to the little girl beside him whose body was riddled with bite marks and eyes were devoid of emotions. Yu Zhong's killing intent intensified. Arai Anakiri frowned and asked Yu Zhong without his usual overbearing tone, "You must be Yu Zhong. I'm Arai Anakiri of the Arai clan. This is the first time we've met. We have no grudge. Why have you suddenly charged in to kill my clan members? This is the Shimazu territory. Do you think you'll get away with this?" Yu Zhong stepped forward and his blade swung down, causing the head of Arai Anakiri to soar through the air. A hot shower of blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the room red. Yu Zhong looked at the headless corpse and spat coldly, "You talk too much. Today, I'm using your head to establish my position. Don't kill me. I'll let you do what you want. Please don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'm a dog. I'm a bitch. Ruff, ruff, ruff." The little girl saw Arai Anakiri's corpse and fear flashed in her eyes. She crawled towards Yu Zhong's feet like a dog and pleaded while barking. Arai Anakiri was also a pervert and loved to torment young girls. It seemed that this young girl was one of his victims. Yu Zhong eyed the little girl, noticing that her eyes were large and her skin was fair. Her body was frail and small, and her limbs looked like they would break at any moment. Her features were delicate and her bust was already well developed, looking like a pair of buns. She was a pretty loli. Yu Zhong looked at the trembling girl and frowned before using Japanese, "Stand up." "Hi." The girl got up shakingly, looking at Yu Zhong with fear. "Put on some clothes and come with me." Yu Zhong threw her a set of clothes before turning around to leave the room. The girl received the clothes and stood silently behind Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong asked, "What's your name?" The Japanese loli began to speak, "I'm Ogura Rhea, 12 this year. 5 days ago my mother and I were captured by Arai Anakiri. After 5 days of training, I was sent today to service Arai Anakiri-sama. I haven't been here long and wasn't humiliated yet by Arai Anakiri-sama before you appeared, sir." "Where's your mother?" Ogura Rhea's face turned pale and her expression instantly became depressed as tears welled up in her eyes. "She's already dead." Ogura Rhea's mother had provoked Arai Anakiri, who had ordered for her to be tortured to death. Little Rhea had seen her mother's death with her own eyes. That was why she had lost all spirit and was forced to become like a dog for Arai Anakiri. As Japan was well known for its AV, there were many positions of instructors. In fact, these instructors were similar to the ancient China's mamasan or pimp. It was just that with the modernization of society, such roles were much lesser now. Yu Zhong took the information in and spoke mildly, "The dead are already dead. The living has to continue living. Move on." After all, he had seen his fair share of stories. Rhea's story was just one of too many. Rhea wiped her eyes and looked at Yu Zhong, speaking innocently, "Hi. I understand. Today you saved me. From today on Ogura Rhea is Sir's slave and bitch." Rhea had experienced the cruel nature of the apocalyptic world. She knew that only by relying on an expert would one be able to live on. After all, living like a slave of an expert was much better than living like an ordinary survivor. "All right." Yu Zhong could tell what Rhea was thinking, but he didn't reject her. In this world, even if he did not allow her to be by his side, she would rely on others. Those without strength would have to live like that. After Motoki Shiro and Arai Anakiri had been slaughtered by Yu Zhong, the entire Arai family collapsed. There were many experts and elite soldiers, but the moment Mudo Shin raised the decapitated heads of their leaders, The rest of the elites immediately surrendered. There were a few stubborn ones, so Yu Zhong made short work of them. Not long after, the Arai clan settled down. However, there were numerous corpses lying about, and fresh blood dyed every part of this lavish dwelling. Many of the Arai clan members had been tied up as captives and were kneeling on the ground. Outside the Arai clan, an entire armed battalion, together with 36 armored vehicles, 12 tanks, and 12 assault helicopters had surrounded the premise. This was the trump card of the Shimizu clan. It was a modern army. The Shimizu clan had managed to bring the town under its control and established itself as a major power because of their equipment. Just their elite battalion alone was enough to deal with many enhancers. Prior to the apocalypse, although Japan was not allowed to have aircraft carriers or nuclear weapons, their self-defense forces were pretty well equipped. The troops had surrounded the Arai clan's premises but did not charge in. Instead, they were facing off against Mudo Shin's forces. Right at this time, Yu Zhong walked out of the villa, and his cold voice rang out, "What's the meaning of this? You want to start a war with me?" The moment the soldiers saw Yu Zhong, every one of them felt a chill. They could not help but raise their weapons against him. Their intuition told them that this man was dangerous. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed and he leaped forward, his killing intent billowing towards the sky. "You guys dare to raise your weapons against me? Do you want to force me? Good. Let me show you what a massacre is." The dozen of elite soldiers closest to him was immediately affected by Yu Zhong's powerful killing intent and involuntarily stepped back. Their faces were pale. Right at this time, Tanaka Shiro came running out full of perspiration as he shouted, "Stop! Yu Zhong-sama. We don't mean that. Please calm down." He was extremely clear about Yu Zhong's terrifying temper. The experts in the Arai clan were numerous but had been easily controlled by him the moment he charged in. Even Motoki Shiro had been sliced in one move. Such an expert was sure to have numerous trump cards. Even if in the unlikely scenario that the Shimizu clan brings him down, they would have to suffer incredible losses as well. If such a thing were to happen, Tanaka Shiro knew that the Shimizu head would not let him off. As for the deployment of the elite forces, it was to show their might. The Shimizu clan had no intention of actually attacking Yu Zhong. "Lower your weapons," Tanaka Shiro shouted out. The soldiers immediately lowered their weapons. "Umph." Yu Zhong scoffed coldly and kept his black tooth blade back on his back. He had no intention of fighting to the death with the Shimizu clan anyway. After all, if both sides were to really fight, other than Yu Zhong, the rest would definitely die. Tanaka Shiro walked towards Yu Zhong and spoke respectfully. "Yu Zhong-sama, the clan leader would like to see you. Please follow me." Seeing for oneself is better than hearing from 100 others. Tanaka Shiro had finally seen how terrifying Yu Zhong was, and he became even more respectful. The Japanese were a proud race, but they knew when to yield. In the case of World War II, the Japanese had only surrendered after the two bombs had devastated a huge part of their nation. They had then become docile. Of course, if America became weak, then it would be a different story. The Shimizu clan was located at a deep part of Sakura town, in a huge but ancient-looking estate. Many of the rich and powerful liked to live in large and spacious but traditional buildings. Of course, in places like Tokyo where land was scarce, it was harder to have such luxury. However, such building architecture and design would be common in the smaller towns. Under Tanaka Shiro's guidance, Yu Zhong and Kyoko walked through a number of corridors and passages before arriving at the center of the mansion. Chapter 549 Alliance. Inside a large hall, sat an old but fit man who was about 56 years old. He had a short buzz cut and was wearing a kimono. Beside the old man, there was a beautiful young lady in a kimono, kneeling and grinding tea leaves. The old man looked at Yu Zhong and had a slight smile. "I'm Shimizu Yuji. Yu Zhong, I'm very pleased to meet you here. Please, sit." "How do you do?" Yu Zhong eyed this leader of the Shimizu clan and sat down comfortably. He was not used to the Japanese style of kneeling. "This is for you." The young beauty served cups of tea to both Yu Zhong and Kyoko. "Thank you." Yu Zhong received the cup of tea and placed it on the side without drinking it. He might be strong, but he wasn't entirely impervious to poison. There were all sorts of mutated plants in the apocalypse and he would die if he was poisoned as well. Shimizu Yuji pointed at the young girl and said, "This is my daughter, Shimizu Mina. Mina, go greet your husband." Shimizu Mina came in front of Yu Zhong and bowed elegantly before speaking in a graceful manner. "Yu Zhong-sama, This miss is lacking in many areas. I seek your guidance in the future. Good. Get up. He nodded slightly at Shimizu Mina before turning to face Shimizu Yuji. Shimizu clan head, is there something important since you called me here? Shimizu Mina adjusted her position slightly, kneeling beside Yu Zhong like she was already his wife. Since she had been brought up with certain etiquettes, she was clear on what she had to do. Shimizu Yuji looked at Yu Zhong and smiled with affection. You still call me the Shimizu clan head? Isn't father-in-law better? Yu Zhong chuckled. Shimizu clan head, I reckon that it's only right to call you that after we've gone through with the rites. Even if it was a political marriage, getting Yu Zhong to suddenly call a stranger his father-in-law was strange. Shimizu Fuji looked at Yu Zhong and his smile slowly receded, only to be replaced by a serious look. That is acceptable. However, even if there was a reason for your actions, wiping out the Arai clan was too much. Yu Zhong did not miss a beat and asked, well, things happen that way, Shimizu clan head, what do you intend to do? Shimizu Fuji's face was full of smiles again as he suggested, the Arai clan was an important strength in our Shimizu clan. The zombies in Yama County will invade soon. Having lost the Arai clan is equivalent to losing a huge part of our strength. Yu Zhong, I hope that you can bring your men to help protect this town. If you can promise me this, the past matters will be treated as a misunderstanding. Since the Arai clan was wiped out by Yu Zhong, Shimizu Fuji was naturally filled with anger. However, as the clan lord, he could not just allow his anger to cloud his judgment. If they could get the assistance of Yu Zhong, then their battle prowess would increase to a terrifying level. As long as they could deal with this threat, they would be able to expand further in the future. In the face of such a critical situation, Shimizu Fuji was unwilling to make an enemy out of Yu Zhong whose strength was truly unfathomable. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed and he stated his conditions, sure. But I want all of the Chinese survivors in the Shimizu clan. After coming to Japan, although Yu Zhong had recruited Shin and Wei Qi, they were not trustworthy yet. Yu Zhong had no means of seeing through the thoughts of a person, but he was extremely clear. The Japanese were only submissive to him because of his strength. If something were to go wrong, they would definitely betray him at the first moment. This was why he wanted to have the Chinese survivors in the Shimizu clan. There was a strange glint in Shimizu Fuji's eyes as he spoke. The Chinese survivors? Sure. I can give them all to you. Mina, go lead him to the Chinese survivors. Shimizu Mina stood up and brought a whiff of fragrance as she revealed a beautiful smile to Yu Zhong. Yes, Oda-sama. Otto-sama, please come with me. Oda equals father. Otto equals husband. Yu Zhong returned Shimizu Mina's smile and followed the beautiful lady out. The moment they left the room, Shimizu Fuji's expression sunk, as the wrinkles on his face became even more pronounced. His eyes held a dangerous and grim look. After a while, he regained his composure and spoke to a shadow in the corner. Yamada, what do you think? From the corner, a person wrapped tightly in black stepped out, only his eyes were visible. A ninja from the legend stepped out and appeared beside Shimizu Fuji. This ninja-like person was the trump card and the strongest assassin of the Shimizu clan, Yamada Ikiyama. His level was above 58 and he was an agility-based evolver. Yamada Ikiyama was the strongest expert of the Shimizu clan, and he had contributed greatly to them. He spoke in a cold and harsh tone, Sir. He's extremely strong. Furthermore, he was vigilant at all times. If we were to clash, I would only be able to last 5 minutes. If it were an assassination, I only have 30% confidence of succeeding. Only 30? Too little. Shimizu Fuji frowned. He disliked the fact that there was a foreigner with immense strength running amok. Yamada Ikiyama's evaluation of Yu Zhong was extremely high. This is also under the assumption that he's at his least cautious state. Only then will there be a 30% chance. If he were to maintain his vigilance, I wouldn't even be able to get within 20 m of him. Yamada Ikiyama had assassinated numerous experts. He had killed his fair share of mutant beasts and high-level zombies. That was how he was capable of comprehending the pressure Yu Zhong gave him. It was an intuition molded by experiencing countless battles. Shimizu Fuji waved his hands, dismissed. Hi. Yamada Ikiyama swiftly disappeared into the shadows again. Shimizu Fuji pressed a button by his side and a beautiful Japanese woman appeared, kneeling by his side. Shimizu Fuji eyed the beauty and ordered, Nariko, convey my orders. Tell everybody of the Shimizu clan to not offend this Yu Zhong. Try to become friends with him. This beautiful Japanese lady was called Iwa Nariko, and she was one of the beautiful women kept by Shimizu Fuji after the apocalypse. She was dignified and well-versed in customs, and was one of the overseeing members of the Shimizu clan. Hi. Iwa Noriko bowed respectfully and left. Since we can't afford to make him an enemy, we can only try to be friends. After Noriko left, Shimizu Fuji's sullen voice resounded softly in the room. Inside a warehouse that was converted into a prison, 30 Japanese were currently keeping guard over the prisoners. Crawl faster. Crawl faster. Fuck. Bitch number 1, you better fucking crawl faster. Otherwise you can forget about eating. Amidst the cruel laughter of the Japanese, 6 women with scars all over their bodies were crawling on the ground, scrambling to reach a white line on the ground. All around the prison, there were over 200 Chinese survivors with wooden expressions. This was one of the program's Horse Run, that pit the women survivors against one another in a race. The last 2 contestants would usually be fed dirty water and scarce dog food. And the front 4 would be fed normal water and scarce dog food. As the Japanese laughed, one of the naked women rushed past the finishing line and fell to the ground. As she gasped for air, she croaked out in Japanese, "Water. Food." One of the Japanese kicked out at the woman with a savage glint, before taking off his pants and peeing on her face. "Stinking bitch. Why'd you crawl so fast? You caused me to lose a cigarette. Since you want water. This is for you. Open up. Drink it all." The Chinese woman whose looks were considered decent opened her mouth numbly, accepting the revolting pee. The Japanese man roared out in laughter, "Ha! Everybody, this woman actually drinks pee. The Chinese are truly wretched. What a bunch of sluts. They're just like dogs. No, they're worse than dogs. Ah." The rest of the Japanese laughed out as well. Tormenting the women was their source of entertainment. After all, many would go insane from the apocalypse. There was a woman amongst the survivors who was listening to the surrounding laughter. Her name was Jianghu. She was a Shanghai student who was enamored with the Japanese culture. She always felt that the Japanese were better than the Chinese, and had intended to marry a Japanese. After she graduated, she moved over to Japan in the hopes of living her dreams. However, the Japanese man that Jianghu was seeing soon swindled her out of her money, selling her to the adult industry. Jianghu had no friends nor family to rely on and was reduced to a wretched state. After the apocalypse set in, while the lands were filled with zombies, she relied on selling her body to rely on experts. She managed to survive like that before ending up in the Shimizu clan as a toy. 5 Japanese went into the cell and took off their clothes before proceeding to rape some of the women. "Get the hell over here." One of the soldiers walked through the survivors and his eyes suddenly lit up, as he grabbed a young girl who was about 11 to 12 years old. The child's face was full of dirt and grime, her hair was messy, and there was even a putrid smell on her. "Let go of my child." A skinny male survivor screamed out as he shoved the soldier away. Chapter 550 Rascal. Baka. Go to hell. The Japanese soldier was enraged and used the butt of his rifle to smash the stomach of the skinny survivor, causing him to kneel down with his body bent over in pain. Baka equals idiot. Daddy. The child who was grabbed immediately shouted shrillingly. Go to hell. The Japanese soldier laughed cruelly and stabbed at the male survivor with his rifle, penetrating his abdomen and stabbing through the intestines. The little child immediately wailed with bloodshot eyes. Her voice was heart-wrenching. Daddy. 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 No. The man whose intestines were slashed lifted his head to look at his child, reaching out as if he wanted to grab her. He loved his child very much and wanted to look at her once more before he died. Daddy. 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 The kid cried out as she struggled madly like an injured beast. Her screams were pitiful and caused one's heart to clench in sorrow. The 200 Chinese survivors lowered their heads silently, not bearing to watch this scene. The soldiers were cruel, and if they were to speak up, they would definitely be killed. In this apocalypse, human lives were treated like ants. In Japan, the Chinese led lives that were wretched. There was a lot of right-wing movement prior to the apocalypse, and there were many anti-Chinese sentiments. Many wished that they could rid their nation of the Chinese. However, since there were societal norms and measures in place, no one could just brazenly indulge in their exclusion or xenophobic behavior. However, after the apocalypse happened, the Chinese in Japan became the lowest life forms. Many of the Japanese were already cruel enough to their own people, and it was needless to speak of the fate of the Chinese that they hated. Chinese dog die. The Japanese soldier watched the struggling little kid and licked his lips somewhat excitedly, before pointing his rifle at the middle-aged Chinese man's head and pulling the trigger. Following the loud sound of gunfire, a bullet hole appeared in between the brows of the man. His eyes lost the light of life and he crumpled to the floor. His vacant eyes were still staring in the direction of the child. "Daddy?" The child watched the cruel death of her father and wailed out in a heartbreaking scream, her eyes losing all will as she stopped struggling as well. "Ha ha ha ha." The Japanese soldier immediately threw the rifle in his hand to one side and reached to tear the clothes off the kid. Just as his hands were about to come in contact with the child, there was a gunshot, and the right hand of the Japanese soldier was immediately blasted. Ah! Ah! The soldier screamed at the sight of his missing right hand with immense agony. Right as the gunshot fired, the rest of the Japanese soldiers who were raping the other women immediately became alarmed and turned their heads towards the source of the gunshot. At the entrance, Yu Zhong walked in with a frosty expression. Yu Zhong looked at the soldiers who were pointing at him with their rifles, his eyes blazing with a strong killing intent. "Put down your weapons or die." Shimazamina walked out from behind Yu Zhong and swiftly barked out in Japanese, "I'm the Shimazu clan's princess, Shimazamina. I'm ordering you all to put down your weapons. This person here is my fiancé and your future leader. Pointing your weapon at him is a huge crime." Although she looked demure and harmless, in truth she was an extremely capable person. If she wasn't a girl, Shimazu Fuji would have definitely passed the reins of the family to her. She understood that the rage of Yu Zhong would cost the lives of all of the Japanese soldiers here. Under her orders, the Japanese soldiers hesitated a while before lowering their weapons. They did not dare to refute the orders of the princess of the clan. "Baka. Go to hell." The soldier who was injured by Yu Zhong charged at him due to his blind rage. Yu Zhong raised his right hand and grabbed the face of the Japanese soldier and threw him down like a broken rag doll. He then stepped on the back of the soldier, exerting a mountain-like pressure. He looked at the scrawny kid and asked coldly, "Rascal, do you want to avenge your father?" The little kid understood vengeance, and the originally soulless eyes of hers stirred, as she immediately knelt in front of Yu Zhong and shouted in Chinese, I want revenge. I want revenge. Uncle. Please help me." Yu Zhong handed a .54 pistol to her and said, "As long as you swear fealty, this gun is yours. Take it and fire at this scum here, your wish will be fulfilled." The kid received the gun and immediately pointed it at the Japanese soldier. "Baka. What do you think you're doing?" The rest of the soldiers shouted out in alarm and raised their guns, not willing to see their comrade being killed. Yu Zhong swiftly raised his hand and fired consecutively, as a few rounds found their target in the soldiers' heads. A number of the Japanese soldiers immediately fell down dead with bullet holes in their heads. Shimazamina witnessed dozens of the soldiers dying at Yu Zhong's hands and her face fell, immediately kneeling in front of Yu Zhong and pleaded, "Stop. Oto-sama, please calm down. Please calm down." Every death signified a decrease in the Shimazu clan's strength. Furthermore, Shimazamina did not want to see any more conflict between this terrifying Chinese man and her subordinates. Yu Zhong's action of killing those Japanese soldiers in a split second shocked the rest of the soldiers, as they eyed him with renewed fear and horror, not daring to make any movements. Seeing them all recoil in shock, Yu Zhong stopped and his gaze landed on the kid. "Beast, die." The kid screamed at the Japanese soldier with rage and squeezed the trigger while gritting her teeth. Following the gunshot, a bullet hole appeared in the head of the Japanese soldier. The kid was also injured by the recoil of the gun, falling down onto the floor. However, she still held onto the pistol tightly and stubbornly, as her eyes filled with a savage bloodlust. At the next instant the kid turned pale and vomited. After throwing up some of her stomach acids, she crumpled onto the floor with her body flushing red. "Fever?" Yu Zhong shot forwards and felt her forehead, feeling a burning temperature. Yu Zhong carried the smelly and dirty child and handed her to Kyoko. "Kyoko, go take this rascal back and clean her up, then arrange for her to rest. Give her some medicine as well." "Yes." Kyoko hugged the child and left. After settling the issue of the kid, Yu Zhong turned to face the other 200 survivors in the prison. There were about 50 men while the rest consisted of women and children. In this apocalypse, as foreigners, men were more likely killed, and as long as the women were not too ugly, they would be caught and used as tools. Yu Zhong eyed them with a complicated gaze, saying, "I'm Yu Zhong and I'm from China. If you're willing to swear loyalty to me, follow me. As long as you're loyal, I will feed you and give you your dignity. You will live your lives with pride. Those who are willing stand on my left. Those who aren't, you can stay where you are or stand to my right. I'm giving you 20 seconds. 20. Hearing his words, the 200 survivors glanced at the Japanese soldiers with fear, not daring to move immediately. They feared that it was a trap and that they would fall into the tiger's mouth upon leaving the wolf's den. Yu Zhong saw this and his heart sank. He never imagined for them to be so weak-willed. He had come to rescue them, and these bastards were still hesitating. When he reached 5, one man gritted his teeth and hurriedly stood on Yu Zhong's left. The man's action stirred the rest, as a number of the survivors stood up and immediately went over. After his countdown, Yu Zhong threw the rest of the survivors who stayed, including Jin Li, a complex but grim look. There were about 60 survivors who stayed still or stood on his right. "Let's go." Yu Zhong eyed them coldly before turning around to leave. Shimazamina walked by his side and pointed at those who stayed, asking, "What do we do with them?" "Deal with them however you like. They have nothing to do with me." His eyes flashed with a cold and ruthless look. Since they were willing to stay as slaves and dogs, he didn't want to force them to do anything else. Jin Li looked at those who were leaving and her shrill voice rang out, "Don't trust him. That Chinese is lying to you. Only the Japanese are good people. The Japanese are better than the Chinese." Chapter 551, 5 Evolvers. The Japanese were better than the Chinese. This thought had long since become the only truth to Jin Li. If this belief had crumbled, she initially wouldn't have sold her body to work in Japan. All of her actions leading up to her marriage with a Japanese would also have been meaningless. Even if she became just a piece of meat to be toyed with, she would hang on to that motto. Furthermore, she hoped that the Japanese soldiers would treat her better if she stood up for them. At the very least, they might give her clean water and bread. "Baka. Shut up. Stupid bitch. Damn piece of meat, who allowed you to speak?" One Japanese soldier immediately lashed out viciously, smacking Jin Li in her mouth. He was afraid that her words might anger that killing devil and hurried to shut her up. Jin Li rolled onto the ground with a few of her teeth knocked out. After being treated mercilessly, her belief and support were decimated and crumbled instantly. She finally lost her mind and turned into a maniac, muttering, "Japanese? Superior, I want to marry a Japanese. Save me. Yu Zhong. I'm willing to follow you. I'm willing to swear loyalty. Save me." Those who were hesitating previously looked at Jin Li and her wretched state, and a chill came over their hearts. They hurried to beg for Yu Zhong to take them in. Yu Zhong looked at them indifferently as he left a statement. "I only give one chance. Since you guys didn't cherish it, don't blame me. Let's go." Yu Zhong turned around and together with Shimazamina, they led the survivors out. The survivors followed closely in fear of being abandoned. In Japan they only have this one guy to count on. "Ah! Get down, raise your asses." The moment Yu Zhong and the rest left, the remaining Japanese soldiers immediately went straight to torturing the survivors that were left behind. They wanted to vent their frustration, fear, and anger of the deaths of their comrades on these damn Chinese people. Only by doing so would they feel like they have regained some form of control over their lives. Shimazamina was very efficient and quickly arranged accommodations for Yu Zhong and the other survivors. She even got people to send clean water and bread to the survivors. As the survivors bit into their food and drank their water, every single one of them shed tears. It was just simple bread and water, but to them, it was the greatest meal they've ever had. After all, they had been at the mercy of the Japanese soldiers in the prison and were even forced to consume urine and expired dog food. Yu Zhong asked the first man who joined him, "What's your name? What's your occupation before the apocalypse?" The guy was an average-looking male with a knowledgeable look and scholarly aura. He heard Yu Zhong's question and immediately replied, "Sir, I'm called Yuan Tian Gang. I used to be a senior engineer in the field of optoelectronics." Optoelectronics, branch of technology concerned with the combined use of electronics and light. A senior engineer in optoelectronics? Yu Zhong's eyebrows arched slightly. This was a rare talent. If he had this man on board his research team in Guining, the development of the laser gun technology would likely be propelled. Yu Zhong continued, amongst the rest of them, are there any men like you? Yuan Tiangang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not that I know of. There should only be me. Yu Zhong then spoke, and I will assign someone to train you guys in combat. From now on, no matter what any of you were, that is in the past. Work hard towards becoming a soldier now. Go tell the rest and let them make their mental preparations. Yuan Tiangang replied with respect, feeling a chill in his heart. Yes. Yuan Tiangang was extremely clear that in this current society, scientists could not be compared with farmers. To a weak faction, a scientist was not as useful as a soldier. After hesitating for a while, Yuan Tiangang approached Yu Zhong. Sir, there's something else. Speak. He was somewhat uncomfortable as he continued. Among the people that were captured by the Shimazu clan, there's an expert in the field of kinetics and an expert in the study of composite armor. They were both taken by the Shimazu clan. I'm not sure if this news will be of any use to you. Kinetics, composite armor. Did the Shimazu obtain some technological blueprint? Yu Zhong came to a conjecture when he heard those words. Yu Zhong chuckled lightly and handed a vial of evolving liquid to Yuan Tiangang. Good. This news was vital to me. I appreciate the loyalty and I will definitely not disappoint those who are loyal. This is an evolving liquid. After consumption, you will become a powerful evolver. Many thanks, sir. I will definitely serve you with my life. Yuan Tiangang knew that Yu Zhong didn't need to resort to any tricks to kill him. Upon receiving the liquid, he saluted Yu Zhong, before dumping the contents of the vial into his mouth. The moment the liquid entered his body, he fell into a feverish state. Kyoko. This is an evolving liquid. Drink it and you'll become an evolver. Yu Zhong beckoned for Kyoko and handed her a vial as well. Ida Kyoko received it and held it firmly, bowing once more to Yu Zhong before saying, Thank you for your gift, master. In this apocalypse, immense strength was everything. Kyoko knew the value and preciousness of the evolving liquid in her hands. If she brought this out to sell, it would be enough to exchange for an entire city. Evolvers were after all in a different league compared to enhancers. After gifting Kyoko with the evolving liquid, Yu Zhong also gave 2 others to Shirayuki and Asami, allowing them to also evolve. Yu Zhong lacked powerful subordinates now, and there were only 500 vials on his hand. However, in one night he gained 5 more evolvers at hand. Their loyalty was the only big question now. Yu Zhong was unwilling to squander this precious liquid on Japanese men. This was because he found it hard to trust them. Inside a room in the Arai clan, there were 2 pretty maids in kimonos waiting to serve. The moment Yu Zhong stepped into the room, he saw a number of beautiful lolas of ages 9 to 15 kneeling and speaking in unison, Welcome home, master. There were also a few other terms used such as brother, uncle, daddy and big brother. These lolas were all kept by Arai Onikiri as play toys. They were all beautiful, and amongst them, there were 2 of his biological daughters. They had become Yu Zhong's spoils of war as well. Ogura Rhea wore a white shirt and yellow skirt, and a pair of white and pink shoes. She ran up to Yu Zhong and kneeled, Master. You're back. Welcome home. Yu Zhong eyed the lolas as his brows arched. Dismiss them. Ogura smiled sweetly at him before turning around and ordering the rest with a wooden expression. Yes. All of you are dismissed. Under her orders, the rest trudged out somewhat unwillingly. Although they were young, they knew the cruelty of the current world. Without someone strong to rely on, their fates will most likely become unbearable. Yu Zhong walked over to the bed and saw a short-haired girl with beautiful features and fair skin lying on the bed. Yu Zhong frowned. She's a girl? Ogura came up and replied, Yes. She's a little girl. The girl struggled a while before she opened her eyes, somewhat disoriented. She then looked at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's sensitive perception could tell that the girl was different. His gaze narrowed and he asked, I'm Yu Zhong. What's your name? Have you evolved? What's the skill you've obtained? My name is Feng Yubing. I've evolved and I am a spirit-based evolver. My skill is ice manipulation. Feng Yubing looked at this man who helped her exact revenge over her father's murder and stretched out her hands to exhibit her ability. Yu Zhong looked at Feng Yubing with an excited look. Good. Yubing, from now on you're my subordinate. I will train you up to become a proper soldier. You must know that in this world, those without strength will be trampled on. Only by obtaining strength, would you be able to protect the ones you love and the things you treasure. Feng Yubing was a natural evolver, and her natural ability was stronger than the ones that used the evolving liquid. After all, natural evolvers were favored by the heavens, and as long as they undergo proper training, they would become elite soldiers. Feng Yubing looked at Yu Zhong and nodded her head silently. Her life was saved by this man, and her vengeance was made possible by him as well. She had no other wish in this life except to repay this man. In addition to Feng Yubing, Yuan Tiangang, Kyoko, Shiroyuki, and Asami also became evolvers. They manifested abilities alongside their evolution. Yuan Tiangang became a spirit-based evolver, and his skill was mechanical manipulation specialization, allowing him control over any machines. Kyoko was an agility-based evolver, with a second-order agility solidification. Shiroyuki and Asami were both agility-based evolvers as well, with both of them awakening the ordinary high-speed movement ability. Chapter 552, Training. Inside a government office in Guining City, Wei Ningguo summoned all the important members to announce some news. Hearing the news, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Zhong was still their leader, and the only one they could place their trust and hopes on. If he were to die, then all that he had built up would instantly crumble. When they heard that we was alive and well, all those with some ambitions quickly killed off their insidious thoughts. Yao Yao had an anxious expression as she asked, "How is Sis Qingwu?" To Yao Yao, Yu Zhong was important, but Ji Qingwu held a higher position in her heart. In order to save her, Ji Qingwu had nearly sacrificed her own life. According to leader's report, Ji Qingwu had suffered life-threatening injuries, and is currently recuperating by his side. In order to recover, she would need another 4 months' time. Wei Ningguo was after all a good soul, and due to his loyalty to Yu Zhong, he did not dare offend his women. Although Yao Yao was young, she was beautiful and a natural evolver to boot. She was also one of the earliest comrades of Yu Zhong, and was already the vice-captain of the 1st Elite Battalion of Longhai City. He could not afford to brush her off. The apocalypse had shattered all forms of norms of the past society. As long as one had the wisdom and strength, even a kid could become a leader or a high-ranking officer. Yao Yao looked at Wei Ningguo and immediately said, "I want to go to Yama County." "Wei Ningguo, I want a thunder fighter to go there." Yao Yao's strength caused her to be more direct when handling matters, and she seldom beat around the bush. Even if Wei Ningguo was the highest authority in Guining, she was as blunt as ever. Wei Ningguo immediately agreed to her request. "Sure. I'll arrange for 4 of the Thunder Fighters to accompany you to Japan." Yu Zhong had obtained the 12 Thunder Fighters from the Kingdom of God, but he lacked the necessary manpower to drive them all. In the entire Guangxi region, there was only maybe 4 decent pilots. They were all enhancers with the vehicle driving specialization skill. These was why they could operate the mechanical beast. Hui looked towards Wei Ningguo expectantly and asked, "What instructions did boss have for us?" After the huge expenditure of ammunition, they had stopped all forms of fightings. There were only small-scale assaults on the surrounding zombie groups around. This caused Hu Yi, Zhang Shui Wang and Zheng Minghe as the commanders of their respective battalions to be bored. Only through fighting would military men show their might. They hoped for a huge fight to raise their merits. Wei Ningguo replied softly, "Leader told us to rest for 1 more month. After the ammunition is replenished, we will focus our attention northeast, to clear a way between Longhai City in the Hunan region and Guining City. Specific tactics to be decided by the army." Although Guangxi still faced the threat of over 1 million zombies, Yu Zhong's aim was to clear the northeast region. The moment they established the connection, Yu Zhong's faction would leap in strength, making using of the connecting rails and combining into a complete base. Now the Hunan and Guangxi regions were still separated. By connecting them, the research and talents could be shared. Yes. Not long after the meeting concluded, 4 Thunder Fighters lifted off from the underground city, and in a flash of light, flew towards the direction of Japan. Within the 4 Thunder Fighters, there were 100 enhancers, each of them at least level 40. At the same time, there were 20 evolvers among them as well. They were all elite and loyal soldiers that Yu Zhong had trained specially. This was a terrifying strength. With the 4 Thunder Fighters and the 100 fully equipped enhancers could raise an entire faction of 10,000 people to the ground. Yu Zhong had made use of the broadcast station to establish a radio communications back home and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He did not, however, squander his time on enjoying himself with the women. Instead, he got to work training the Chinese soldiers as well as the new evolvers by his side. Early the next morning, inside the accommodations, an alarm blared out incessantly. The moment the alarm sounded, a number of men and women rushed out from their rooms neatly within 20 seconds. Each of them carried large bags and swiftly gathered at the parade square. Ida Kyoko, Sakura Shiroyuki, Amano Asami, Yuan Tiangang, Mudo Shin, Ogura Rhea and Feng Yubing stood amongst the soldiers and looked at Yu Zhong quietly. Yu Zhong stared at everyone present and ordered loudly, "Carry your equipment. Let's move out." After that, he hoisted a 100 kilograms bag onto his bag and started to run out. The rest hoisted their bags and followed quickly. This was the morning run of 10 kilometers in the wild. If it was before the apocalypse, not many would be able to withstand such an intense workout. However, because of the threat of death, everyone managed to tap into their potential and force themselves to the limit. Furthermore, most importantly, after training every day, he would allow them all to consume Type 3 mutant beast meat, strengthening their bodies. After 15 days of rigorous training, every single one of the survivors had been pushed to the brink of death and back, yet their physique had swiftly soared, reaching levels that exceeded even special forces of before the apocalypse. This was possible only because of the intense training and the miraculous Type 3 mutant beast meat. Ogura Rhea was different from the other Lolas. She could withstand the tough training. She did not detest the training unlike other women, and instead volunteered to take part. She knew that with just her strength alone, it was not enough to control her own destiny. Furthermore, Yu Zhong had given her the chance. Shiroyuki and Asami could not compare to Rhea. They were after all trained to be more feminine and to serve. If it wasn't for the fact that they had become evolvers and Yu Zhong's forceful request, they would not want to be part of the hellish training. After the morning run, Yu Zhong would then lead the Chinese to hunt zombies. Yuan Tiangang, Mudo Shin, Feng Yubing, Ida Kyoko were appointed as captains and they used weapons to weaken the zombies, allowing the other Chinese survivors to become enhancers. Yu Zhong had a number of equipment that he obtained from the corpses of the Takamajihara soldiers from the Liger hunt, and handed them to his men. Under such training and enhancement, the entire group of about 100 survivors rose to become enhancers of above level 15. Amongst them, Kyoko, Yuan Yang, Shiroyuki, Feng Yubing, Asami and Rhea all become level 30. These 6 could level up faster was because Yu Zhong found a territory of a 100 Type 2 evolved zombies, allowing them to train against them. That was why they could level up so quickly. Only with resources and the carry of an expert, a faction could easily make use of any group of high-level zombies to groom an enhancer of above level 30. Training these people to be level 30 was easy for Yu Zhong. However, the level 40, 50 and even 60 mark were extremely difficult. After all, the higher one went, the more difficult it was to level. This was why Takamajihara could only deploy a group of level 30 enhancers as a hunting team. Inside a small town, Kyoko led a number of soldiers in killing zombies. Yu Zhong was waiting quietly outside. The Type 3 zombies inside had been annihilated by him, and the ordinary zombies were simply not a match for the 5 evolvers and their elite soldiers. One soldier suddenly ran up to Yu Zhong. "Leader, there's movement from the zombie horde." "What, the zombie horde is moving?" Yu Zhong's expression turned when he heard it, and he ordered, "Convey my orders, everyone is to return and prepare to retreat." "Yes." The soldier quickly rushed off. At this time, propeller and motor sounds rang in the distance, as a number of thunder fighters rushed by overhead in the skies. "Those are thunder fighters. There are 12 of them, these must be an assault team of the Kingdom of God." Yu Zhong saw the aircrafts and his face fell. He already knew that Yao Yao was on her way with 4 thunder fighters, yet the sudden appearance of 12 could only mean the Kingdom of God. Looking at the direction they were flying towards, he came to a conjecture. That's the direction of Yama County, the Shimazu clan. "Convey my orders. Everyone is to gather at point 1. Without my orders, no one is to actively go out to fight." Yu Zhong left this line of instructions and he sprinted by himself towards the direction of the 12 thunder fighters. Yu Zhong had trained Kyoko and the rest up in order to gain a unit he could trust and use. However, with his strength they were still not a match for him. Against the Kingdom of God they were not going to be much help either. A single elite troop could wipe them out. Chapter 553, The Viciousness of the Thunder Fighter. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and his speed reached the limit, exceeding the speed of a Type 2 lightning, even surpassing the Thunder Fighters in the sky. The Thunder Fighter was a large aircraft, its speed reaching 550 kilometers per hour. However, it had not exceeded the sound barrier, while Yuzhong's speed had reached 700 kilometers per hour. Of course, Yuzhong could not maintain that speed for long. After all, he was a biological life form. At most it was for 10 minutes. However, he managed to chase up to the Thunder Fighters. One was significantly larger than the rest by 2 times, loaded with plenty of weapons. Its interior was spacious, as though it was a fortress in the sky. There was a layer of lavish Turkish rugs on the floor, as a blond man with handsome looks stood quietly sipping a glass of wine. There were 2 beautiful and voluptuous Japanese women kneeling by his side, helping to massage his legs. This charming male took another sip before he turned to a bespectacled middle-aged man and asked, "Ashman, does the old man from the Shimizu clan truly possess the Sky Fortress power system in Outer Hull? They don't even have a level 60 evolver. How could they kill a Type 3 beast to obtain such a treasure?" Ashman pushed his glasses up and replied mildly, "Divine envoy, sir, other than strength in this world there's luck. Shimizu Fuji was just lucky." The power system diagram exploded out when he expended a large number of experts to kill a Type 3 mutant beast. As for the Outer Hull, he had obtained it by exchanging with 10 beautiful virgins with some evolver. To ordinary evolvers, those diagrams are worthless. This handsome blonde man was one of the divine envoys of the Kingdom of God, a level 62 spirit evolver, the envoy of Ice, Julius. A powerful-looking, beautiful woman with golden hair and an incredibly sexy figure in a silver combat suit appeared as she spoke slowly. "Julius, the Shimizu clan are just ants. They don't deserve 2 envoys to move. I'll be enough to get them to hand the diagrams over obediently." Julius looked at this woman, Suzanne, contemptuously. "Suzanne, Shimizu Fuji is not an idiot. Even if you were to parade your huge ass like a dog for him to fuck, he won't be so stupid as to hand it to you. However, if you were to crawl over here and let me do you, I can give you the chance." Suzanne was a mixed blood of Aryan and Gypsy descent. She wasn't a pure-blood Aryan, and although she held a position as one of the divine envoys, she was the lowest rank. Her position and all the resources she received were the lowest. She was also looked down upon by the rest. Gypsy women had the connotations of being prostitutes for a period of time in the Western world. After the apocalypse had happened, due to the prevalent belief of race and superiority, the Kingdom of God was led by mainly Aryan people. Mixed-blood people like Suzanne were often ostracized or looked down on. Of course, not everyone was a nationalistic Aryan. Otherwise, Suzanne would definitely not have the chance to rise to an envoy status, and would only be treated as a lower caste member of society. When Suzanne heard Julius' words, she stared at him with a venomous hatred, and her hands flipped, causing 2 desert eagles to appear. "Julius, are you hoping to anger me to the point that I shove these desert eagles up your worthless ass and turn it into a pile of minced meat? Before I slice the useless thing you call a dick and shove it into your mouth?" Julius flung the wine glass in his hands to one side and stared back at her with a vile gaze and spat out his words. "Suzanne, you bitch. Don't think that just because you got into the beds of those stinky old farts and you can prance in front of me. If you want your 4 limbs to be hacked off and become a sex toy for slaves, you can try pissing me off." When Suzanne heard that, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth, not replying. Julius was after all a pure-blood Aryan, and had plenty of envoys backing him up. Even if she was one of the envoys, as long as Julius set his mind to it, she would definitely be tortured till death. Her looks and figure would definitely be more than a treat to those stinky and lowly slaves. While those elders of the Kingdom of God who had enjoyed her body would definitely not step out to go against Julius. Ashman then spoke. "Envoys, please maintain your calm and control. Please work together to complete this mission. We cannot fail, otherwise we will all suffer the consequences." Julius snorted coldly. "Humph. Bunch of ants, not worthy of any attention." Soon, 12 assault helicopters flew out from the Shimizu clan to meet the 12 Thunder Fighters in the air. At the same time, the self-defense force of the Shimizu clan hurried to fire their anti-air missiles towards the threat in the air. The time came for the Thunder Fighters to showcase their prowess. They sent out a few missiles to intercept those from the assault helicopters. Fireworks bloomed in the skies with resounding explosions, but not a single round managed to hit the Thunder Fighters. On the ground, a number of large anti-air rounds shot towards the Thunder Fights, but ricocheted off the exterior of those mighty mechanical beasts. The 12 Thunder Fighters then fired their own retaliatory rounds, hitting every single one of the self-defense assault helicopters, causing them to explode in huge balls of flames. The Japanese assault helicopters fell towards the ground, charred black, before exploding further when they crashed into the ground. The moment the 12 assault helicopters were destroyed, the Thunder Fighters had not even moved from their positions, with only 5 of them suffering small holes in their hulls from the attacks of the troops on the ground. After destroying the assault helicopters of the self-defense force, the Thunder Fighters then fired a number of rockets at the various air defense systems, resulting in multiple explosions. In that fearsome aerial attack, a number of anti-air cars and missile launchers were all turned into scraps of metal. A number of tanks and armored vehicles were also not spared from that volley of fire from the Thunder Fighters. Death rained down from the skies, causing them all to burst into flames. The Shimizu clan was instantly plunged into chaos, as many of the people scrambled around frantically. The Thunder Fighters remained in the air, while collecting the lives of the people like a death god, firing their cannons from time to time. As Yu Zhong hid in the forest, he looked at the destruction and death brought by the Thunder Fighters and his heart was filled with shock. What a terrifying weapon! This is the true strength of the Thunder Fighters. The Kingdom of God is truly a terrifying organization. Yu Zhong had snatched some Thunder Fighters from the Kingdom of God as well, and he knew the terrifying capabilities of these technologically advanced equipment. However, seeing it up close reminded him of the power that the Kingdom of God truly held. With just 12 Thunder fights, the Kingdom of God was totally suppressing the Shimizu clan and its self-defense force, just like how the USA had kept Iraq in dire straits by using more advanced weapons. Yu Zhong eyed the Thunder Fighters and thought silently, the Kingdom of God wouldn't just act randomly. The Shimizu clan must have something they need. Is it me or blueprints of advanced technology? He had killed a number of people from the Kingdom of God, including one of their envoys. He had already been deemed an enemy of theirs, and it was likely that they had discovered his trace in Japan, and thus sent forces. He activated his stealth ability and quietly observed. Under the fearsome might of the Thunder Fighters, Yama County finally could not withstand it anymore, and raised a huge white flag. Ashman accepted a phone call before speaking mildly to Julius. It's done. Julius laughed contemptuously. These low-life Japanese monkeys are truly useless. Here I thought they could last longer. Of the 12 Thunder Fighters that came, 5 descended. A number of adjudicators in silver uniform as well as judges with golden lions and sword medals on their uniforms walked out from the 4 Thunder Fighters. They escorted Julius towards the Shimizu clan. As for Suzanne, she stayed where she was, guarding the Thunder Fighters. The moment Julius saw Shimizu Fuji, he spoke threateningly, "You must be Shimizu Fuji. I'm Julius, one of the divine envoys of the Kingdom of God. Hand over the 2 diagrams of the Sky Fortress within your possession. Add on 20 beautiful virgins and swear to join the Kingdom of God. You can then live. Otherwise, everyone in your Shimizu clan will perish." "Kazuhiko, it was you?" Shimizu Fuji saw a man beside Julius and his expression turned crestfallen. That man was called Yokota Kazuhiko, and he was the trusted aide of Shimizu Fuji. He would never have expected his right-hand man to betray him. Chapter 554, Instant Killing Julius. Yokota Kazuhiko's complex gaze landed on Shimizu Fuji, before he spoke slowly, "Clan Lord Sama, the Chinese has a saying, the smart beast would choose a good tree to perch. The future of this world lies in the hands of the mighty Kingdom of God. Only by believing in the one true God, there would be a chance to enter heaven and not hell. I just want to enter heaven after I die." When the world had transformed, every single person on earth had heard the notification of the one that called himself God, and many who had chosen not to believe were forced to accept otherwise. Under such an environment, the might of a religious power could shake the hearts of people. With the Heaven sect previously as well as the Kingdom of God, such factions had the draw of faith. Of course, compared to the Kingdom of God, the Heaven sect was just a pile of mud. Be it the size of their faction, their influence, and the effort in their people, there was no comparison at all. Yokota Kazuhiko spoke up, "Clan Lord Sama, it's impossible for you to resist the divine envoys of the Kingdom of God. If you continue to resist, Princess Mina, young Lord Shinsei, Princess Yuka and young Lord Chuji would be affected by your decision. Your life and death doesn't allow you to retain those diagrams." When Shimizu Fuji heard those words, his face turned ashen, and his entire demeanor seemed as though he aged 20 years. He sighed helplessly and said, "I got it. I will give you the diagrams." Shimizu Fuji came to a small room and tore open a tatami mat, revealing a safe requiring a fingerprint lock and password to unlock. He entered some numbers, pressed his finger, and the safe opened to reveal 2 blueprints. "This should be fine, no? Divine Envoy?" Shimizu Fuji had expended a huge amount of resources to lay his hands on those diagrams. He was clear, regardless of personal strength or military might, he had no mean to contend with Julius and his troops. His Shimizu clan would only face annihilation. In this apocalypse, the weak had to maintain the attitude of the weak. Julius received those and an enormous amount of information flooded his brain. He smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad. These are the diagrams." Shimizu Fuji continued respectfully, "The 20 beautiful virgins will be arranged to be sent to you. Please wait patiently, Divine Envoy." Shimizu Fuji had over 20,000 survivors under him. However, it was truly hard to find virgins even if there were a few. As a form of enticement, he had kept a number of virgins to be traded or gifted. Finding 20 wasn't too much of a problem for him. "There's no need. You can go die now." At this point, Yokota Kazuhiko's eyes flashed with a murderous gaze and he pulled out the Japanese katana by his waist and slashed downwards, slicing Shimizu Fuji in 2. Shimizu Fuji had been sliced in 2. There was still a look of disbelief on his face, not expecting that blow from someone he had trusted. Julius frowned. "You should have waited until he had given me those virgins." Yokota Kazuhiko turned and bowed at a 45-degree, "Divine Envoy, I can promise you 30 virgins. Furthermore, the 2 princesses are absolute beauties. They're the princesses of the Shimizu clan, and definitely higher in quality." "Then I'll leave it to you." Julius spoke arrogantly before turning and walking away. To Julius, it didn't matter it was Shimizu Fuji or Yokota Kazuhiko, as long as his demands were met, he would be satisfied. Compared to Shimizu Fuji, who he wasn't as familiar with, he trusted Yokota Kazuhiko more. When Julius stepped out of the villa, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger. An incredible killing intent billowed towards him. His heart was filled with shock, and he activated his ability at the first instant he could. Unfortunately, the speed of the blade that came slashing down was as swift as a meteor. All Julius saw was that beam of light, when his head was instantly separated from his body. There was a look of disbelief on his face. The assassin was naturally Yu Zhong. After disposing of Julius, he swiftly retrieved the 2 blueprints from the corpse, which were the parts of the Sky Fortress. Julius was strong, there was no doubt about that. If it were a frontal assault, Yu Zhong would definitely take some time to kill him, as well as expend a huge amount of spirit and stamina. However, facing a sneak attack from Yu Zhong, it was a different story. Because Julius was a spirit and strength dual attribute evolver, while he was strong, his defense against assassination attempts were weak. The moment Yokota Kazuhito witnessed Julius' unfortunate fate, his face fell, and he quickly tried to escape. Yokota Kazuhito had just ran out the door when a cold light flashed out from a corner, and his head was likewise separated from his body, rolling onto the floor. Yu Zhong saw Yamada Ikiyama stepping out suddenly from the corner, and he instantly went on full alert, emitting a strong killing intent. "Who are you?" Yamada Ikiyama's strength was not a joke, and it was obvious that he specialized in assassination. To Yu Zhong, if such a person was an enemy, it would be a nightmare to his subordinates. Other than himself, not a single person by his side could withstand a single hit. Yamada Ikiyama bowed before retreating into the darkness. "Yu Zhong-sama, I'm not your enemy. I'm the guardian of the Shimizu clan, Yamada Ikiyama. Since the clan lord had died, I will continue to protect the next Shimizu leader." Yu Zhong frowned slightly. "The guardian of the Shimizu clan? It might be troublesome." "Oda-sama. Oda-sama." Shimizu Mina and the rest of the Shimizu children came rushing in, together with some of the essential members that had not yet fled. When they saw the 2 halves of Shimizu Fuji, they could not help but wail in sorrow. The Shimizu clan was a large clan prior to the apocalypse. Even after the apocalypse had happened, they made use of their prestige and strength to rescue a large number of people. "It was you. You killed my father, didn't you?" The 22-year-old ordinary-looking Shimizu Chuji screamed at Yu Zhong with a crazed look and bloodshot eyes. "Yu Zhong, you want to snatch all that our Shimizu clan has, isn't it? Let me tell you, you can forget about it. All that the Shimizu clan has belongs to it forever. You will definitely not take it away." Yu Zhong shot him a cold glare and pulled out his black-toothed blade intending to slash at him. What a fool! Since you think that it's the case, let me clear the Shimizu clan then. The first to die shall be you. When he was glared at by Yu Zhong, Shimizu Chuji immediately felt fear. His legs gave way and he crumpled to the floor. Yu Zhong-sama, please be appeased. A gust of wind blew by, and Yamada Ikiyama appeared again, kneeling in front of Yu Zhong. Chuji-sama, the one who killed Lord Clan Head was Yokota Kazuhito, not Yu Zhong-sama. That traitor had already thrown his weight in with the kingdom of God, and betrayed the Shimizu clan. Yamada Ikiyama knew the disparity of strength between the both of them. If Yu Zhong really set his heart on wiping them out, then the Shimizu clan would truly cease to exist. Shimizu Mina kneeled and also pleaded, Ado-sama, please be appeased. Chuji Niken was momentarily confused in his anger. He didn't mean what he said. Watch your stinky mouth. Yu Zhong kept his weapon and stared coldly at Shimizu Chuji. The Shimizu clan was the overlord of the Yama County. If Yu Zhong were to wipe them out, then the entire Yama County would be plunged into chaos. In a short period of time, it would be hard to gather strength to resist the kingdom of God. Yu Zhong shot the people present a glance and said, I'm announcing for Shimizu Mina to be the leader from now on. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone present immediately exchanged glances while keeping quiet. They weren't willing to give up the claims to the Shimizu clan, but in view of Yu Zhong on one side and the kingdom of God on the other, they could only keep their silence. Shimizu Mina was slightly alarmed as she tried to decline. Ado-sama, it's impossible for me. Although Shimizu Mina was capable, she had not been groomed to take over the reins. She was just a tool to be used as a bargaining chip in Shimizu Fuji's plans. Hearing Yu Zhong's sudden announcement, she was at a loss. Yamada Ikiyama immediately kneeled in front of Shimizu Mina and spoke seriously, Princess Mina, I Yamada Ikiyama, am willing to serve you. Please take over the reins of the Shimizu clan. The Yamada family had been serving the Shimizu clan for generations. He wasn't going to be loyal to Yu Zhong, and in order for the Shimizu clan to flourish, handing the reins to Shimizu Mina was the best choice. After all, she was one of Yu Zhong's women, and he could rely on that bond to get Yu Zhong's help. Yu Zhong patted Shimizu Mina's shoulder and encouraged, Mina, you can do it. Now your first task is to get people to suppress the chaos in Sakura Town. The rest I'll handle for you. Hi. Shimizu Mina replied gently and her eyes lit up, before she proceeded to give a flurry of orders. Yu Zhong walked out. There were still 7 thunder fighters in the air and 5 on the ground. He had to take care of these terrifying metal beasts. Otherwise, Sakura Town was really incapable of facing against such might. Chapter 555, Cluster Bomb. Near the thunder fighters, Suzanne pulled out a cigarette and lit it up. What is that idiot Julius doing? Why is it taking so long? Is he fooling around again? As the smoke rose, her beautiful features were covered in it. Suddenly she felt her heart palpitate as a dangerous premonition arose. Suzanne was an expert that had undergone the baptism of countless battles. The moment she felt that sense of danger, she had already activated her second-order divine speed, instantly reaching a speed 28 times of a normal person. After she cast it, she twisted forcefully, leaping towards the side. Had she been slower by a single second, her head would have exploded apart like a watermelon. Suzanne looked towards the direction where the stinger bullets came from, only to discover Yu Zhong's icy gaze fixed on her. At the same time, he had waved his hands to take down 5 of the adjudicators. Yu Zhong. This is the guy who killed Halyamanda. Suzanne looked at Yu Zhong and felt a chill over her body. She instantly lost all will to fight and leapt into the thunder fighter, shouting, Go! Fly! The pilot responded in shock. Esteemed Envoy Julius has not yet returned. This small team of thunder fighter pilots were formed around Julius as the core, so while Suzanne was also a divine envoy, her position was lower. Many did not really view her with high regard. Suzanne's features were contorted in fury as she pointed a desert eagle at his head and barked coldly, Fly up immediately, otherwise I'll blow your fucking brains out. The pilot could feel the cold metal on his head, and his heart tightened, immediately controlling the thunder fighter to ascend. You want to escape? Not that easy. Yu Zhong eyed the motors of the thunder fighters roaring to life and his eyes flashed. He activated his shadow steps, and burst out with a 700 km/h speed. he immediately reached the midst of the clearing. Yu Zhong then blasted out with his art of fear, causing a powerful spirit shockwave to spread out. Under that oppressive force, the pilots of the Thunder Fighters were all frightened to death, blood flowing out of their orifices. The ascending Thunder Fighters landed on the ground again, having lost their pilots. On the ground, there were still a dozen adjudicators and judges, who were currently pointing their weapons at Yu Zhong and firing insanely. At the same time, a number of wind blades, fireballs and ice shards were all cast towards Yu Zhong. With his insane speed, other than Suzanne, not a single person could catch up to him. He became a flash of light that weaved in and out of the troops. Everywhere he went, there would a flash of his blade, and the numerous soldiers would be beheaded. As Yu Zhong was engaged in his slaughter, a lithe figure leapt out from the cockpit of the Thunder Fighter, as a long and slender leg filled with explosive force aimed towards Yu Zhong's head. Yu Zhong had just killed an adjudicator, and he had no time to defend himself, only able to raise his right hand to block. That powerful kick sent Yu Zhong flying back by over 6 to 7 meters. Suzanne, who was behind that kick, instantly pounced towards Yu Zhong like an enraged leopard, using her insane speed to launch multiple attacks on him. The human's fist traveled faster than a person running. Having activated her second-order divine speed, Suzanne's speed had reached 28 times that of a normal person. Without holding anything back, her kicks reached Mach speed, and each blow of hers carried sonic booms with them. Yu Zhong had to deal with the blows raining on him after being sent flying back a few meters. He didn't panic, instead, relying on his abundant combat experience to negate the effects of each strike by Suzanne. With his endurance reaching 194 points and his passive skill Steel Body, his defenses were not weak. Suzanne felt like she was kicking a metal board each time her blows landed. After lashing out over a dozen times, her legs were the ones that seemed to be bleeding. She quickly leaped back, eyeing Yu Zhong in shock. Damn it! His body is too tough. What a fearsome opponent. Other than those divine envoys ranked 1st to 10th, no one is a match for him. Suzanne instantly abandoned everything and her subordinates and seeked to escape. In this short exchange, she had come to experience Yu Zhong's might for herself, and she wasn't willing to fall at his hands. Seeing that Suzanne wanted to escape, Yu Zhong immediately launched an Art of Fear attack towards her. She was an agility-based evolver, and her spirit wasn't high. She was instantly thrown into a hallucination, causing her to lose control of herself, and she crumpled to the ground. Quick run. The moment they saw Suzanne fall, the faces of the adjudicators and judges drained of color, as they turned around to escape. Yu Zhong stepped forwards once when he suddenly felt something amiss and swiftly retreated backwards. The 7 Thunder Fighters in the air had flown over, as a number of rockets fired towards Yu Zhong's general position. Hong! 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 Terrifying explosions blasted all around Yu Zhong, and the shockwaves and resulting shrapnel bombarded his body, having to bear the brunt of the aftermath. If Yu Zhong's endurance wasn't enough, he would have been pulverized by that bout of attacks earlier. However, he still didn't underestimate the devastation of the attacks, choosing to dodge and evade whatever he could. As long as a rocket landed on him, he would still be blasted apart regardless of his endurance. In the skies, the 7 Thunder Fighters then switched to their 25mm Gatling guns and began to spray at Yu Zhong. Fuck. He had to run. In a few breaths he reached one of the fallen Thunder Fighters and leaped behind. Making use of the hull of the Thunder Fighters to block against the attacks from the Gatling guns, he could finally take a breather. After he managed to find cover, 8 guided missiles found their way towards that Thunder Fighter in a flash and caused it to explode in a ball of fire. Yu Zhong had leaped to one side at the first moment, but the Thunder Fighters were filled with countless weaponry. The next instant he felt the shockwaves from the explosion and was sent flying out a few meters. His left arm was broken, and his outer clothing had been ripped to pieces, revealing the pitch-black Type 3 mutant beast hide underneath. Even the terrifying defense of the Type 3 mutant beast hide was laced with a few scratches and cuts from the countless hits Yu Zhong had just experienced. The Type 3 mutant beast hide was known to be impervious to knives and bullets. However, it could not block the impact of rockets. The powerful explosions were enough to tear the hide apart. Yu Zhong felt a stab of pain in his chest and he spat out a mouth of blood, his face pale, strong, too overwhelming. Such a weapon of war amongst humankind, it's still difficult to defend against. The Thunder Fighters were like tanks in the air. Even the Falcon sniper had no means of penetrating the hull. As for anti-tank rocket rounds, it was hard to hit the Thunder Fighters in the air. In this apocalyptic world now, they were seemingly invincible. The attacks of the Thunder Fighters caused layers of dust to cover the area, blocking the sight of the Thunder Fighters for a moment. At that moment, Yu Zhong immediately conjured up 2 devil flame spears in his hands, and sent them shooting straight for 2 of the Thunder Fighters. The fearsome flame instantly incinerated the pilots of the 2 Thunder Fighters, and combusted in the cockpits, destroying various vital functions. With the loss of pilots, the soldiers within those 2 Thunder Fighters immediately deployed their parachutes, moments before the 2 Thunder Fighters crashed towards the ground, although they did not explode. As a new generation aircraft, the Thunder Fighter had the capability to withstand rockets. They would be able to land safely even after receiving a few rounds. Having dealt with those 2 Thunder Fighters, the remaining 5 Thunder Fighters seemed to fire even more crazily at Yu Zhong. They continued to hover above his positions at all times as they sent cluster bombs down. Hong! 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 A number of cluster bombs exploded powerfully, and the scorching heat wave enveloped the entire area, as the resulting shrapnel and flames obliterated everything in the blast radius. Inside the blast radius, the adjudicators, judges and any other biological lifeforms unfortunate enough to be caught within it were annihilated totally. Even the unconscious divine envoy Suzanne had been blasted to pieces. The cluster bomb had been internationally prohibited from use in war prior to the apocalypse due to its devastating nature. However, in this apocalypse, there was no United Nations and hence no one would control the usage of such weapons. The cluster bombs were one of the weapons the Kingdom of God had approved to use against high-level evolvers, because the might of these weapons were truly strong. Even the 12 apostles might not necessarily be able to escape from the vicinity of these cluster bombs. Chapter 556: Destroy the Thunder Fighters. The blast radius of the cluster bomb was extremely wide. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong had no means of escaping from it quickly. He had instantly activated his shield of light. Amidst the explosions of the cluster bomb, the shield was only able to hold up for about 2 seconds before disintegrating. The moment it shattered, Yu Zhong had sent out another 2 devil flame spears towards 2 other Thunder Fighters in the skies. His attacks pierced through the pilot's cockpit and immediately killed the pilots. When the pilots of the 2 Thunder Fighters were killed, the metal-killing machines also wobbled before crashing towards the ground. After the shield crumbled, Yu Zhong activated another shield of light, forcefully withstanding the explosions of the lethal cluster bombs. He made use of the chance when he was protected to quickly conjured yet another 2 devil flame spears, sending them shooting straight for 2 other Thunder Fighters. As the pilots were incinerated to death, the Thunder Fighters began to descend. Having destroyed 4 Thunder Fighters in 5 seconds with 4 devil flame spears, as well as the activation of the shield of light twice, Yu Zhong was nearly expended of all his strength. The pilot of the remaining Thunder Fighters saw his comrades shot down, and he finally felt a sense of fear and danger. He tried to maneuver the Thunder Fighter around in a bid to escape. Get the hell down. Yu Zhong conjured one final devil flame spear and threw it out with all his strength, as the spear shot towards the rotating blades like a shooting star, melting them. As the blades melted and started to deform, the Thunder helicopter lost its stability, and began to plunge towards the ground. Yu Zhong watched the last Thunder Fighter fall to the ground, and let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure emitted by the Thunder Fighters was truly suffocating. Fortunately it had been a small team of 12 of them. If it were a fleet of 36 of them, then even someone as strong as him would be decimated in a second. Yu Zhong's might was steadily climbing. Even handguns and rifles posed no threat to him now. However, rockets, cannons, guided missiles or any other heavy artillery for that matter could still threaten him. Seeing the Thunder Fighters crash down one by one, the survivors in Sakura Town also began to cheer in delight. Those machines were like Death Reapers with their powerful firearms. Under their attacks, the entire Sakura Town almost went into chaos, and various structures were in varying degrees of damage and destruction. Over 2,000 survivors had died at the assault of those Thunder Fighters, mainly because of the might of the cluster bombs. Even after the Thunder Fighters' fleet had been brought down, Sakura Town was still burning, and the Japanese survivors were naturally enraged and hated those weapons of destruction. Shimizu Mina demonstrated her capability and charm, swiftly organizing a team of enhancers under the Shimizu clan to quickly suppress the chaos and the soldiers from the Kingdom of God that had parachuted down. One by one, the adjudicators and judges were either captured or killed. At the same time, another elite troops entered Sakura town to persecute those survivors that had tried to make use of the chaos to commit atrocities as well. These rioters were quickly killed. As the situation came under control, this time, 4 Thunder Fighters appeared in the distance. The warriors of the Shimizu clan saw the Thunder Fighters and their faces fell. There were some people who even directly threw down their weapons and prepared to run. The hearts of the people that had just settled down were quickly riled up again, as a number of survivors tried to run out of Sakura town. The Thunder Fighters were Death Reapers, and 4 were enough to wipe out the town entirely. Although there were a few experts who were capable of destroying the metal behemoths, the ordinary survivors were still afraid. Yu Zhong watched the approaching 4 Thunder Fighters and his expression turned ugly. The 2 shield of lights on his body had been expended, and he only had the bronze spiritual bell left. In order to destroy those 4 Thunder Fighters, he would be in extreme danger. Wait for? Could it be Yao Yao and the rest? Yu Zhong eyed those Thunder Fighters and swiftly made his way to the wall around Sakura town and stood at a prominent spot. With the bronze spiritual bell as his final protection treasure, he didn't mind risking it to confirm the identity of those 4 Thunder Fighters. A strong gust of wind blew past, as a green eagle with a wingspan of over 80 m like something out of the legends flew out. With a single flap, it reached the city walls with a speed that broke the sound barrier. This massive green eagle was precisely greeny. Under the supplements of those nuclei, it had already evolved to its Type 3 stage, reaching level 80. The moment Greenie reached the city wall, it used its head to rub against Yu Zhong affectionately. As Yu Zhong's first tamed beast, it had grown from its hatchling stage to a Type 3 mutant beast, therefore, it felt a lot closer to Yu Zhong than the rest of his tamed mutant beasts. Where's Jianghu? The moment Yao Yao leaped down from Greenie's back, she stepped forwards to question Yu Zhong. She's heavily injured and is currently recuperating here. Yu Zhong pointed to the biological armor on his back, replying Yao Yao before asking a question of his own. What took you guys so long? Yu Zhong knew that they had set off from Guangxi about 14 days ago, yet they had only reached now, which was unexpected. Let's not talk about that. We met a whole bunch of aerial mutant beasts along the way. In order to route around them, we wasted so much time. Give me Jianghu, I'll protect her. Yao Yao just brushed off Yu Zhong's question and stared fixedly on the biological armor on Yu Zhong's back. Truthfully, the journey in the air over the seas had been a lot more difficult than what Yao Yao described. The team had come across a few waves of aerial mutant beasts and were assaulted by them. If it weren't for the powerful defenses of the Thunder Fighters, as well as Greenie protecting them as one of the tyrants in the skies, the team would have been wiped out. Furthermore, the maximum distance that the Thunder Fighter could travel at one time was 2,000 kilometers. In order to reach Japan, they had to unload much of their equipment, instead filling the space with fuel. If they were attacked along the way, they could have exploded from the sheer amount of fuel. It was truly dangerous. Yu Zhong hesitated a while before handing the biological armor on his back over to Yao Yao. The 4 Thunder Fighters came to a stop, and a number of experts above level 40 stepped out. They were led by Xiaoxing. When the armed militants saw the elite soldiers of the Special Forces stepping out from the Thunder Fighters, their eyes flashed with awe. Every single soldier of the Special Forces were decked in the Raven combat uniform, and wore high-level mutant beast hide. They carried sniper rifles, assault rifles, hand grenades, and Tang replica swords hung at their waists. They were truly armed to the teeth. They emitted incredible killing intent, which was cultivated from their countless battles. Bai Xiaoxing came up to Yu Zhong with a grin on his face as he saluted. Boss Yu. Bai Xiaoxing reporting for duty. After saluting Yu Zhong, he reverted to his thick-skinned nature. Boss, I heard that these Japanese beauties are really submissive. Give me a few. Ah. Are you sure you can handle so many? Yu Zhong eyed him and replied dryly. Bai Xiaoxing was not known for anything but his love for beautiful women. Following Yu Zhong, he had experienced countless combat, and his only requests had always been women, and only beautiful ones at that. Furthermore, he was a high-ranking subordinate of Yu Zhong, and had obtained many women, thus forming a huge harem. When Bai Xiaoxing heard that, he also sighed. True, it's troublesome to have too many women. My resources are always wiped out quickly. Bai Xiaoxing had over 100 women in his harem, and the upkeep was truly staggering. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a high ranker under Yu Zhong, he could not keep up with their resources. Even then, it was quite a responsibility to be in charge of 100 women. Bai Shaoxing hesitated and with a pained expression he spoke out, "All right. This time I'll just want 5 Japanese beauties. I can't handle any more already." "Then it will depend on your performance." Yu Zhong didn't continue this line of small talk as he resumed to business. "When you guys arrived, was the horde moving towards here?" Bai Shaoxing's expression also turned serious. "That's right. Boss, when we came, the sea of zombies was currently making its way here. In another 4 hours they would reach here. I reckon that we should replenish our food and fuel and quickly get out of here. With the defenses here, it won't be enough to hold off the onslaught of the zombies." Sakura Town had just come out of an assault by the Kingdom of God. There were burning debris everywhere, and various fortifications and constructed defenses had been destroyed. Over 2,000 survivors had also perished under the assault by the Kingdom of God, and another 3,000 had tried to escape the town. Although there were about 15,000 survivors left in town, the true soldiers that could fight numbered only about 1,000 or so. These soldiers included the 100 over Chinese survivors as well as reinforcements from Bai Shaoxing's forces. A team of 1,000 against a few 100,000 zombies, without any fortifications or preparations and defenses. It was basically impossible without sufficient firepower. The most important thing was that Yu Zhong has no reason to fight to the death. This was Japan and not China. Even if the place was overrun, he just had to bring his Chinese survivors away and leave. Yu Zhong found Shimazumina and said, "The zombies of Yama County are currently moving here. Sakura Town is a lost cause. Follow me, Mina, come with me to China." Shimazumina immediately kneeled down and begged, "Oto-sama, I cannot just abandon the rest and come with you. These are the people who placed their trust and lives in the hands of our Shimazu clan. If I were to go, half the survivors in Sakura Town would die. Please save them. I know that you're a man of miracles, you'll definitely have ways to save them." Chapter 557. Repelling the Zombie Horde. Shimazumina was someone who had received exemplary upbringing. She was extremely clear that should Sakura Town fall, the survivors would either be killed by the zombies, starved to death or even killing amongst themselves. Yu Zhong eyed Shimazumina and spoke softly, "Mina, I'm sorry. I really don't have a reason to stay back and fight a losing battle." A look of despair flashed past Shimazumina's eyes, as she gritted her teeth and mulled silently. She suddenly lifted her head to look at Yu Zhong, standing up and motioned to him, "Oto-sama, please come with me." Yu Zhong followed Shimazumina silently as they headed out of the town. He knew his strength and wasn't afraid of Shimazumina trying anything funny. Under her lead they came to a small hill behind Sakura Town. There was a huge cave entrance in the side of the hill, with a dozen enhancers of above level 30 standing guard. Shimazumina entered the cave and keyed in a code to reveal a bright and futuristic tunnel. They passed through an electronic gate before Yu Zhong came to a platform. Peering below, what he saw gave him a huge shock. Below the huge platform, there was a golden fortress in the midst of construction. It spanned over 20 meters and its height was about the same. This was precisely the sky fortress that Yu Zhong had seen in the blueprints. However, compared to the original version, this golden one was lacking 4 of the main cannons, and 36 of the side cannons as well as other large caliber guns. It was also slightly smaller in size. It looked just like a flying saucer. There were over 1,000 people working on it, and the difficulty in constructing this was apparent. Shimazumina pointed to that sky fortress and said, "This was commissioned by Oto-sama. He had the designs and thus he wanted to start work on what he could. This sky fortress can fly, but its combat ability is almost non-existent. We could only fit about a dozen 20mm caliber cannons. It is not finished yet, and would require roughly another 20 days. Once this is done, it would belong to you, Oto-sama. Please help me to defend Sakura Town." There were 7 parts to the sky fortress. Only by collecting all 7 blueprints would one be able to determine the proper procedures and materials to manufacture an actual sky fortress. However, each blueprint held advanced technology within themselves. Any single one would be enough for research to commence. Shimazu Fuji had only obtained 2 parts of the diagram, and made leaps and bounds in his own research to begin construction of the sky fortress. In the end, he had died and only managed to develop a half-completed product. Yu Zhong looked at the spaceship-like structure, and a feverish excitement burned in his eyes. "Good. I'll help you. However, you must hand the personnel working on this to me and let me bring them to China. Shimazumina smiled gently at Yu Zhong. Of course. Everything of mine belongs to Oto-sama. Shimazumina was an intelligent woman. She knew that the Sky Fortress had taken up a lot of resources to construct. There was no way the Shimazu clan could build another one. Hence, by handing it all to Yu Zhong, not only would they be able to utilize it to escape, they could also further strengthen the alliance between Yu Zhong and themselves. Of course, in the long run, while they might have lost a team of excellent workers that might adversely affect the Shimazu clan's future, they had no choice. The other alternative was to face death right now. Between the two choices, Shimazumina chose the survival of her clan and people, and the preservation of their power. Yu Zhong came to a decision and began directing the defensive works. Under Yu Zhong's orders, a number of heavy machine guns were dismantled from the Thunder Fighters and fixed on top the city walls. Those heavy firearms could tear a person into shreds. After making a number of arrangements, Yu Zhong sat on a refueled Thunder Fighter and under the defense of the other three, they flew towards the direction of the zombie horde. 4 Thunder Fighters flew in the skies and soon reached the skies above the zombies. Yu Zhong looked down and saw a vast horde that stretched for over dozens of kilometers. Yama County had a few hundred thousands of people before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse set in, most of them became zombies and they had gathered, moving towards Sakura Town. Yu Zhong ordered, "Search for the L4. Inform me when you found the target." The 4 Thunder Fighters responded in a resounding voice, "Roger. Fly low." The 4 Thunder Fighters began to fly low, about a 100 m away from the ground. It was a decent height to locate the L4. After all, the L4 was about 5 m tall, almost the size of a small house. It was a sight hard to miss among the ordinary zombies. Soon Yu Zhong discovered 4 L4s and a number of L3s huddled together, very obviously the personal guards of the Z-type commander. Utilize the cluster bomb to assault them. Yu Zhong pointed towards the L4 and ordered out. The 4 Thunder Fighters roared above the area where the L4s were, and dropped their cluster bombs. Hong, hong, hong. The moment the cluster bombs landed, they exploded wildly. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out incessantly. Everything within a few kilometers of the L4s as the center was enveloped in the explosion. The terrifying explosions instantly tore countless zombies apart. Other than the L4s, the rest of the zombies were all decimated in the explosion. The defenses of the L4s were, after all, exceeding even that of tanks. Under that assault, they suffered a number of injuries and were enveloped by the heat. After struggling for a long while, their brains were finally fried under the heat. The cluster bomb displayed its maximum effectiveness against the zombies when they were all packed together. The moment one exploded, over 10,000 zombies were blasted into nothing. The zombies seemed to have been shocked by the might of the cluster bombs, as at the next instant, the remaining 100,000 zombies quickly fled in the direction they came from. Yu Zhong watched them and frowned slightly. "We didn't manage to wipe out the Z-type. Or in other words, the Z2 inside might still be alive. If the leader had been killed, the remaining zombie horde would definitely have split and fled in different directions. However, in this situation they had fled orderly. It was obvious that the Z2 was still in command. "Leader, do we chase?" The pilot beside Yu Zhong asked excitedly. Enemies that cluster together as foolishly as zombies were rare in the apocalypse, and it was the best target for the cluster bombs. That was why the pilot was eager to let the zombies have another round. Yu Zhong thought for a while before ordering, "Chase, but only maintain the pressure. Use the machine guns to fire at them." The Z2 already possessed intelligence. This time they didn't manage to finish it off in one strike. To find it among the sea of zombies would be extremely hard. However, Yu Zhong knew that he could make use of its death-fearing nature. If the Z2 was safe, it would definitely not bother about anything else and command the rest of the horde to attack. However, the moment it felt danger, it would abandon everything else to run. It would even activate a troop to protect its own safety. It was very like a human in that sense. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the 4 Thunder Fighters continued to fire volley after volley into the escaping horde. From time to time, there would a cluster bomb that dropped on the zombie horde, obliterating a large number at one go. With their chase, the zombies continued to escape. Until the Thunder Fighters were about to run out of fuel, Yu Zhong then led the Thunder Fighters back to Sakura Town. Long live! Long live! Long live! When the news of Yu Zhong repelling the 100,000 zombies from Yama County broke, the survivors of Sakura Town instantly went into a joyful uproar. All the soldiers and people came together to celebrate the victory. At first they had despaired and lost all hope. Hearing that the zombies have been sent back, they were once again filled with hope. In the evening within the Shimizu clan, the upper echelons of the Shimizu family gathered together, with all sorts of sumptuous dishes on the table. These family members looked at Shimizu Mina and Yu Zhong sitting together with a complicated look on their faces. They had witnessed the fury and what this man was capable of. He was someone that had single-handedly dealt with 7 Thunder Fighters. He had also repelled the advance of those zombies. The survivors were filled with awe and veneration towards him now. This godlike character was the head of their clan. How could not be amazed? However, while they relished the security, they abhorred the potential of Yu Zhong stealing the Shimizu clan's power. Of course, the Shimizu clan didn't know that Yu Zhong had just repelled the hundreds and thousands of zombies, and not truly killed the Z-type. They didn't even kill all of the zombies. After some time the zombies would still gather and come back. After dinner, Shimizu Mina and a few other key members of the clan invited Yu Zhong and his subordinates into a room. Shimizu Mina's eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly at Yu Zhong before dropping a bomb. "Ado-sama, are you interested in the Yokosuka base?" Chapter 558, Type 4 Nuclei. Yokosuka base? Yu Zhong was stirred when he heard those words. The Yokosuka base was located 50 kilometers southwest of Tokyo, Kanagawa Prefecture, and it was the largest base of the U.S. Navy in the Western Pacific, and the only aircraft carrier maintenance base. Over there were countless warships docked, and prior to the apocalypse, there was even a carrier fleet stationed there. Other than the American fleet, the Japanese Self-Defense Force had also stationed a large fleet there as well. If Yu Zhong were to get his hands on those, his military might would instantly soar. The Yokosuka base was the only place for maintenance of aircrafts after all. There were countless advanced tools, machinery and equipment. It was practically a treasure trove. Yu Zhong stared at Shimizu Mina and his eyes twinkled. Yokosuka base is very near Tokyo, and there are over 30 million zombies there right now. How do you propose to head over there? The Kanagawa Prefecture alone would have at least 9 million zombies as well. What do you suggest? The Yokosuka base was truly a huge treasure vault left in this apocalyptic world. Almost all the Japanese factions knew about the allure of such a place, but no one dared to covet it. This was because it was in a prefecture with high human traffic. There were at least 3,000 people per square kilometer. With over 9 million zombies there, regardless of the size of faction, it was a horde that no one dared to face. Shimizu Mina's eyes shone with a strange light as she explained, the Kanagawa Prefecture might have over 9 million zombies, but the Yokosuka base would only have about 10,000 people at most. Once the Sky Fortress is finished, we can make use of it to fly over. Initially, Shimizu Fuji had spent much of his resources to procure the 2 diagrams, precisely because he wanted to be able to travel through the skies and obtain that naval base. If he had been successful and swallow all the ammunition and machinery, as long as Takamajihara did not mind him, he would have become a huge overlord in Japan as well. Shimizu Mina looked to Yu Zhong and explained her request. However, there's a slight problem. The Yokosuka base might have anti-air defenses. We need to send people to conduct reconnaissance. Otherwise, if the Sky Fortress were to meet hostile fire the moment we reach, it would be dangerous for us. Ado-sama, I hope that you can deploy some experts over there to find out what's there first. We have to determine if there are any remnant U.S. troops. It was of vital importance that they made sure of the current situation over at Yokosuka base. Otherwise, if the Sky Fortress were to be bombarded by anti-air missiles, Yu Zhong would lose his Sky Fortress. This precious item had been manufactured at the cost of countless resources. If it were destroyed, the Shimizu clan had no means of manufacturing another one. Shimizu Mina continued, among my subordinates, there's one who managed to escape from the Shizuoka prefecture. He knows of a small road that leads through the prefecture. The mission is important but the risks are there. I hope Ado-sama would consider sending his strongest elite soldier to accomplish this task. They could not rely on the Thunder Fighters to just barge in, because even if the Thunder Fighters were terrifying, if they were bombarded by anti-air missiles, they would likewise be destroyed. After all, the weapons of the strongest army on Earth were vastly superior to the goods of the Shimizu clan. Yu Zhong thought for a while and nodded, I got it. I will personally head over there to check things out. When Shimazumina heard that, her face instantly turned to one of horror. No! That's too dangerous. Oto-sama, it's too dangerous. Please rethink your decision. There were over 3 million zombies in the Shizuoka prefecture, and over 9 million zombies in the Kanagawa prefecture. Along the way, who knew how many more towns and zombies were lying in wait? Other than the zombies, as Japan had concentrated efforts on greening and environmental protection, within their lush and thick forests, there were sure to be powerful mutant beasts as well. Even though Yu Zhong was almost a powerful god to Shimazumina, she felt that this mission might be beyond his capabilities. After all, a horde was not something a single person could face. Although there was no love between them, her power was gained through him. Furthermore, he was one of the Shimazu clan's backers now. If he were to die, the Shimazu clan would fall into dire straits. Yu Zhong turned to Yao Yao as he said, "Save your words. I've made up my mind. Yao Yao, I'll leave Ji Qingwu's protection to you. I'll bring Bai Xiao Sheng, Ida Kyoko and 100 of the men to conduct this mission. This place will be left to you to guard." Yao Yao was an agility-based evolver that awakened naturally. After consuming the snake birth fruit, she had gained an additional attribute, strength. As her level was 60, she was also one of the strongest expert under Yu Zhong. When she had faced the Type 4 flame bird, it wasn't that she wasn't strong, but the flame bird was simply too terrifying. This was why she was almost robbed of her life. And? Yao Yao gripped the biological armor tightly, as she snorted once in reply. Yu Zhong then spoke to Shimazumina. "I want all the mutant beast nuclei on your hands. They're of use to me." "Hi," she replied respectfully and handed him a golden box. "These are all the nuclei that our Shimazu clan had amassed." Although they didn't know what the usage of the nuclei was, they had kept a large amount of them. Shimizu Fuji might have died at the hands of a person he wrongly trusted, but it was undeniable that he was a far-sighted and capable man. Yu Zhong opened up the box and noticed there were over a few hundred ordinary nuclei, at least 30 Type 2 nuclei, and only about 3 Type 3 nuclei. Only one was through the sacrifice of countless experts to obtain. The other two was gifted by other survivors. That's not right, this is a Type 4 nuclei. Yu Zhong caught sight of a black crystal-like nuclei, and he was astonished. It was the size of a fist, and it was entirely black as though light was sucked into it. Yu Zhong grabbed it tightly and could feel the immense strength from within. This was a nuclei that was comparable to the terrifying flame bird that he had killed. Not many people could kill a Type 4 mutant beast. Obviously, some lucky chap had come across it and sold it to the Shimazu clan, before finally landing up in Yu Zhong's hands. "I've got myself a treasure." Yu Zhong grinned in satisfaction and kept them all. Yu Zhong then handed 4 evolving liquid to Shimazumina. "This is for you. These are evolving liquids. Upon consuming them you can become an evolver. There are 4 of them as an expression of my thanks for the nuclei." "What? You can become an evolver?" "Evolver. This can allow someone to become an evolver?" "Clan Head-sama, please give me one. I'm willing to serve with all my life and strength." Clan Head-sama Hakuku Kimesa is willing to serve you loyally for all his life. The numerous subjects under Shimazumina began to plead with passionate voices, proclaiming their loyalty. They hoped that she would bestow the liquid upon them. They knew the meaning of becoming an evolver, becoming stronger than others, learning more skills than others. Shimazumina kept those 4 evolving liquids and smiled with satisfaction. With these 4 tools she could pull a few more experts closer to the Shimazu's side. Her gaze towards Yu Zhong was now filled with gratitude, veneration and respect. Early the next morning Yu Zhong led by Xiao Xing, Ida Kyoko, Muto Shin, and Yuan Tiangang together with 100 other subordinates as they left towards the direction of the Shizuoka prefecture. As they moved through the forest they suddenly heard dense gunshots. Bai Xiao Xing frowned and in a flash he disappeared from his position. Not long after he reappeared beside Yu Zhong. "Boss, there are 2 factions engaged in a fierce battle in the northeast." The Japanese guide stepped up and spoke. "Sir, we're near the Shizuoka prefecture. There are many small factions around these parts. Before I left, the largest organization was the Yarrow Group. They had over 30,000 survivors then and 5,000 soldiers." Yu Zhong's heart stirred and he passed the order, "Go take a look." Under his orders, 100 of them quickly made their way towards the sounds of fighting. In a valley there were two groups of people with a total number of 200 to 300 people engaged in slaughter. They were mostly wielding knives and baseball bats and other melee weapons. Only a mere handful had guns. Japan's gun control was also strict, even more so than China. It was hard for the citizens to get their hands on guns. Hence, these people were fighting it out with melee weapons. Among the chaos, there was a 2 m tall person, who wielded a huge mace of over a few hundred genes. He would flatten anyone in his way, and it was obvious that he was a strength-based evolver. As he slaughtered his way through the crowd, it was like he was invincible. Chapter 559, Chaotic Battle in the Night. Hi. Ida Kyoko Muto Shin immediately responded and led their 50 subordinates over. The battle was entirely one-sided. Ida Kyoko and Muto Shin had already evolved to evolvers after using the evolving liquid. Their 50 subordinates were all enhancers of above level 20 as well. Together with their equipment, each and every one of them was strong. The moment their team met the two groups fighting, they crumbled under the might. Even the mace-wielding giant fell to the ground with one kick from Ida Kyoko. Muto Shin used his level 2 treasure Odachi to kill a few of the militants as he shouted, "Surrender and you'll keep your life." His subordinates also echoed his words, and soon the few hundred militants began to kneel. They looked at the new group with fear in their eyes. Yu Zhong had only mobilized Ida Kyoko and those Chinese survivors that he had recently drafted into his troops, and they were more than enough to defeat those militants. There was still Bai Sheng and his own team of elites that had not yet acted. This led the militants to be even more fearful. The difference in strength between enhancers and normal people was too vast. In this battle, 3 people on Yu Zhong's side only suffered light injuries, and had killed 30, heavily injured 60, totally suppressing those militants. There was only death for ordinary folk with no guns when facing enhancers. Yu Zhong walked over to the burly and tall giant as he ordered, "Lead me to your base." The giant looked at Yu Zhong fearfully and quickly nodded his reply, "Hi." Led by the giant, Yu Zhong and his team came to a small village. It was surrounded by mountains and only one road led to the outside world. There was a total of about 500 survivors and they all watched Yu Zhong nervously. Japan was a country with a dense population. The majority of the citizens were in the cities though. The populations in the outskirts and villages were much lower. Hence, the survival rate of those people were higher. Within the most lavish mansion inside the village, Yu Zhong eyed the burly giant indifferently and asked, "What's your name?" The giant replied carefully, "My name is Fukui Hanten." Yu Zhong asked, "Do you know the Yarrow Gang?" The moment the Yarrow Gang was mentioned, Fukui Hanten's eyes lit up. "I know. They're the strongest faction around the Shizuoka parts. They have over 40,000 survivors and 10,000 soldiers. No one is their match." Yu Zhong asked, "Do you know where their central base?" "I know it's in the Demon Forest." Fukui Hanten was worried that Yu Zhong might not understand the meaning of the Demon Forest, and he continued, "The Demon Forest is about 20 kilometers north of here. It is the city of the Yarrow Gang and had been termed as the Demon Forest. Anyone who gets too close, other than the members of the Yarrow Gang, would be caught and brought in slaves." Hearing Fukui Hanten's explanation, Yu Zhong was slightly clearer on the current situation. The Yarrow Gang had been an ordinary middle-tier Yakuza gang. Prior to the apocalypse, they weren't anything worth mentioning. Even within the Shizuoka prefecture, they were far from being the #1 gang. However, when the world changed, many of the upper echelons of the Yarrow Gang had fortunately been on holiday, and thus escaping the majority of the chaos. As the hierarchy and organization systems of the Yakuza were strict and efficient, they quickly arranged for a number of the survivors to escape and settled themselves. Following the passage of time, the Yarrow Gang began to expand and grow into a society that made use of slaves. Within the Demon Forest, only those in the Yarrow Gang were the upper-class society, everyone else were deemed as slaves when captured. Yu Zhong pondered for a while and ordered, "So it was like that. Fukui Hanten, I'll assign you as the envoy to go seek an audience with the Yarrow Gang. Let them know that Yu Zhong requires a passage through." The moment Fukui Hanten heard that, he hurriedly kneeled down and pleaded, "Sir, please, spare my dog life. If you send me as an envoy, I'll definitely be killed. All the envoys sent to their territories have never made it back alive. Any factions that had done so were also captured and swallowed by them. Please let me off." that fierce. Yu Zhong frowned. He never imagined them to be that vicious, to the extent of killing all envoys even before actually meeting or negotiations. In most situations, other than a crazed slaughterer, most people would seldom kill the envoys. After all, any faction with the right mindset would seek to cooperate with other factions, even if there were no alliances. Any leader with the ability to think would definitely not just kill envoys. All right, you may go. Yu Zhong waved Fukui Hanten away and continued to think. As night fell, Yu Zhong left the town alone, and moved towards the direction of the demon forest. He wanted to test the might of the Yarrow gang himself. In the dark of the night, Yu Zhong took to the darkness like fish to water. He didn't make a single sound as he moved, and his sight was further and wider than in the day. Even his hearing was enhanced. Honk, honk, honk. As he came to the outskirts of the city inside the forest, he saw a number of Eurocopters currently firing multiple rockets at the cities, destroying a number of structures. The city that the Yarrow gang had erected inside the forest was made largely out of wood. The houses were constructed with their bare hands, and as the 24 Eurocopters fired their weapons of destruction, the entire city was soon engulfed in flames. Countless Japanese survivors screamed out from within the flames as they were swallowed and burned. Their screams of agony rang out through the night. All of a sudden, a sniper bullet that had been enhanced by the enhanced bullet skill pierced the fuel tank of one Eurocopter. The resulting explosion rang out furiously, as the unfortunate Eurocopter burst into flames, and turned into a flaming ball that crashed towards the ground. Another sniper bullet pierced the pilot window of another Eurocopter, and turned the two pilots into corpses. The Eurocopter wobbled as it spiraled downwards out of control. Within the city, there were two high-level enhancers that had the enhanced bullet skills. At the next moment, multiple rockets were fired on their location, blasting them to oblivion. At the same time, a number of elite soldiers from the Kingdom of God leaped out from the numerous helicopters in the skies. They were equipped with night vision goggles, bulletproof armor, and were armed to the teeth. They charged towards the territory of the Yarrow gang and began their assault. The sounds of gunfire and heavy artillery rang out through the night. The city that the Yarrow gang built up painstakingly was being razed to the ground. The Yarrow gang had only simple firearms and lacked other powerful weapons, hence they weren't a match for the Kingdom of God. Outside the city there was a simple moat. The elite soldiers of the Kingdom of God quickly constructed a steel bridge and crossed over, charging into the city. Hong. Right as the elite soldiers were about to rush into the city, the Yarrow gang immediately detonated the entrance of the city. The terrifying explosion claimed the lives of the soldiers from the Kingdom of God. Fierce. Yu Zhong witnessed all these and his heart trembled. If he had led his men to attack the Yarrow gang, he might have been the one to suffer such a devastating attack. The explosions rocked the Kingdom of God for barely a moment, and the rest of the elites continued their assault, as the helicopters in the skies assisted in winning point after point. The assault helicopters released flammable bombs often, lighting the whole city up, and causing countless Japanese survivors to scream as they burned alive. Yu Zhong crawled up a huge tree and quietly observed the situation, not intending to make a move. This was after all an elite force of the Kingdom of God. Even if he was strong, he had no way of facing the entire battalion on his own. The 22 Eurocopters in the skies were enough to blast him to pieces. The Yarrow gang is finished. Yu Zhong eyed the burning city and thought to himself quietly. The Yarrow gang might have 10,000 soldiers under them, but against 2,000 elites from the Kingdom of God, they were nothing. Both sides had a huge difference in equipment, fighting will, and combat strength. Other than the special forces under Yu Zhong, the rest of his elites were also barely a match for these Kingdom of God soldiers. The main difference was that the equipment they had was superior. Yu Zhong also had lesser armed assault helicopters. After all, China was lacking in aerial vehicles even before the apocalypse. By now, the soldiers of the Yarrow gang were thoroughly overcome. Even if Yu Zhong were to join in the battle, he could at most dispose of 100 of the Kingdom of God's elites. If he wasn't careful, he might even be killed. At this time, there was a sudden change in the situation. From a hill, 12 Cobra attack helicopters and 24 Ninja helicopters flew out, joining in the fray against the Kingdom of God's Eurocopters. Cobra, https://en. Wikipedia. org/wiki/bell_1_cobra. Ninja, https://en. Wikipedia. org/wiki/kawasaki_1. At the same time, 8 holes appeared in the side of the hill, and 5,000 soldiers burst out with self-defense uniforms, flanking the Kingdom of God forces from behind. At this time, the command center only had 500 adjudicators and judges that form an elite enhancer team. They quickly occupied important channels as they launched their counterattack towards the sudden attack from the Japanese armed forces. Chapter 560, Takamajihara's 4 Demons. A number of flares lit up the surroundings. These Kingdom of God soldiers were after all elites who had undergone rigorous training. Although they had lesser numbers, their fighting strength was not to be underestimated. Each and every one of them had the gun specialization skill. Even in the dark, they could take a scary amount of lives. The 5,000 Japanese self-defense soldiers had 10 times the number of elites of the Kingdom of God. However, the tides were in the favor of the Kingdom of God. The moment they clashed, almost 300 people had died instantly. The rest were being suppressed, and every second, there would be an additional death of a Japanese soldier. Yu Zhong eyed those 500 Kingdom of God members and his heart shook. Strong. How did they train to get to this stage? Alright, they must have changed jobs, definitely through the novice villages. That means that the Kingdom of God has already controlled a novice village in Europe. Those Japanese soldiers in the self-defense uniform could not compare to the frontline elites of Yu Zhong's, but he could not deny that they were still strong in their own right. They were at least comparable with the elites of Wei and Hong. However, even with 10 times the number, they were still being held back by the Kingdom of God elites. This opened Yu Zhong's eyes to how strong the Kingdom of God's forces truly were. In the skies, the sudden attack of the Cobra and Ninja helicopters managed to destroy 5 Eurocopters. The remaining 17 turned to face those new enemies, and begun to engage in an all-out clash. Those 17 Eurocopters were less than half of the fleet that had suddenly appeared. However, the pilots controlling the Eurocopters displayed their expertise, complementing each other in formation, and begun to take the enemy's aircraft. In the skies, there would be explosions from time to time, as the helicopters blow up one by one under the ferocious attacks of the Eurocopters. A large number of the crashing helicopters were the Japanese helicopters, although a few Eurocopters also fell at the retaliation of the Japanese's side. The Kingdom of God was the one that suffered a sudden sneak attack, and had suffered a huge loss at the start. However, they managed to reclaim their advantage through their experience and superb control, once more turning the tide to their favor. The elite soldiers that were in the midst of assaulting the Yarrow gang were also beginning to retreat. The moment those soldiers returned to their site, they would definitely overcome the sudden attackers. Yu Zhong watched as the soldiers from the Kingdom of God relied on their strength and tactics to hang on and turn the situation around, and he felt a chill. They're truly terrifying. Novice village. I must definitely obtain one. Based on his knowledge, he knew that Jianghu city only had one, and from the captives from the Kingdom of God, he knew that there was also one under the control of the Kingdom of God over at Europe. They had just obtained it not long ago. In fact, it was because they managed to gain the novice village that those adjudicators and judges managed to obtain such strength. With just 500 people, they were able to overcome and suppress over 5,000 enemies. On a hill that was shrouded by darkness, there were 3 men and 1 woman standing quietly. These 4 emitted a strong aura, and behind them, there were 36 other men in ancient god gowns and 12 women in witch clothes. They were all standing respectfully. One of the forefront males was 2M, built like a bear. He had short hair and multiple scars all over his face and hands. His gaze was fiery and excited as he looked down at the battle, proclaiming passionately, "Strong. They truly deserve to be called Europe's strongest Kingdom of God. They could actually resist our 5,000 strong troops with only 500 of them." This burly man was one of the 6 demons in Takamajihara, the tyrant demon Yakashima Fuwa. He was a triple attribute evolver of strength, agility and endurance, and was at level 69. He had the second order skill, Dragoon Transformation. He had single-handedly destroyed a survivor base with over 3,000 survivors, and done in 2 companies of self-defense troops. His combat strength was truly frightening. One young man of ordinary build and looks, but with blonde hair, hugged a Falcon sniper and eyed the Eurocopters in the skies with a hungry look. He licked his lips and said, "The Kingdom of God is truly strong. If we're just talking about the might of our factions, our Takamajihara is definitely not a match for them. However, this is Japan. Regardless of how strong they are, there's a limit to the amount of troops they can place here. Today let's teach them a lesson. Let them have a taste of the true might of Japan. Hideo, do it. Kill them all. Let them witness the strength of the Takamajihara. This young man with the falcon rifle was also one of the 6 demons of Takamajihara, the gun demon Kanagawa Soma. He was a dual attribute evolver of spirit and agility. His level was 64, and he had the second-order sniper specialization as well as the second-order strengthened bullet. He was the strongest sniper in Takamajihara, and with the assistance of the falcon sniper, he could easily destroy a tank from a 3 kilometers distance. Many enemies of the Takamajihara had fallen at his hands. A bespectacled, handsome young man with blonde hair and wearing a suit nodded slightly and turned to order, "Move out." As per the plan, wipe them out. This bespectacled man was the air demon of the 6 demons, Kenzaki Hideo. He was a spirit, agility and vitality triple attribute evolver, of level 67 and had the second-order air manipulation. The moment he gave the order, the 4 demons led their 12 subordinates downwards. Kanagawa Soma quickly came to a high ground and aimed at one of the Eurocopters in the skies. He laughed coldly and pulled his trigger, activating his second-order strengthened bullets as he muttered, "Die, scum." A shooting star-like projectile immediately shot through the Eurocopter, and exploded in an earth-shaking manner, turning the helicopter into nothing but pieces of scrap metal. This wasn't a bullet that hit the fuel tank that caused the explosion, but rather, a bullet that went straight through the body and exploded. If it was a discussion about power, the bullet that Kanagawa Soma fired was already more lethal than a rocket. After destroying one, he quickly disappeared from his position. At the next moment, countless rockets blasted this entire area, but Kanagawa Soma was already nowhere to be seen. The tyrant demon Yakishima Fuwa had activated his dragoon transformation, turning into a powerful dragoon covered entirely in black scales and wielding a dragon's tail in his hands that had turned into sharp claws. Yakishima Fuwa became like a specter that charged right into the midst of the Kingdom of God elites. His speed reached a terrifying 24 times that of a normal person upon transforming, exceeding even that of a Type 2 lightning. However, even with his insane speed, the 400 over Kingdom of God soldiers did not break formation, and bombarded him with bullets. As a result, he suffered some hits, although the bullets only ricochet off him, not injuring him in the slightest. In a few breaths, Yakishima Fuwa had already reached the main command site, and his claws were slashing left and right, directly decapitating an unfortunate soldier. In less than 10 seconds, the frontline adjudicators had been annihilated by Yakishima Fuwa alone. Honk, honk. All of a sudden, numerous heavy fire bombarded the area Yakishima Fuwa was in, as over 100 Kingdom of God soldiers gave up on the Japanese soldiers and turned their attention to this monster. The grenades and heavy fire enveloped the entire area, swallowing Yakishima Fuwa. The dust had not yet settled, when Yakishima Fuwa shot out like an arrow, and leaped into the midst of the elite soldiers from the Kingdom of God. He slapped his massive hands around, and the heads of the soldiers would be separated from their bodies. It was as though he wasn't affected by the explosion at all. Yakishima Fuwa had truly been enveloped by that explosion, and a grenade had actually blown apart at his left hand. However, his endurance was truly high. Furthermore, after his dragoon transformation, his defense was abnormally high. Even when he was riddled with bullets, he just felt an itch and a slight pain when the grenade exploded. They weren't enough to harm him. Under his frenzied assault, the soldiers of the Kingdom of God began to crumble, and their defensive line was being torn apart. 12 deities followed behind Yakishima Fuwa as they began their assault on the rest of the troops. Under their skills, the soldiers of the Kingdom of God began to fall. Long live Takamajihara! Long live Japan! Love live Takamajihara! The Japanese soldiers began to chant and holler with excitement as they attacked the Kingdom of God soldiers. Yakishima Fuwa was the main attack force, while the air demon Kenzaki Hideo took out the experts of the Kingdom of God silently with his troops and their abilities. Many of the judges would feel a crushing feeling in their hearts the moment they activated their abilities, or were struck by poison arrows. No one had the chance to exhibit their prowess. This time, the last demon that had come along for the mission had surrounded the elite soldiers from the Kingdom of God with her daitais. She was the Shinobu demon Tempio Saka. Chapter 561, Beheading Gun Demon. Tempi Osaka was a beautiful young woman dressed entirely in black, with her hair in a single ponytail. Her exquisite features were expressionless, and her figure was captivating, with a pair of huge and perky breasts that threatened to burst out of the clothes. She was a spirit and agility dual attribute evolver, reaching a level of 66. Her main skill was the second-order stealth, as well as 5 different shinobi-related skills. The second-order stealth caused her to be virtually undetectable in the dark. At the same time, she could twist the perception of others while she was moving. As long as she didn't attack, it was hard for anyone to realize what had hit them. If she stayed still and didn't move, even Yu Zhong, who was a spirit-based evolver, would not be able to determine her existence. She was like a ghost in the dark, watching and waiting silently. From time to time, any unfortunate Kingdom of God soldiers that crossed her path would find their hearts pierced by a sudden sword, or their heads decapitated. Although she was not as overbearing as Yakushima Fuwa, the number of experts fallen at Tempi Osaka's hands were not little. The 4 demons of Takamajihara were all apex existences among evolvers. The moment they joined in the fray, the Kingdom of God was basically suffering casualties one after another. The tides were once again turned, except this time, it was at the hands of these 4. Of course, if it were just them against the 24 assault helicopters and 3,000 elite soldiers of the Kingdom of God, they would also just be charging to their deaths. However, with the 5,000 Japanese soldiers behind them, as well as the 30 assault helicopters on their side, they absolutely possessed the means to win the battle. These guys are strong. These Japanese demons. Yu Zhong watched as the 4 demons slaughtered their way through their enemies, and his eyes were filled with shock. They were similar to him in terms of strength, and each one of them was more than enough to deal with a small troop. The world was vast and experts were plenty. Every corner of the world boasted their own talents and pride. These 4 demons were the geniuses of geniuses in Japan. He eyed them and a killing intent flashed past his eyes. They must be killed. The battle strength of these 4 Japanese demons were too strong. If they were allowed to live, they could become an obstacle to Yu Zhong in the future. After all, a mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Yu Zhong still wanted more resources out of Japan. Hence, he could only snatch it from the hands of others. The most threatening one would be that sniper. Yu Zhong saw another assault helicopter in the skies being destroyed by a single bullet, and a killing intent arose in his heart. Gun Demon Kanagawa Soma's destructive abilities were too terrifying. Yu Zhong might die in one hit if he wasn't careful. He looked towards the direction where the bullet came from, and quickly flitted through the darkness. Yu Zhong had done his fair share of sniping, and he could tell the possible direction which Kanagawa Soma might flee in. He settled on a position and summoned a clone, sending the clone towards the other direction. With the clone he would see what the clone sees, just that he would not feel any pain suffered by the clone. As he ran towards the location, he continued to observe the skies, watching out for the next shot. After 5 minutes, another beam of light shot out from another side of the hill, causing an Eurocopter to burst into flames and crashing into the ground. It's there. Yu Zhong eyed the part of the hill and activated his shadow steps. His speed was pushed to his maximum limit and he charged over. Yu Zhong's clone also made its way towards that direction. Very soon, the location where the shot came from was bombarded by countless projectiles. The hill was shaken and bits of earth blew up all around. Got him. With his enhanced night vision, Yu Zhong saw the gun demon Kanagawa Soma leading a team of 12 subordinates towards a location. His eyes flashed with joy and he quickly shot after him. Enemy. Kill him. As one of the 6 demons of Takamajihara, Kanagawa Soma was strong and he had the night vision ability as well. Discovering Yu Zhong, he barked out an order and prepared his falcon sniper to aim at Yu Zhong. The moment he took aim, Yu Zhong felt an incredible sense of danger. He could tell that if he were hit, then even with his endurance of over 194 points, plus the Type 3 Beast Hide Level 4 defensive vest as well as his passive steel body, he would not be able to block it fully. He immediately evaded to one side, hiding behind a tree, making use of the surrounding fauna to get closer to Kanagawa Soma. He's damn fast. He's actually faster than an agility-based evolver like me. Kanagawa Soma felt a chill creep up his back at the sight of Yu Zhong's speed. The 12 subordinates following Kanagawa Soma were his personal guards. Every one of them possessed a level 3 ability, their enhancement levels at least 40 and above. One of them quickly slapped the ground, and activated his plant manipulation activity, causing a long vine to shoot out towards Yu Zhong. The rest of the 11 soldiers quickly fired their rifles. They knew that sweeping fire was a more effective method against a speedy existence like Yu Zhong. After all, they had no way of locking on his position, and could only rely on a rain of bullets to hit him. Kanagawa Soma wielding his falcon sniper and took a deep breath to calm himself down, his eyes cold and his focus pushed to its maximum. He could tell that Yu Zhong was a peak-level expert like him, and he might only have one chance to fire a bullet. Powerful. Kanagawa Soma had not fired yet, but the pressure he emitted caused Yu Zhong to feel the danger. He had to maintain his own focus, otherwise if he was hit he would definitely suffer. He forced himself to keep moving at a high speed. Yu Zhong was testing the waters, trying to get close to Kanagawa Soma. After all, snipers were weak in close combat. Most top snipers would allocate their precious skill points into their sniping abilities. That was why they would lose out in close combat. Yu Zhong had just gotten closer when he suddenly felt an intense danger. His heart turned cold and he twisted towards another tree and leaped back. A beam of light shot past where Yu Zhong was just a millisecond and caused the tree behind to explode into pieces. Had Yu Zhong been slightly slower, he would have been pierced by that bullet, and his fate would have been sealed. Dodging that life-threatening shot, he pulled out his own assault rifle, and fired a few bursts towards the general direction Kanagawa Soma was at. 2 level 40 enhancers with the telekinesis ability quickly conjured up psychic barriers to block the bullets. Since Kanagawa Soma was adept at far-range combat, his subordinates would cover his weaknesses. Should an enemy get close to their gun demon, any high-level expert could easily kill him. However, if he and his team could pull the distance apart again, even the tyrant demon would not be a match for the gun demon. Strong. Too bad you have to die. Yu Zhong leaped behind, and his hands shone with the glow of the second-order Devil Flame, as 2 mighty Devil Flame spears appeared and shot towards Kanagawa Soma like shooting stars. Be careful. Kanagawa Soma's expression turned to one of horror as he rolled backwards, dodging behind a huge rock. The 2 Devil Flame spears collided with the psychic barrier erected by those 2 enhancers and instantly incinerated them, enveloping the 2 enhancers in flames. As they began to burn, they screamed out in spine-chilling agony, and were soon turned to ash. Seeing this, everyone's face fell and they quickly dove for cover. Kanagawa Soma shouted loudly from behind the rock, "Friend! I'm the gun demon Kanagawa Soma from Takamajihara. Why are you attacking me? You shouldn't be someone from the kingdom of God. Most of the envoys and apostles should be in Europe, Africa, India and the Middle East. As long as you join us, we're willing to confer you the title of a demon as well. Food and women will be yours. Whatever you want, the Takamajihara would provide. You'll get the best treatment in the world." With such an insane speed and a terrifying second-order flame ability, Kanagawa Soma immediately came to the conclusion that he wasn't Yu Zhong's match. He had tried to switch tactics to try coax him. After all, an expert like him would be welcome everywhere. Yu Zhong remained silent and quickly sent out a roaring tornado of flames towards where Kanagawa Soma was. Kanagawa Soma also had the danger perception skill, and he could instantly feel an intense sense of crisis. He immediately leaped to another location. The fearsome fiery tornado consumed the location that Kanagawa Soma was just at, burning even that huge rock, causing it to split. The 4 other elites of the Takamajihara were incinerated. Kanagawa Soma was an agility-based evolver after all, and even after expending all his strength to dodge, he was still hit in the shoulder by the Devil Flame. The patch began to burn, spreading to his head and caused his hair to burn. "Ah! Save me! Save me!" His face turned to horror, and he started using his right hand to slap at his head and shoulder, as he began to wail in fright and pain. "Go to hell!" Yu Zhong appeared in a flash and pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade to slice at the frantic Kanagawa Soma. With the flash of his blade, the head of the gun demon was removed from his body, and the strong Japanese demon of the Takamajihara fell at Yu Zhong's hands. Chapter 562, Battling Tenpi Osaka. After chopping off Kanagawa Soma's head, Yu Zhong pointed to another of his personal guards, and a devil flame fireball shot out, instantly turning the unfortunate expert to ash. "Quick run!" The remaining 7 Takamajihara experts shouted out to one another and darted into the forests, escaping for their lives. Yu Zhong pulled out his stinger and fired 4 times, causing the brains of 4 of the agility-based experts. After that, he used his terrifying speed to chase up to the remaining 3, killing them one by one. Having wiped out the entire team, Yu Zhong quickly retrieved all their equipment and items, before using his devil flame to burn the rest of the bodies. With a demon status in Takamajihara, Kanagawa Soma had a number of decent equipment. There were at least 6 pieces of level 4 treasures on him. Other than those, there was a valuable level 3 defense vest, which possessed plus 10 to all attributes. It was a truly precious item. Yu Zhong swiftly headed back to the battlefield, which had reached an intense level. The elite soldiers of the Kingdom of God were continuously pouring out from within the city to deal with the soldiers of the Takamajihara. All sorts of weapons and explosives were utilized in the clash. Tyrant Demon Yakishima Fuwa had brought his team of 12 elite soldiers of above level 40 to fight, but they had been wiped out. He personally had been injured barely, and fortunately for his endurance, he had only suffered injuries and wasn't wiped out yet. He continued to slaughter his way through the troops, killing any Kingdom of God soldiers he laid his hands on. The 5,000 elite soldiers of the Yarrow gang had been thoroughly defeated by the Kingdom of God elites, and they could only retaliate from time to time. Since the gun demon Kanagawa Soma had been killed by Yu Zhong, the assault helicopters in the air had begun their fierce retaliation, and a number of the Japanese assault aircraft began to be destroyed. On the ground, the 3 demons of Takamajihara were holding the advantage over the battlefield, but in the skies the Kingdom of God's assault helicopters were basically overpowering the other aircrafts. The battle was in a stalemate. Dogs biting dogs. Yu Zhong watched the intense battle and pressed a button. It was a radio wave transmission device. The moment he pressed the button, his subordinates over at Yama County over 150 kilometers away would receive his location. Which side should I help? Both the Kingdom of God and Takamajihara are my enemies. Letting them wear each other down would be the best for me. Since the Takamajihara is gaining the advantage, I shall dispose of some of their men then. Yu Zhong glanced at his surroundings and came to a high vantage point of about 2 kilometers away from the battlefield. He then whisked out his Falcon sniper and took aim at one of the Takamajihara elite soldiers, before pulling the trigger. Following the loud gunshot, the plant-manipulating Takamajihara soldier, that was over level 40 and had just torn a Kingdom of God soldier into 2, had his head blasted apart. Yu Zhong's sight in the dark was extremely vast, and could encompass an area of over 2 kilometers away. A single bullet of his could take down a level 40 elite of the Takamajihara. This immediately caused the higher-ups present to be wary. The air demon Kenzaki Hideo discovered something amiss when the level 40 elite was sniped, and he hollered with an ugly expression, "Sniper! He's a powerful one. He's at least 2 kilometers away. Does the Kingdom of God still have someone like that hidden?" A single powerful sniper was enough to turn the tides of a battle. Gun demon Kanagawa Soma and Yu Zhong were prime examples of such snipers. Kenzaki Hideo made use of an earpiece microphone to pass an order, "Saka, go take care of that sniper." From time to time, the powerful shots of the sniper rifle rang out through the air, and each time the head of an elite Takamajihara soldier would burst open. This was affecting the morale of the soldiers from the Takamajihara. Kenzaki Hideo came to the judgment that this sniper had to be dealt with, otherwise they would suffer terrible losses. By this time, over a dozen people from Takamajihara had been sniped by Yu Zhong. Their rate of advance was slowing down. The Kingdom of God soldiers were still engaging in their assault on Yakishima Fuwa, causing the tyrant demon to have no choice but to dodge. His killing speed also decreased drastically. Each bullet carried a force that could not be underestimated. Yakishima Fuwa could easily defend against a few hundred shots, but as they piled on, reaching thousands and even tens of thousands, it was still enough to injure him. Other than the bullets, there were explosives and rocket launchers as well. Even in his dragoon state, he could not just blindly take on a hit from a rocket. Tempi Saka immediately disappeared into the night and brought her remaining 7 witches towards Yu Zhong's location. Enemy? Witches? Yu Zhong's choice of location allowed him a good view of the battlefield, and he knew that sniping the elites of Takamajihara would invoke some response. Therefore, as he continually observed the surroundings, he noticed 7 female enhancers above level 30 decked in witches' clothing closing in on him. These women were all ordinary-looking, and had even statures even more burly than men. In fact, other than those female evolvers that had naturally awakened, most high-level enhancers had buff bodies. The 7 of them flickered with killing intent, launching their individual abilities towards Yu Zhong. Each of them had speed surpassing an S2, and could easily take down the special forces of pre-apocalypse times. When they joined hands, they were more than enough to take down most snipers. Too weak. Yu Zhong watched as they drew closer with a cold light in his eyes, pulling out his black tooth blade and waved it in front of him, instantly slicing 2 of the witches in 2. The remaining 5 were unfazed by the tragic fate of their comrade. Instead, they became enraged and launched their attacks more fiercely. Yu Zhong's blade slightly quivered and 5 blade beams shot out towards the 5 witches. Their bodies were instantly sliced into many parts, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Just as Yu Zhong slaughtered the remaining 5 witches, a sense of danger arose in his heart. He hurriedly activated his shadow steps and leaped to one side. He abandoned his blade, while shooting for a wide area like a cannonball. Without a sound or even the slightest sign, a dagger appeared as it slashed towards Yu Zhong, turning in a mysterious trajectory that sliced through his right shoulder. The sharp dagger immediately released some brilliant light, tearing apart the Type 3 mutant beast hide and his level 4 defense vest, until it hit Yu Zhong's skin with a crisp sound, not able to proceed further. Yu Zhong's endurance was extremely high, reaching 194 points. Coupled with his steel body, even normal bullets could not penetrate his skin. That sharp dagger had sliced through his Type 3 mutant beast hide and his level 4 defense vest, and had lost much of its power by the time it reached his skin. Yu Zhong saw the assassin clearly. It was precisely that beautiful and petite woman, with that incredibly sexy body. She was the shinobi demon Tenpyo Saka. Yu Zhong's pupils constricted as he cast his Art of Fear, sending an oppressive spirit attack towards her. Against agility and strength-type opponents, the Art of Fear was extremely useful. Tenpyo Saka was, however, an agility and spirit-based evolver, and Yu Zhong's Art of Fear didn't affect her much. As her attack had failed, Tenpyo Saka immediately flashed, intending to disappear into the forest. Retreating the moment an attempt failed, this was the assassin way for Tenpyo Saka. She had assassinated many enemies stronger than her even prior to becoming one of the 6 demons of Takamajihara. She could survive and killed so many because she was that prudent. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his shadow steps and dashed towards her. When he activated that skill, Yu Zhong's speed was pushed to the maximum, even 30% faster than an agility-based evolver like Tenpyo Saka. In a few breaths, Yu Zhong had caught up to her and he wielded his weapon, slicing through the air. A cloud of smoke suddenly burst out from her body, enveloping her entirely. This was one of the skills that she had, ninjutsu, smoke release. The dense smoke blocked Yu Zhong's sight, and his blade landed on thin air. He held his breath and activated his devil flame armor, instantly preventing the smoke from touching him. He was worried that the smoke might contain poison. Under the cover of the second-order stealth skill, Tenpyo Saka disappeared amidst the smoke. Yu Zhong looked around, noting that her presence had disappeared entirely. Even someone as strong as him could not detect the user of a second-order stealth skill. Strong. This woman truly deserves to be one of the demons of the Takamajihara. Yu Zhong glanced left and right while feeling a chill in his heart. His perception was strong and in the dark, it was enhanced further. Nothing could escape his senses. Yet this Tenpyo Saka had managed to escape his detection. She was truly a terrifying shinobi. He thought silently, she must still be somewhere near. If she left quickly there would be the sound of wind. Since I can't hear anything, she must be staying still or moving slowly. Chapter 563, Capturing Tenpyo Saka. Since you won't come out, I'll force you out. Yu Zhong swept his gaze around and immediately activated his devil flame. With his right hand he sent out a long burning tornado outwards, and the wood started burning. Since Yu Zhong had no means of detecting the shinobi demon in her stealth, he had to resort to extreme measures. Lighting the entire forest would force her to reveal herself at some point. Yu Zhong's sense were unable to pick up any trace of Tenpyo Saka was because she was moving slowly and could distort his perception. The moment she made any abrupt movements, Yu Zhong would discover her. The moment the blazing tornado swept past a certain patch of the forest, there was a silhouette that suddenly burst towards the distance. Found you. The moment the silhouette appeared, Yu Zhong flashed and charged towards the direction. In a span of 10 breaths, Yu Zhong had caught up to Tenpy Osaka and without mercy, he launched an assault towards her. From her body, a cloud of smoke billowed out, blocking his sense of sight. The same trick won't work twice. Yu Zhong laughed coldly and cast his devil flame, causing 10 fireballs to burst out through the smoke, aiming for Tenpy Osaka. Tenpy Osaka relied on the ninjutsu, smoke escape, and coupled with her second-order stealth to confuse Yu Zhong's sense. This would allow her to escape. Without the defensive cover of the smoke, it caused her to be unable to employ her escaping arts. Facing the 10 fireballs, Tenpy Osaka had no choice but to raise her hands to block her face. She twisted her body and managed to evade most of them. Unfortunately, 3 of them still managed to hit her squarely, and began to burn her shinobi clothes. She quickly grabbed her clothes and tore it off, revealing a silver layer of a Type 3 mutant beast hide. The black shinobi clothes were incinerated into ashes. In the dark, the silver mutant beast hide accentuated Tenpy Osaka's incredible body, giving her an even more alluring charm, like a demoness in the night. Tenpy Osaka stared fixedly at Yu Zhong, speaking in a clear and melodious voice, "You're not from the Kingdom of God." Although the Kingdom of God was currently the leading organization in the world, their roots were in the West. Their core members were all Europeans. There would be very few Asians that were as powerful in their upper echelons. Yu Zhong stared back and said, "Surrender. You're not my match." Tenpy Osaka nodded without expression, "N. You're strong. To deal with you, it would take the leader of Takamajihara Tetsuo Nendori-sama to handle you personally." There were 5 demons as well as the Lord Demon of Takamajihara, a total of 6 demon-class experts. This time, in order to catch the Kingdom of God off guard, Takamajihara had deployed 4 of their demons. If they had launched a joint effort against Yu Zhong, he would have at most a 30% chance of surviving. However, alone Yu Zhong had confidence in dealing with any of them. Tenpy Osaka asked, "Why are you helping the Kingdom of God?" "They're an organization over at Europe. They came to Japan to seize our space and resources. They're our common enemy. Wait till you surrender or become a corpse, I'll tell you then." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and activated his gravity manipulation. A 2-fold gravitational force pressed down on Tenpy Osaka's body, as Yu Zhong's black tooth blade swung towards her. She continued to face him without any expressions. Instead, she raised a dagger to block, before her entire frame was sent flying back a few meters. She then tapped the ground lightly and changed directions to flee. Her assassination skills were terrifying. If comparing techniques, even Yu Zhong could not compare to this born and bred assassin. However, in a frontal clash she wasn't Yu Zhong's match. She knew this clearly. Yu Zhong laughed coldly and his body flashed, chasing right after Tenpy Osaka like a lightning bolt. Just as Yu Zhong was about to reach her, she reached behind with her hands and 10 kunai shot towards him. Yu Zhong used the huge black tooth blade to deflect the kunai, and they were sent tumbling away. He appeared in front of Tenpy Osaka, and his left hand shot out like a cannon towards her. At such a close distance, Yu Zhong's fist surpassed the sound barrier and caused a powerful sonic boom as it came crashing into Tenpy Osaka's back. She was sent flying into a tree, before she spat out a mouthful of blood and crumpled to the ground. Evidently, even with the Type 3 mutant beast hide and Level 3 defense vest, she had been gravely injured by that single fist from Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's hands flipped, and a collar made of bombs appeared in his hands. He then fixed it onto Tenpy Osaka's neck. The collar bomb was a means of shackling enhancers and evolvers. To these high-level experts, ordinary cuffs were of no use. Only with these advanced products would the experts be obedient. The ingenuity behind the creation came from a Japanese film. The moment one wore such a collar, other than those with the metal manipulation or electricity manipulation abilities, or insane body tempering abilities, most other enhancers and evolvers had no means of fending against it. Yu Zhong eyed Tenpy Osaka and barked coldly, "Get up. I know you're awake. Don't think of killing me. If I die, after 3 days that collar bomb will automatically go off. No one can save you." She opened her eyes and stared at Yu Zhong coldly, "What do you want?" Yu Zhong waved his right hand and a transparent silk shot out to wrap around her body at the same time, sucking her stamina. "You can stay here obediently." After capturing Tenpy Osaka, Yu Zhong whisked out his falcon sniper, returning to his vantage point and resumed sniping the elites of the Takamajihara. As for Tempio Saka, she was tied to the tree and watched Yu Zhong kill the elites of her faction, maintaining her calm and silence. In the battlefield, one deity had charged out in madness, dodging countless bullets and killed 3 adjudicators one after another. He even destroyed one defense point. Under his relentless assault, the Kingdom of God soldiers were slowly forced back. Behind him, a large number of Japanese troops hollered out in triumph, and rushed forwards to conquer the lines. Just as the deity was about to kill another soldier of the Kingdom of God, his brains were blasted apart, and the red and white brain matter splattered onto the floor. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, the Japanese soldiers immediately lost their composure, and began to hide behind cover, not daring to advance. Kenzaki Hideo heard the gunshot and his expression fell. Did Saka fail? Shit, we miscalculated. Seems like there's a demon-level expert behind the scenes. What do we do now? At that time, both sides were already embroiled in their final charge. Should one side fall, then it was the final result. The Takamajihara demons were strong, but they weren't military tacticians. They had not much preparations in terms of strategic warfare. He had already deployed all his troops, and even the demon experts had rushed out to suppress the Kingdom of God soldiers. If they were to retreat now, their entire troop would fall. Yu Zhong continued to snipe a few more Takamajihara elites before he stopped. He required both sides to be at an equilibrium. Only then he would come in at the last possible moment to sweep them both up. Half an hour later, 4 Thunder Fighters flew under the cover of night and landed near Yu Zhong's position. Yao Yao and 23 other elite soldiers stepped out. Tempio Saka saw the 4 Thunder Fighters and her cold expression finally showed some hint of agitation. Thunder Fighters. You guys are from the Kingdom of God. The Thunder Fighters were the products of the Kingdom of God, and were the worst nightmares of their enemies. Takamajihara had also tried to devise ways to deal with the Thunder Fighters. However, other than the gun demon Kanagawa Soma, not even 3 could deal with them, of which one happened to be the leader Tetsuo Nendori. When the elites came down, they shot Tempio Saka a glance before looking back at Yu Zhong. Their eyes flashed with a strange glint, but they were intelligent enough not to say anything. Boss, I'm here. After another half an hour, Bai Shaoxing led the group of elites, combined with the Japanese and Chinese survivors, and the newly subjugated armed forces of 600 over. While there were 600 members of the armed forces, over 500 of them were a motley bunch. They were just barely fitter and bullier than the rest. The true enhancers amongst them were only 20, and they were pathetically weak. However, like this, there looked to be over 700 people under Yu Zhong. He ordered the pilot, "Good. Wei, I order you to launch an assault on that group over there. Make use of the cluster bomb to annihilate them." "Yes, sir." Wei he saluted Yu Zhong and quickly piloted the Thunder Fighters over. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the 4 Thunder Fighters immediately joined in the fray. At that time, after an intense clash, only 2 Eurocopters were left. As the 4 Thunder Fighters approached, all the Kingdom of God soldiers cheered, while the forces of the Takamajihara felt the blood drain from their faces, their eyes full of despair. Chapter 564, Defeating the 2 Armies. The moment the Thunder Fighters entered the fray, they began to release their cluster bombs and incendiary bombs. In an instant, the entire region rang out with explosions as dust rose in the air and flames blazed outwards. The entire battlefield shook from the impact, and numerous Japanese troops were either blasted apart or swallowed by the flames. The soldiers of the Takamajihara had fought for over 2 hours, and they were getting exhausted. Having reached their limits and facing the brunt of such destruction, they collapsed entirely and began to run for their lives. Kenzaki Hideo saw it and he sighed and quickly ordered, "Everyone! It's our loss. Fuwa, retreat." At this time, the Takamajihara had no means to deal with aerial attacks, plus the 6 aircrafts were more than capable of suppressing all the troops of Takamajihara. Even if Kenzaki Hideo and Yakishima Fuwa were strong, they could not turn the tides around with just them. At the same time, Yakishima Fuwa's Dragoon transformation had ended, and he had almost expended all his strength. If he continued to battle on, he would definitely face some danger. Those transformation abilities would grant a huge boost in strength for a short period of time. However, when it ended, the enhancers would be weakened for a period of time. During this period they would be reduced to less than half of their fighting capabilities. After receiving that order, Yakushima Fuwa immediately turned around and escaped into the darkness. Yakushima Fuwa, such a demon-level expert, actually abandoning his subordinates to run. This led the Takamajihara's already collapsing mentality to crumble even further. All the Japanese soldiers lost their will, and began to escape in various directions. Attack! Attack! Eradicate them! The astute commander from the Kingdom of God saw the retreating Japanese and swiftly brought his troops to give chase. If they didn't annihilate these Takamajihara soldiers in the future, this faction would definitely become an obstacle to the Kingdom of God. Hence they had to go all out to wipe them out with this chance. As the soldiers from the Kingdom of God gave chase, a large number of the Japanese soldiers fell and died. Do it. At that moment Yu Zhong ordered coldly. Under his orders, the 4 Thunder fighters suddenly switched targets and gunned down the remaining 2 Eurocopters. Why? They had no chance to react, and were destroyed completely, becoming 2 flaming balls as they crashed to the ground. What's going on? Seeing the 2 Eurocopters being destroyed, all the soldiers from the Kingdom of God felt bewildered. At the next moment, the Thunder fighters that were assumed to be the trump card of the Kingdom of God began to fire upon the ground without caring for sides, bombing the soldiers and blasting them. On the battlefield, the sounds of explosions rang out constantly, as many elites from both the Kingdom of God and Takamajihara were blasted to pieces. Many soldiers from both sides fell under the relentless assault of the 4 Thunder fighters. Jonas, the commander of the Kingdom of God's Japanese arm, screamed out in anguish, "How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Aren't they our comrades?" The elites of the Kingdom of God had charged out from behind their cover to chase after the Japanese troops. Who knew, all of a sudden, the Thunder fighters had suddenly unleashed carnage and rained destruction down upon everyone on the ground. The entire battlefield turned into a sea of flames as countless soldiers screamed and wailed out, before being burnt to death. It was practically a scene from hell. Under that horrifying assault, the Kingdom of God troops were also blasted and they lost all sense of order, each and every soldier dispersing and escaping in various directions. At this time, Yu Zhong came charging forward with his 700 subordinates, launching a frenzied assault on the retreating Japanese and escaping Kingdom of God soldiers. By now both sides were already exhausted and their morale low. Out of nowhere, Yu Zhong's forces might be a motley bunch, but they came charging out with high spirits and ferocious intent. The intense battle continued for another 2 hours before finally settling down. Yu Zhong had captured 2,000 Kingdom of God and Japanese troops. Many others had escaped into the woods, disappearing entirely. Having defeated both armies, Yu Zhong continued his assault towards the city built by the Yarrow gang. By now there were many places burning within the city. Mobs and riots had broken out and it was chaos everywhere. A large portion of the Yarrow gang's forces had been wiped out by the Kingdom of God. However, a small faction still held out in the inner parts of the city. Within a villa, numerous soldiers of the Yarrow gang were currently fortifying their defenses. If any power without enough firearms or heavy power, they would have to pay a steep price to attack this final stand. Yu Zhong gazed at the villa and gave an order, "Fukui Hanten, go now and advise the Yarrow gang to surrender to me. If you succeed, I will bestow rewards upon you." Fukui Hanten's face fell and he immediately got on his knees to beg, "Sir, please spare my life. Spare my life. The Yarrow gang kill without batting eyelids, they will definitely take my life." Yu Zhong eyed him with a strong killing intent. "Do you think only the Yarrow gang know how to kill? Am I so merciful? This is an order and orders are absolute. Those who disobey will be executed." Fukui Hanten helplessly mustered his courage. "Yes, I understand. What are your conditions, sir?" "Tell them to surrender unconditionally, I will guarantee that their daily lives would not be affected." With the Thunder fighters he could easily destroy the villa. Having such a trump card, Yu Zhong was obviously confident of his chances. "Yes, I understand." Fukui Hanten then gritted his teeth and raised a white flag as he walked towards the territory of the Yarrow gang. 2 soldiers quickly walked out and escorted him in front of a high-ranking officer, Kazuki Nobuhiko. The Yarrow gang member wielded a sharp knife and emitted a strong killing intent as he spat out, "Who the fuck are you?" Fukui Hanten felt the killing intent and his face turned pale as he stammered, "I'm Fukui Hanten, I was sent here as an envoy by the leader of the army outside, Yu Zhong. Although Fukui Hanten was huge and burly, able to kill zombies easily, he was actually a timid coward. He was currently intimidated by Kazuki Nobuhiko's aura, and felt that he might be killed if he wasn't careful. Kazuki Nobuhiko frowned. Yu Zhong? He's Chinese? Under the threat of death, Fukui Hanten immediately bragged about Yu Zhong's power. Yes. He's Chinese, however, he has over 3,000 elites under him and 20 assault helicopters. The Kingdom of God and Takamajihara were defeated by him earlier. He even killed 2 out of the 6 demons of the Takamajihara and captured 1. The shinobi demon Tenpyo Saka is currently his captive. You see the helicopters in the skies? Those are his. They're called Thunder Fighters, and they're the more advanced aircraft weapons you will find. Each of them possess the power to raze a city to the ground. There are countless bombs, incendiary bombs, and even cluster bombs. Should you guys resist, then he would order the decimation of the entire region. By that time, you guys will only die without even knowing what hit you. On account that we're all Japanese, I tried to advise Yu Zhong-sama to spare you guys. I even volunteered myself as envoy to come and contact you guys. On one hand, Fukui Hanten continued to brag about Yu Zhong's power, while earning some face for himself. He hoped that he could get out of Kazuki Nobuhiko's hands with this. The stronger they understood Yu Zhong to be, the safer Fukui Hanten would be. He knew this, that was why he spared no effort in blowing Yu Zhong's trumpet. Hearing those words, Kazuki Nobuhiko's expression did not change, but his heart was shocked beyond belief. So the Takamajihara was really defeated by them. Even the shinobi demon was captured. Kazuki Nobuhiko wasn't some ordinary riff-raff of the Yarrow gang. He was the second in command and wielded great authority. He knew plenty of information that ordinary members wouldn't know. He knew the plan of the Takamajihara to ambush the Kingdom of God. Since Yu Zhong's army could crash so easily, he knew that Yu Zhong must be more powerful than he could imagine. The 4 Thunder Fighters were manufactured by the Kingdom of God as the latest in line for weapons. Under their might, even a town as established as the Yarrow gangs would be turned into tofu. Kazuki Nobuhiko grabbed onto Fukui Hanten's clothes and asked softly, "What did Yu Zhong offer?" Fukui Hanten knew that this Yarrow gang member was already faltering on surrendering. He quickly advised softly, "Yu Zhong wants you guys to surrender unconditionally, he would personally guarantee the safety of all of you." Just that? No other sweeteners? Kazuki Nobuhiko frowned slightly as he asked. Although he knew Yu Zhong truly meant for them to surrender with such terms, he had hoped that he could get something out of it. Fukui Hanten quickly advised, "Nobuhiko sir, Yu Zhong is a man that dishes out his rewards and punishments accordingly. As long as you truly submit and work hard for him, he would reward you." Chapter 565, Jasper Green Lotus. Fukui Hanten did not know the background of Kazuki Nobuhiko, and could only use such words to try and coax him into surrendering. Kazuki Nobuhiko hesitated a while before suddenly asking, "That's true. Once I contribute to his cause, I will naturally receive some rewards. Oh yes, does Yu Zhong-sama like beautiful girls?" Fukui Hanten pondered as he thought back to Ida Kyoko and the little lowly Yao Yao beside Yu Zhong, before nodding and replying, "Yeah, Yu Zhong-sama only likes top beauties." Most men like beauties, and Fukui Hanten was just using a common stereotype to support his conjecture. Kazuki Nobuhiko heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed his frown. "All right." Fukui Hanten brazenly continued, "Kazuki-sama, the most important thing now is to complete what Yu Zhong-sama has ordered me to do. He's not a patient man, and I fear if we delay too long, he might rush in with his troops." Kazuki Nobuhiko immediately wore a warm expression and said, "Sure. Come with me." On the way, many of the guards from the Yarrow gang looked towards Fukui Hanten beside Kazuki Nobuhiko and sighed in their hearts. After all, no one wanted to rush to their deaths blindly. In fact, many were in favor of surrendering. As led by Kazuki Nobuhiko, Fukui Hanten came to a lavish place within the city. "Who the hell are you?" A 1.6m middle-aged man in kimono with a ferocious aura stared at Fukui Hanten and barked coldly. This man was the leader of the Yarrow gang, Hajime Moto. He was a level 15 enhancer. As the leader of a faction, he could order his subordinates to capture all sorts of zombies and he will kill them easily. This allowed him to raise his level to 15, although his fighting strength was really negligible. Even in the apocalypse, many leaders weren't actually strong experts, instead they held power over a large number of ordinary survivors. Fukui Hanten was intimidated by the aura of Hajime Moto that he trembled slightly, before gritting his teeth to say, "I'm Fukui Hanten. Leader Hajime, I'm the envoy sent by Yuzhong-sama. He wants me to advise you guys to surrender unconditionally. He can promise that the lives of you and your subordinates will be intact. Otherwise, he will immediately charge in with his army and level the entire place, not leaving even a single chicken or dog alive." Hajime Moto frowned and asked coldly, "Yu Zhong, he's a Chinese?" Fukui Hanten had a bad feeling as he replied, "Yes." A savage look flashed in Hajime Moto's eyes as he bellowed out, "You want me to submit to a damn Chinese pig? Is your brain damaged? Are you still part of our mighty race? You're actually willing to lower yourself to work for a pig. You're a disgrace. Our Yarrow gang would definitely not submit to a Chinese. Our Yarrow gang is above the rest, and we will fight till the end with that Chinese dog. Kazuki, go take this traitor out and chop off his head, hang it outside." The right-wing movement had gained explosive traction in recent years, and they had managed to prevail even in the modernizing world. This Hajime Moto was an extreme nationalist, and even he would rather die in battle than submit. Fukui Hanten fell to the floor in fright, his entire 2M frame trembling as he pleaded, "Sir, spare me. Hajime-sama, spare me. I'm just an envoy. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Kazuki Nobuhiko was stunned as he stayed where he was. He thought of having to face the forces of Yu Zhong if he killed Fukui Hanten, and his hands became cold. The Yarrow gang had no aerial defenses, and the strongest weapon they had were just a few rifles. There was no way they stood a chance against those thunder fighters. Hajime Moto's eyes flashed fiercely and he barked, "Kazuki, you're still not acting? You want to surrender to that Chinese dog?" Kazuki Nobuhiko felt his heart turn cold as a look of resolution gleamed in his eyes and he replied, "Hi. I understand." After that, he pulled out the kodachi at his waist and swung it high, before swinging it down, slashing through Hajime Moto's neck and right shoulder. The headless corpse of the Yarrow gang's leader slumped to the floor, the decapitated head still wearing a look of disbelief. Kazuki Nobuhiko eyed the corpse and a complicated gaze appeared in his eyes. "Leader. I don't want to die, I still want to live. Since you're intending to stand in my way, you'll have to die." Fukui Hanten glanced at Kazuki Nobuhiko and he felt a tremor of shock. What a ruthless man. After Hajime Moto was disposed of by Kazuki Nobuhiko, he swiftly ordered the rest to put down their weapons with his authority as second-in-command and brought them to surrender. A total of 400 Yarrow gang members came forward to submit to Yu Zhong, many of which were level 30 or 40 enhancers. Kazuki Nobuhiko came up to Yu Zhong and raised the head of Hajime Moto, saying, "Sir, this is the head of our ex-leader Hajime Moto. He wanted to go against your orders, and I've decided to kill him, and offer his head as a pledge of allegiance, sir." Yu Zhong eyed the head and commented mildly, "Well done. Thank you for your compliments, sir." Kazuki Nobuhiko's heart leaped in joy, as he carefully eyed the shinobi demon Tempio Saka behind Yu Zhong, her neck wrapped in the collar bomb. He's truly strong to have actually subdued a demon from Takamajihara. He's too scary. Having seen what Yu Zhong was capable of with his own eyes, his fear and respect towards Yu Zhong grew. After all, the 6 demons were the geniuses amongst geniuses over at Japan. Every one of them was at least a dual attribute evolver, their combat strength the apex of the crop, and not a single person in the Yarrow gang was their match. Yu Zhong pointed to a small hill and asked, "I saw the Takamajihara troops suddenly rushing out from there, what was going on?" The sudden ambush by the Takamajihara resulted in some severe losses by the Kingdom of God. If it weren't for their elite adjudicators and judges, who had all transitioned in their jobs, they would have long been defeated by the Japanese troops. Kazuki Nobuhito replied with respect, "Sir, our Yarrow gang has built this city on top of a large underground refuge. There's a tunnel leading to that mountain. The Takamajihara had made use of that tunnel to flank the Kingdom of God soldiers. In order to deal with potential nuclear war, Japan had constructed various underground refuges. The Yarrow gang had established their base on top of one such refuge." Yu Zhong fixed his gaze on Kazuki Nobuhiko. "Why did the Kingdom of God attack you guys?" He explained, "We had obtained a mutant plant called the Jasper Green Lotus. The jasper fruits it bear can allow enhancers above level 50 to evolve a skill to a second-order stage. Any enhancer whose level was below 50, swallowing a jasper fruit would cause the 6 attributes to gain a 4-point boost. However, it is only effective once. Consuming more than one would have no effect. The kingdom of God had come specially for this jasper green lotus. When Yu Zhong heard it, he immediately ordered, "Bring me to it." "Yes, sir, please come with me." Under Kazuki Nobuhiko's lead, Yu Zhong came to an area outside of the lodgings. Within a pool of not even 20 centimeters deep, there was a 4-petaled jade green plant, with a green flower blooming right in the middle. Within the flowers there were a few jade-like fruits. It really looked like a mysterious lotus. Kazuki Nobuhiko pointed to the plant and said, "That's the jasper green lotus." There were 8 enhancers of above level 30 guarding the place, obviously viewing the plant with great importance as well. Yu Zhong patted Kazuki Nobuhiko in satisfaction and praised, "Well done. You did well. As long as those Yarrow gang members whose hands have not been dyed with Chinese blood, I will return them to you, and you will be reinstated as the vice commander of the Yarrow gang. Your direct superior is Fukui Hanten. However, since the Yarrow gang sounds so vulgar, let's rename it to be the Wild Wolf Company. You're currently the vice commander and your rank is major." If it wasn't for Kazuki Nobuhiko's decisive and swift handling of the situation, the jasper green lotus might have been destroyed in the chaos. Gaining such a treasure, Yu Zhong's view of Kazuki Nobuhiko also rose. Having been approved of Yu Zhong, Kazuki Nobuhiko felt extremely pleased and he voiced his allegiance once more. "Thank you, Yu Zhong-sama. Kazuki will definitely serve you with my life." Yu Zhong walked into the pool and took 3 of the fruits, before arranging for 8 evolvers to protect the pool. By now, Yu Zhong had given a number of the evolving liquid to those elite soldiers that had followed Yao Yao to Japan, causing them to evolve. He had immediately gained over a 100 level 40 evolvers. Because of this troop, he could easily vanquish the 2 armies from the Kingdom of God and Takamajihara. Yu Zhong then eyed Kazuki Nobuhiko before giving him a task. "Kazuki, I need people of talents in the following fields: optoelectronic engineering, mechanical engineering, electronic engineering and biological sciences. Find these people and bring them to me." Being adjacent to Tokyo, the Shizuoka prefecture was also a developed county. There should be a number of researchers, scientists and talents in those areas. Yu Zhong needed them to work for him. When America and the Soviet Union had teamed up to defeat Berlin, while the Soviet Union was snatching up resources, America snatched up talents. After World War II, America's technology had surpassed the Soviet Union. Yu Zhong was severely lacking in talents in the science field right now. Before gaining the capitals back in China, he could only rely on the geniuses of Japan to help him. Chapter 566, Concentration Camp. Kazuki Nobuhiko understood Yu Zhong's intentions, but he still replied with respect, "Yes, Yu Zhong-sama." He then proceeded to pass the order to look for those talents as per Yu Zhong's instructions. After he left, Yu Zhong turned to Tempio Saka behind him who had been following behind, with the collar bomb still on her neck. He directly offered, "Tempio Saka, how about working for me?" As one of the 6 demons, her combat strength was truly astonishing. If Yu Zhong could successfully win her over, he would gain another peak expert amongst his ranks. Tempio Saka looked at Yu Zhong with a clear gaze, without any expression, yet her tone was cold. "I'm Japanese, my strength is only for Japan." Yu Zhong's pupils constricted and his killing intent billowed, "You're not afraid that I'll kill you?" Tempio Saka continued eyeing Yu Zhong without a shred of fear. "That's your freedom." He gazed at her, his killing intent becoming thicker. With such a high-level expert as an assassin, not many could defend against her. If he couldn't subdue her, then he would rather see her dead. She could feel the murderous aura radiating from Yu Zhong and knew he was for real, and a chill passed her heart. "Yu Zhong, you can't dominate Japan. If you allow the Takamajihara to ransom for my release, I'm willing to convince Tetsuo Nendori-sama to enter an alliance with you. Both sides can exist together in Japan. Our current enemies are not each other but the zombies. We're already outnumbered. If we continue to slaughter amongst ourselves, we would fall prey to the zombies." Yu Zhong was reminded of the big picture and he nodded slowly. "All right, I'm willing to negotiate with Takamajihara." Yu Zhong wasn't Japanese. If he insisted on establishing a Japan force, it would be incredibly difficult. Furthermore, he didn't even intend to in the first place. He had just wanted to obtain some of the benefits before heading back to consolidating his strength in China. Bai Shaoxing came up to Yu Zhong at this point, his expression steely. "Sir, we've discovered a Chinese concentration camp. Do you want to come take a look?" Concentration camp? Yu Zhong hissed, and his expression turned extremely ugly the moment he heard those words. This was a notorious institution used during the World War II, and countless people have suffered and died in them. During the Second World War, all the countries involved had some form of such a place. Who knew that it would resurface during these apocalyptic times? In an area where dirty waters flowed, and there were steel fences and wooden stakes embedded all around, there were dozens of tents and simple wooden cartons. This was the concentration camp set up by the Yarrow gang. Within this camp, gender didn't matter, everyone was naked and gathered together for warmth. Around the camp, corpses could be seen strewn around. There were many female corpses, each of them bearing the evidence of countless abuse and torture. Near the entrance of the camp, there were rows and rows of dead Chinese people lined up neatly. There were men and women, old and young. It was practically hell. In this post-apocalypse, many Japanese were cruel to their own people, not to mention the Chinese and other nationalities. If even ordinary Japanese became the slaves of other Japanese, then the Chinese, Americans, English and Africans were treated worse than humans. The moment Yu Zhong neared the camp, he could smell a thick stench of excrement and rotting, causing him to feel his bile rushing up his throat. He almost wanted to turn around to walk away. There were many Chinese like Jin Li who revered the Japanese. Over the course of years, many of these Chinese had assimilated entirely into the Japanese culture. Yu Zhong loathed to see such people. A person whose frame had been reduced to skin and bones ran out of the camp, pleading, "Help me! Help me! Please save me! Please, I'm begging you!" The rest of the people in the camp ignored him, instead just staring at him coldly. Behind the person, a number of blonde Caucasians were rushing towards him. The moment Yu Zhong heard the words of the fleeing man, his brows arched and he ordered, "Chinese? Go save him." One of the personal guards by Yu Zhong's side immediately shot forward and used a Tang replica sword to point at the man. "Kneel." The moment those three Caucasians saw the Tang replica sword, their eyes flashed with fear and they turned tail and ran. The bag of bones immediately smiled at Yu Zhong. "Thank you. I'm Miao Shigue. Thank you for saving my life." Yu Zhong asked, "Why were they chasing you?" Miao Shigue's eyes flashed with bitterness. "They want to eat my flesh." He continued, "This is a concentration camp, those Japanese didn't provide us with food. They only watched and laughed as we killed amongst ourselves. We were then forced to cannibalism to live on. I had been captured here and had gone 7 days and 7 nights without food." Standing beside Yu Zhong, Tenpyo Saka's face fell. "Impossible. Our Japanese people would never be so cruel." Although Tenpyo Saka wasn't some nationalistic person, she was still proud of her country and people. In her mind, most Japanese were decent people and would not do such deranged things. Yu Zhong ordered coldly, "Convey my orders. Go round up the warden and all the prison guards of this camp, and bring them out of the city to behead them. Their family members will all become slaves, and await to be given to those who perform well." One of the personal guards swiftly dismissed himself. "Yes." Tears welled up in Miao Shigue's eyes as he thought back on all the sufferings, and he immediately knelt on the floor, kowtowing profusely. "Thank you, kind sir. Thank you for seeking redress for our people." The Chinese had been humiliated by the Japanese, and most of them had lost hope for the future. Although they were all filled with hate for the Japanese, they lacked the strength to do anything. Hence they could only live on like pigs and dogs. However, they bore the grudge, and now that they had Yu Zhong to aid them, Miao Shigue could not help but sob emotionally. Yu Zhong then turned to Bai Shaoxing, "Go get some men to sweep them all. Those who had participated in the killing of any Chinese, execute them. If any Chinese inside are willing to join us, absorb them into our ranks. I only want Chinese who can speak our language, not those Chinese Japanese that had already forgotten their mother tongue." In order to integrate into the local community, there were many Chinese whose later generations had developed and assimilated into the Japanese culture. Many of them forgot their Chinese language and had totally become Japanese. Yu Zhong did not want these people within his ranks as well. Yes. Bai Shaoxing then took 10 experts and entered the camp. That single order from Yu Zhong caused a bloodbath to be shed. 100 over Yarrow gang members were all dragged out to be executed, and their families were branded as slaves to be given as gifts to victorious people. Within the concentration camp, Yu Zhong discovered over 160 Chinese survivors. They were all excited about joining Yu Zhong and becoming part of his troops. As for the other foreigners within the camp, Yu Zhong directly executed those who had eaten Chinese people, whereas the rest were released. The Yarrow gang city had a total of 50,000 Japanese survivors, and many were talents in their own fields of research and development. Many were sent back towards Sakura Town in preparation to be brought back to China. There were also various top-of-the-line machinery and manufacturing equipment, which were commissioned to be brought back to Sakura Town as well. Being in the Shizuoka prefecture, the Yarrow gang city was like a bucket in a body of water. The moment the 3 million zombies launched an assault over here, the city was absolutely incapable of withstanding the onslaught. In Yu Zhong's hands, there were over 2,000 Kingdom of God and Takamajihara captives. The ordinary Kingdom of God soldiers numbered about 700 Japanese. They were just normal people who fought to survive, and didn't particularly swear by any allegiance. Yu Zhong thus incorporated them into the troops belonged to Ida Kyoko, Mudo Shin and Yuan Tian gang, bolstering their strength. As for the 1,400 Japanese soldiers of the Takamajihara, over 200 of them had weak wills and decided to switch loyalties, and were immediately sent to his 3 subordinates. The remaining 1,200 of the soldiers were unwilling. Working together with Kazuki Nobuhiko, Yu Zhong soon gained control over the Yarrow gang city, and it regained its peace. Inside a particular master bedroom within a mansion, Yu Zhong pulled out one of the jasper green fruits and swallowed it. He only had the time now to consume this treasure. The moment it was absorbed into his abdomen, it transformed into a warm energy flow that spread throughout his limbs, and nourished his body. The energy continued to travel along Yu Zhong's meridians, before finally settling in his mind, and landed on the bronze rune representing the stealth ability, carving out additional engravings. Second order stealth greatly enhances stealth ability, distorting and confusing enemy senses even when moving slowly. Yu Zhong opened his eyes as he savored the enhancing effect. Second order stealth. Why was it this skill? Ugh, if only it had been the steel body skill. The steel body skill directly impacted Yu Zhong's survivability in combat, whereas the stealth ability was related to his assassination skills. Chapter 567. Envoy from Takamajihara. Inside a meeting room, a fierce light flashed past Bai Shaoxing's eyes. He spoke, "Leader. Since those 1,200 Takamajihara soldiers aren't willing to work for us, let's just kill them and be done with it." And? Yu Zhong frowned slightly as he lowered his head in thoughts. He was also of a mind to do away with those soldiers that weren't willing to submit. They were all elites. If they were released to the Takamajihara, they would add to the numbers. The stoic expression of Tenpy Osaka finally had a change as she could not help but exclaim, "No. Yu Zhong, you can't do that. They're all humans, not some dog or chicken. Please Yu Zhong, don't kill them. They've already surrendered, you shouldn't kill them." Mudo Shin had a fierce glint in his eyes as well. "I too am for killing them. They're the elites of the Takamajihara. The moment they're killed, Takamajihara would suffer a huge loss." Since the past, traitors had always been harshest to their own people. Mudo Shin was already a traitor of the Takamajihara, and he was exceptionally ruthless to his ex-comrades. Only then would he be able to prove his loyalty to Yu Zhong. An elite team was after all the core strength of any power. If too many were wiped out, it would be tough for the faction to regain its strength. Yu Zhong had over 1 million survivors in China right now, but his true elite troops only numbered about 20,000. If they were somehow annihilated, his military might would plunge for a period of time. Killing these 1,200 soldiers would mean dealing a huge blow to the Takamajihara. An intelligence officer came up to Yu Zhong and reported, "Leader, the Takamajihara had sent an envoy requesting your audience." "Let him in." Yu Zhong's brows arched. "He has truly come." A handsome man of about 35 or 36 wearing a suit came walking into the hall, before bowing to Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong-sama, I'm Fuji Saburo, an envoy from Takamajihara. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance." Yuzhong eyed him and spoke coldly, Fuji-Saburo, speak your mind. Fuji-Saburo immediately tried to come from the moral angle. Yuzhong-sama, why would you attack our Takamajihara? We have no grudge with you. Yuzhong's brows furrowed as he cut him off loudly, cut the crap. If you're here to spew nonsense, then just make yourself scarce. I don't have the time to waste on your bullshit. Say something worthwhile. Fuji-Saburo was obviously eloquent. If he continued to speak, he would definitely argue from the moral angle for a few hours. Yuzhong could not be bothered to deal with it. He decided to get to the crux of the matter. Yuzhong-sama, our Takamajihara hopes that you can return Tempio-Saka-sama as well as the soldiers to us. Yuzhong's gaze was still chilly as he spoke slowly. If you want to get them back, what are you prepared to pay for them? Fuji-Saburo immediately offered a high price. 10,000 tons of rations, 500 tons fuel, 1,000 rifles, 20,000 rounds of ammunition, 200 beautiful virgins. What do you think of the price? 10,000 tons of rations, 500 tons fuel. They're freaking rich. This Takamajihara must have obtained help from the Japanese government? When Yuzhong heard those numbers, he felt a chill. He roughly guessed how they must have such a backing. Although a faction could recruit survivors as troops with enough resources, 1,200 elite soldiers and a powerful evolver was far more valuable than those amounts. Yuzhong shook his head and counter-offered, I want experts from the following fields. Optoelectronics 20. Engineering 30. Electronic engineering 40. Medical 20. On top of that, I want 20 aerial transport vehicles, 24 assault helicopters. The moment these are delivered to my doorstep, I will immediately release the elites of the Takamajihara. When Fuji-Saburo heard Yuzhong's counteroffer, his back broke out in cold sweat. Those people were all highly sought-after experts in Japan, and if it were just one or two they would close one eyes. However, Yuzhong had actually asked for over 1,000 people from different fields. The moment Takamajihara handed them over, their development would slow down by a lot. At the start of the apocalypse, those experts in those fields could not even compare to an ordinary farmer. However, now that the situation was stabilizing in many regions, factions were seeking these experts to aid their development. The Kingdom of God had been able to advance so quickly because they had managed to secure a large number of talents right from the get-go, and obtained a number of blueprints. Thus their rapid development. Other than the issue of talents, aerial transport vehicles and assault helicopters were all precious equipment. No one would give them up willing. Fuji-Saburo stared at Yuzhong and directly rejected him. Yuzhong-sama, your appetite is too big. We can't bring out so many people nor that number of equipment. Yuzhong stared back as a huge pressure emitted from him, causing Fuji-Saburo to feel suffocated. He then pointed to Tempio-Saka and coldly replied, Fine. We can slowly exchange. As for Tempio-Saka, she is your shinobi demon. I know that you have about 15 assault helicopters and 30 aerial transport vehicles. I want 12 assault helicopters and 15 aerial carriers in exchange for her. You guys won't say no to this, right? I don't have the time to bargain with you, there's only yes or no. Tempio-Saka was a powerful evolver, and her combat ability was high. However, in terms of the battlefield, the destructive might of 12 assault helicopters was more potent than her. Yuzhong had no plans to stay long in Japan, and exchanging her for some practical weaponry was much more beneficial. After all, she wasn't willing to work for him. Tempio-Saka's gaze also fell on Fuji-Saburo silently, her eyes flashing with anticipation. She wasn't willing to stay by Yuzhong's side as his captive. She wanted to leave and return to Takamajihara. Fuji-Saburo began to perspire profusely as he finally bowed to Tempio-Saka. My apologies, Shinobi Demon-sama. He then turned to Yuzhong. Yuzhong-sama, your terms are too harsh, I can't promise those. Those assault helicopters and transport vehicles were the treasures of the Takamajihara, and although Tempio-Saka was important to Tetsuo Nendori, her worth could not be compared to those advanced weaponry. Without those armored machines, the development of Takamajihara would be adversely affected. So it seems that I'm not as important as a bunch of machines. Tempio-Saka's eyes flashed with disappointment and lowered her head silently, full of bitterness. Tempio-Saka had helped contribute so much to the cause of Takamajihara, and had assassinated countless experts. However, in the end, Tetsuo Nendori was not willing to exchange any machines for her, and she was filled with disappointment and bitterness. Yuzhong took a final look and ordered coolly, The rest of the soldiers can be exchanged with those talents that I need, every person in exchange for a soldier. Get the hell out. Yuzhong-sama, we can still discuss this. Yuzhong-sama. Fuji Saburo called out as he was dragged by men under Yuzhong's orders. Seems like you're not as important as those machines. Yuzhong eyed Tenpyo Saka and mocked. Tenpyo Saka looked at him and lowered her head without any comeback. Bai Shaoxing asked, Boss, what do we do with those soldiers then? Yuzhong replied, arrange for them to work on those fortifications at Sakura Town, their wages will be issued as per the lowest. Those soldiers were all fit men and were perfect for fortification works. In this apocalypse, manpower was never enough. As the meeting ended, Yuzhong brought Tenpyo Saka and Bai Shaoxing as well as 16 other evolvers and sat in a Hummer as they made their way towards the seaside, leaving the Yarrow Gang city. Tenpyo Saka's strength was truly fearsome. If it wasn't for Yuzhong's control, she could easily assassinate many important people. He had to bring her along. About 10 kilometers away from the Yarrow Gang city, there was a seaside town, where the residential population was about a few thousand prior to the apocalypse. The Yarrow Gang had cleared the entire place out after the apocalypse had set in. The entire place was desolate, every room and building empty. Any item that could be used had already been transported away, and the entire place looked like a dead town. At the coast, there were 2 luxury boats docked as well as 12 other small fishing boats. About 20 men stood near the coast. They used to be fishing folk before the apocalypse, and knew how to navigate the boats. They were found by Fukui Hanten. He fawned over Yuzhong and said, Yuzhong-sama, these are the boats that we have. Kazuki Nobuhiko had also brought along 2 beautiful and sexy Japanese girls in bikinis, as he came up to Yuzhong with a fawning smile. Yuzhong-sama, these sisters are Mia Aiko and Mia Yuka. They have long admired your skills and strength, and have offered to become your maidservants. Both of them walked up to Yuzhong and bowed before speaking in unison, Aiko Yuka, greets master. Fukui Hanten and Kazuki Nobuhiko had just recently joined Yuzhong, and knew that their future was still not yet cemented. They could only rely on such measures to slowly gain his favor. After all, the fate of those hundreds of Yarrow Gang members outside the gate had shocked everyone to the core. And Yuzhong swept them a look before asking Kazuki Nobuhiko, what's the rank and level of the strongest mutant beast in the seas around here? Chapter 568, Attack of the Sea Mutant Beasts. The seas had become even more terrifying after the apocalypse. After all sorts of marine creatures resided within more than 70% of what constituted Earth. Even a Type 2 mutant beast would be humongous, but compared to the rest of the creatures, it might just be some measly prawn. The real terror were those Type 5 and higher overlords. Even if Yuzhong mustered all his strength, it was impossible for him to kill a Type 5 mutant beast at this juncture. That sort of creature was simply too terrifying. Even deploying an entire battalion might not work. If such a Type 5 mutant beast were active in the seas, Yuzhong dared not move out into the Yokosuka base. Kazuki Nobuhiko spoke up, Sir, there are usually a lot of Type 2 mutant beasts in the seas and they're ferocious, sometimes even coming up to shore to attack people. We had tried establishing a base here once, but due to losing many men to those Type 2 mutant beasts, we gave up on the town. The main active forces around here are those Type 2 mutant beasts, but we did catch sight of a Type 3 before. When Yuzhong heard it, he went to the shore silently and summoned the Type 2 Sharky. After taming a beast, as long as he was within a certain radius of the beast, he could establish a mental link with his tamed beasts. The higher the skill level, the larger the radius. Right now, Yuzhong's tamer technique had already reached level 4, within a distance of 200 kilometers, all the beasts that had been tamed could be connected with his mind, and rushed to him the moment he called for them. A Type 2 mutant shark the length of 40 m was tearing into the flesh of a mutant swordfish out in the sea. Suddenly, it twisted its head and emitted a sound of delight as it rushed towards the source of the call. The moment the Type 2 mutant shark left, countless smaller sea beasts swam over and began to tear into the mutant swordfish. After the apocalypse, the sea had truly become 100 times more dangerous. If a normal person was to enter the waters, regardless of how good he is with swimming, within 10 minutes he would be torn to pieces. Unless he was a powerful evolver. Kazuki Nobuhiko continued carefully, Sir, please pardon my words. With these boats, if they were to go out to sea, they will definitely be destroyed by the mutant beasts. It's too dangerous. By this time, Yu Zhong was like Kazuki Nobuhiko's boss. If he were to die, then Kazuki Nobuhiko's group would be swallowed by other people. He didn't want to become a trophy to be collected time after time, hence he wasn't willing to see Yu Zhong die. It had nothing to do with loyalty, just self-interest. Yu Zhong replied mildly, I know. I have my ways to go out to sea safely. Kazuki Nobuhiko glanced at the straight back of Yu Zhong and kept silent. All of a sudden, the calm sea began to churn, and the sand on the beach began to stir. Numerous mutant sandworms of about 3 to 4 meters burrowed out with sharp teeth, their bodies encased in a white color scale-like covering, and made towards Yu Zhong's group in a frenzy. Level 17 Strange Beast, Mutant Sandworms. They like to swallow flesh and blood. The scary thing about them was their numbers, and as they made their way towards Yu Zhong and his group, it looked like a sea of white. Disperse into town. Yu Zhong looked at the numbers and also felt his scalp tingle. He could easily slaughter a few with a single swing, but there seemed to be over tens of thousands of them. Even someone as powerful as he would be helpless against numbers. Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, everyone fought to escape into town. There were countless buildings still standing in the town, and by making use of those buildings they could establish a defense. The mutant sandworms had speed twice of normal humans. Although they couldn't chase up to the evolvers under Yu Zhong, it was more than enough to catch up to the Japanese people under Fukui Han-ten. An unfortunate Japanese survivor was slightly slow and he was instantly surrounded by those worms. They opened their jaws and chomped down on his body, drawing fresh blood and meat. In mere seconds, the Japanese survivor were torn to shreds amidst his pitiful screams. Save me! Save me! Master! Miyuka was running when she suddenly tripped on a stone and tumbled to the ground. She was so frightened that her tears and snot were streaming down her face, as she cried out miserably. As she was crying, a number of the mutant sandworms had jumped onto her body, and was preparing to take a huge bite out of her. As she was about to die, a flash of light shot past her, and those mutant sandworms were immediately sliced into pieces. Their juices splattered all over her, and if it weren't for the peril that everyone was in, the posture and circumstance that she was in would be incredibly sexual. Yu Zhong grabbed her and threw her to Tenpyo Saka. Protect them properly. Tenpyo Saka shook slightly, and received Yuka silently, before rushing towards Aiko's side. She wasn't a strength-based evolver, but with her equipment she had 4 times the strength of a normal person. It was barely any effort to carry Yuka. Block them. Yu Zhong waved his hands and activated his devil flame, as the terrifying might of fire condensed in his hands. He swept outwards and caused a huge fiery tornado to blow towards those sandworms, enveloping them. When the flames went out, over hundreds of those mutant beasts had been incinerated. The rest stopped slightly, evidently afraid of fire. Tenpyo Saka and the rest made use of the chance to hurry further into town. The waves of the sea were churning, and not long after, a huge beast of about 36 m and a height of 4 m appeared. Its shell broke out of the water first, and soon the entire frame of a Type 2 mutant lobster appeared. There were over 10,000 of its little brothers of varying levels that were beside it. A Type 2 mutant beast might not count for much out deep in the ocean, but near the shores, it was still a little overlord. Other than the Type 2 mutant lobster, there was also a huge mutant sandworm king beside it, its body over 15 m long and 1 m tall. This mutant sandworm king was the commander of those little sandworms. Not all leader-type creatures were Type 2 mutant beasts. Some might be weak but were naturally of a higher level variant to command their fellow creatures. Level 65 Strange Beast, Type 2 Mutant Lobster. Possess an incredibly tough carapace and immense strength. Phew, it's just a Type 2 mutant beast. After seeing the notification that popped out in his mind when his gaze fell on the beasts, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. 4 Type 2 mutant beasts, as long as Yu Zhong was careful, he could deal with them on a one-to-one basis. As for Type 3 mutant beasts or even Type 4 ones, they could cause him serious damage even to a life-threatening extent. Yu Zhong twisted around and activated his shadow steps as he charged towards the Type 2 mutant lobster like a tank. A number of mutant sandworms immediately charged towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then activated his devil flame, causing a covering of the powerful flame to encase his body. All around him, the moment those mutant sandworms got into contact with the devil flame, they were instantly incinerated. Yu Zhong continued towards the mutant sandworm king in a straight line. In that short span of time, his devil flame had burned over 100 mutant sandworms. He had reached the mutant sandworm king and immediately slashed out, causing it to be sliced in two, its juices splattering everywhere. The moment it died, all the sandworms quickly burrowed away. The Type 2 lobster stared at Yu Zhong, emitting a shrill screech. Under that scream, a huge number of mutant lobsters immediately lunged towards Yu Zhong. They had speed that were about 3 or 4 times of a normal person, and they were all large in size. It was like multiple cars charging straight for Yu Zhong. As Yu Zhong's blade lashed out, it hit the carapace of one mutant lobster and the sound of metal hitting metal resounded. He then applied his strength of 10 times a normal person, and with difficulty he sliced apart the mutant lobster. So hard. These mutant lobsters' carapaces are already comparable to steel. Yu Zhong frowned after he disposed of one, before retreating backwards explosively. The mutant lobsters were like vehicles and blocked the entire path to the Type 2 mutant lobster. If Yu Zhong wanted to make his way towards the Type 2 mutant lobster, he would have to clear a path through them. The claws of the countless mutant lobsters waved and slammed towards Yu Zhong. If he was caught in between those metal-like pincers, he was bound to get hurt. Yu Zhong was like a gust of wind, quickly pulling apart the distance between himself and the mutant beasts. He then waved his hands and a terrifying bout of devil flame shot towards the Type 2 mutant lobster, and started to burn profusely. The Type 2 mutant lobster began to struggle when it came in contact with the devil flame. However, after merely thrashing about for a few seconds, it crumpled to the floor. Evidently, its brain had been roasted. Yu Zhong's second-order devil flame had increased in might and destructive potential. The moment an enemy was hit, even if it was a Type 2 mutant beast, it would definitely burn to death. With the death of their commander, the tens of thousands of mutant lobsters began to swarm back into the sea, although a few were stubborn enough to chase Yu Zhong. The flesh and meat of high-level mutant beasts were nourishing to humans, just like high-level evolvers or enhancers were nourishment to the mutant beasts. Kill them. Yu Zhong eyed those incoming beasts and with a thought, another hole appeared in the sky as White Bones stepped out menacingly, immediately pouncing onto the nearest mutant lobster, and pierced its hard carapace and brain with a single bone spike, before grinding the contents to mash. Chapter 569, Aircraft Mothership. White Bones could freely manipulate its bones, and even in the midst of those mutant lobsters, its sharp bone spikes could reach up to insane lengths, piercing the shells and brains of those monsters. Yu Zhong leaped back from the swarm, and a number of devil flame fireballs rained down on the mutant lobsters, frying their brains. Very quickly, the swarm of elite mutant lobsters were slaughtered cleanly, and the remaining ones decided to retreat and turn towards the sea. At this time, the waves churned and a huge Type 2 mutant shark appeared. It opened its jaws to suck in deeply, and a number of the escaping mutant lobsters were sucked into its mouth, before being crushed into pieces. The hard carapaces of those mutant lobsters could not even compare to this Type 2 mutant shark's teeth. All the mutant lobsters were immediately frightened of the presence and aura of Sharky, and quickly escaped. Little Sharky got on shore and using its flippers like a human's feet, it waddled over towards Yu Zhong in joy. Although it was a Type 2 beast, it was still a sea-based creature, and its speed could only reach 3 times that of a person on shore. As for its size, that speed was already considered slowly. Yu Zhong looked at Sharky and his face revealed a rare smile, as he quickly reached into his ring and pulled out the bag full of Type 2 and Type 3 nuclei. He threw it to Sharky. "Ha! Sharky, this is yours." Sharky could tell the bag was filled with high-level nuclei and it became excited, immediately swallowing them all. Such precious nuclei were important and vital to boosting mutant beasts. Not long after it swallowed the entire bag, Sharky curled up into a ball, and a huge amount of natural energy began to enter its body, transforming it. It was beginning its next evolution. With the amount of nuclei Yu Zhong got from the Shimuza clan and the Yarrow gang, it was enough to groom up a Type 3 mutant beast. As to a Type 4 mutant beast, it was truly difficult. Yu Zhong already had the Type 3 Greenie and Type 3 Lightning. Based on the connection he had with the two beasts, he already surmised that for a Type 3 mutant beast to evolve into a Type 4 one, it would require at least over 200 Type 3 nuclei or 10 Type 4 nuclei. Regardless, it was hard to acquire either methods, and currently Yu Zhong only had 2 Type 4 nuclei. Of them, one was being used in the biological armor, the other in his arms. It was not enough to raise a Type 4 beast. The natural energy continued to swirl and enter Sharky's body, constantly molding it, and with every breath it took, it seemed to grow larger. Mutant beasts had different paths of evolution. Some Type 3 beasts were as small as a normal person, while some were even smaller. The sea-based mutant creatures, on the other hand, tend to gravitate towards larger sizes. After all, there was an advantage there. After one day, Sharky had reached 80 m in length and 6 m in height. There was a long single horn on its forehead, and there were 8 fish limbs at its side, as well as 4 long limbs with sharp claws. Its entire body was covered in green-colored scale. It was truly a peculiar sight. Level 80 Strange Beast, Type 3 Mutant Green-Clawed Shark. Having swallowed a large number of nuclei, it is an evolved form of the mutant shark. Possesses the innate ability to command water. The next day, Yu Zhong brought his party to the shore. When Kazuki Nobuhiko and the rest saw the huge Sharky, their faces were filled with shock. "Is this your pet?" Miyuka and the rest were also filled with shock and fear. In front of such a terrifying beast, they were practically ants. "And?" Yu Zhong replied indifferently before stepping into one of the luxury boats. "Let's go. We shall set off for Yokosuka base." Tenpy Osaka looked at the Type 3 mutant green-clawed shark, and her heart was filled with shock. Powerful. He actually could tame a Type 3 mutant beast as his pet. Even amongst the top echelon of the Takamajihara, they have killed a few Type 3 mutant beasts. They knew how terrifying each single existence was. Many divine deities and servants had fallen at the claws and jaws of such beasts. She had even witnessed a demon-level person having his head crushed in a single punch from a Type 3 metal ape. If it wasn't for her ability to fade into the background, she might have been slaughtered then as well. If the Type 3 mutant beasts on Earth were terrifying to deal with, the Type 3 mutant beasts in the seas were a whole different story. Almost no one could single-handedly deal with one yet. After all, man was land-based. No matter how strong an expert, the moment he entered the sea, their power would be decreased by at least 5%. Under such circumstances, even if it were Tetsuo Nendori, he would be torn apart by a Type 3 mutant beast. The fact that Yu Zhong could command a Type 3 mutant beast caused Tenpy Osaka to be filled with shock. It was more than enough to be considered a devil-level existence. When those Japanese fishing folk were brought over, they begun to pray to the Type 3 mutant green-clawed shark. After all, they were glad that it was on their side. Under the escort of Sharky, the boats began to set off towards the direction of Yokosuka base. Yu Zhong and the rest went along the coastline towards the Yokosuka base. Along the way, countless mutant beasts of lower levels and types were turned away from the pressure of Sharky. If it were further out in the deep sea, then a Type 3 mutant beast wouldn't count for much. Any Type 4 beast could simply swallow it. However, near the shores, a Type 3 mutant beast was definitely and infinitely more dangerous than the rest, and the pressure they emitted was enough to quell the lesser beings. After a few hours, the majestic outline of the Yokosuka base appeared in the eyes of Yu Zhong and his party. Mothership. That's an aircraft carrier mothership. As they neared the base, they caught sight of the gigantic mothership docked at the harbor, and seeing it, even Yu Zhong's eyes turned red with excitement. A mothership. An aircraft carrier mothership. This was the true overlord of the seas. Every single one was a huge and powerful weapon in itself. Before the apocalypse, even China only had one such mothership that had just entered the waters. Right now there was one perfect and undamaged Navy mothership in front of his eyes. It was absolutely one of the most precious treasures left behind during the apocalypse. Bai Shaoxing also exclaimed excitedly, "Mothership! This is great. If we can get that, we can obtain a huge fleet of air and navy weapons." If they could really obtain the mothership, then the waters of Southeast Asia will practically be Yu Zhong's backyard. With a mothership as the center of operations for a fleet, there would be destroyers, frigates and many other ships. Such cruisers were all-powerful combat weapons out in the sea. Mothership. Aircraft carrier mothership. Tenpy Osaka saw the looming view and her eyes were filled with wonder. Under the suppression of the U.S., Japan had never been allowed to possess an aircraft carrier mothership, and this was a huge source of dissatisfaction for many Japanese. After all, without one, it meant that there was no authority of the seas. To an island like Japan it was disadvantageous. Yu Zhong gave an order, Get closer to the mothership. Yu Zhong had brought 8 evolvers with the abilities to manipulate machineries. With them, they could quickly control all sorts of equipment on board, even if it was the mothership. To fully exhibit and utilize the combat might of a mothership, they would require at least hundreds and thousands of people. However, to drive it, it didn't require that much manpower. The boats began to get closer. All of a sudden, a few torpedoes were fired out from the Yokosuka base, heading straight for Yu Zhong's party. Not good. There are still live people in there. Yu Zhong felt danger at the first moment and his expression fell. He quickly activated his shadow steps and started flinging people overboard. After throwing 6 out, he jumped into the sea as well. Tenpy Osaka and Bai Shaoxing were quick in their reactions as well, immediately grabbing a few people each as they leapt into the sea. Following loud roar, the boats that they were on were blasted into pieces by the torpedoes. Sharky was swimming about, rescuing the different individuals onto its back. They were all drenched and their appearance wretched. Even Yu Zhong was not spared. Bai Shaoxing laughed savagely as he looked at the base. Boss, seems like they're not particularly friendly. Yu Zhong dived back into the water. It's understandable. I'll go see how many of them are there and I'll try to negotiate. You guys wait here. Yu Zhong had undergone all sorts of special forces training, and swimming was one of the core basics as well. With his enhancement, he could already surpass the world's fastest swimmer prior to the apocalypse. After 20 minutes, Yu Zhong managed to climb on board the base. He looked around, discovering that his current position was at a massive dock, and there were all sorts of cruisers and ships docked. The largest was the aircraft carrier mothership. As he neared it, he saw that there were many zombies shambling around aimlessly at various parts of the mothership. It was obvious that most of the American troops on board had turned. Chapter 570, Into the Yokosuka Base. Yu Zhong's gaze swept past the deeper parts of the mothership and thought silently, those survivors must be inside the U.S. military base? They're the largest obstacle to me right now. Those survivors had not even said a word and had launched an attack on Yu Zhong's party. They were apparently in a fearful state. They would destroy any stranger they saw, and these kinds of people were the hardest to deal with. This time, fortunately, Yu Zhong had just brought a small team to check out the situation. If he had been in the Sky Fortress, those survivors might have already fired some form of missile at them. The U.S. was recognized to be the strongest military in the world prior to the apocalypse. Their weapons and technology were advanced. Even if an actual Sky Fortress was to be constructed, it would not be able to stand up against the U.S. anti-air missiles, not to mention an incomplete one. Yu Zhong thought deeply for a while before whisking out his black-toothed blade and walked towards the inner parts of the mothership. Along the way, Yu Zhong didn't discover any zombies, nor any live persons. AI? These are human bones. Yu Zhong swiftly came across a clearing where he saw numerous splintered human bones. There were huge claw marks all around, each print larger than a human, highlighting the size and might of the owner of those claws. Yu Zhong surmised, mutant beast, those sea-based creatures would usually come up to shore. No wonder there are not many zombies around. Most must have already been eaten by the sea mutant beasts. Mutant beasts had already overcome their limits through evolution, and many sea-based aquatic life already possessed the strength to come on shore. While their might is definitely lower on land, it was still not something ordinary humans or zombies could withstand. The entire Yokosuka base was empty and desolate, not a person to be seen. This caused Yu Zhong to feel helpless. There wasn't even a chance to engage in intel or exchange of info. It was apparent that all the survivors in the base had already hidden themselves in some deep recess of the base, and since Yu Zhong wasn't part of the base, he naturally would not know where to go. Yu Zhong pondered for a while, then decided to walk towards a security camera. He wrote some English on a piece of paper and held it up. I would like to speak to your commander. After waiting a while, and noting that there was no movement from the security camera, a sense of disappointment arose in his heart. Yu Zhong then sliced the camera apart and pulled out his swift shadow bike. The moment the swift shadow bike appeared, Yu Zhong rode it and charged all the way through into Yokosuka base. Within the entire base there were malls, schools, post offices, theaters, gyms and all sorts of other entertainment venues. However, the current state of these buildings were dilapidated, and the numerous vehicles had been abandoned at the sides of the roads, blood stains smeared all over. Yu Zhong rode all the way and only then he caught sight of zombies again. However, they were at the edge and were just shambling around aimlessly. Prior to the apocalypse, this base was a powerful center of operations with over 10,000 American soldiers. When the apocalypse set in, many had turned into zombies, and people of the Kanagawa prefecture had escaped to this place, hoping for rescue. Hearing the sounds of Yu Zhong's motorbike, the zombies began to swarm towards him. Right at this time, a middle-aged Caucasian appeared at the third level of the cinema and hollered, "What the fuck are you doing? You still dare to cause such a ruckus? Throw your motorbike aside and hurry over here. Don't lure them over." Humans? Yu Zhong saw the guy and his eyes lit up with joy. He immediately kept his swift shadow bike into his storage ring, and hurried over to the theater. "Don't move." Yu Zhong had just entered the theater when two handguns pointed at his back at the same time. A cold order rang out. "Haha. Japanese lamb for the slaughter, seems like we'll get to enjoy some meat tonight. Ah. He doesn't look dirty or smelly, what luck. The other time that Japanese lamb was too sour, I felt like vomiting when I ate him." Yu Zhong maintained his silence, looking at the interior of the cinema. He noticed that there were 9 burly men, each of them fierce-looking, with savage auras. There was a huge pot in the corner and multiple human bones beside. Evidently, these 9 men had committed cannibalism. Another Caucasian whose face was covered in brittles opened his mouth, and Yu Zhong immediately smelled his bad breath. The stink mouth laughed savagely, "Raise your hands. Japanese pig, if you don't want your brains to be blown to pieces, you better do as we say." One of them, whose arms were basically trunks for muscles, had a lustful look in his eyes as he licked his lips and walked over to Yu Zhong. "This little Japanese pig is not too bad looking. Before we kill him, let me play with him. I want to split his ass so bad." Ah. The Europeans weren't particularly judgmental towards homosexuality. In fact, there were many homosexuals in the army as well. Having been cooped up in this place and burdened by the state of the world, they had long been driven to the point of insanity. Another male laughed savagely, "Jet. Just don't dirty him with your semen, it's too gross to eat. Are you fuckers done? If you are, time to die." Yu Zhong swept them a look of disgust, and he sent a fist blasting towards the gun-wielding militant beside him with 10 times the strength of a normal person. The man was sent flying into a wall and died instantly. After dealing with one, he then pulled out a dagger from another militant's waist, piercing the chest of that militant before the poor sod had the time to react. Oh my god, he killed Jet and Myers. Seeing how Yu Zhong had just killed 2 people, the expressions of the rest of the 7 survivors turned to horror. They quickly pulled out their weapons and charged at him. "Trash. Kneel." Yu Zhong eyes them and barked out coldly, his art of fear spreading out with him as the center. The powerful spirit attack enveloped them. The 7 survivors were instantly stunned silly by the art of fear, their faces contorted in fear and shock. They crumpled to their knees, their bodies shivering. Yu Zhong eyed them and spoke coldly like an emperor admonishing his subjects. "Other than you, where are the rest of the survivors?" "We know." With his high spirit of 246, the survivors basically could not withstand his pressure. Under the different hallucinations, the survivors could only answer helplessly as their minds reeled. Yu Zhong pressed on, "Where are they holed up in?" One of the survivors responded with an expression of fear. "The military members are mainly in the 3rd and 4th shelter bunkers. They had brought a large number of Japanese citizens with them. On top of that, there are many Japanese survivors in the 5th and 7th bunkers. If you follow this path past the group of zombies outside, you can see the 7th bunker. You guys can go to hell now." After obtaining the info he needed, Yu Zhong mercilessly slashed out, and the 7 survivors crumpled to the ground. After all, they had crossed his threshold and he definitely would not allow them to live on. Yu Zhong took out a radio device. "You guys can swim over now. There isn't much danger on land at this moment. Sharky could possibly suffer under the torpedo attacks, hence Yu Zhong chose for Bai Shaosheng and the rest to swim over." Upon receiving his orders, the rest of the team swam towards Yokosuka base. Near the shore there weren't many zombies, nor any signs of mutant beasts. However, all the food and usable items within the various constructions had been swept clean. Yu Zhong and his team went towards a small room and rested. After all, most of them had been out at sea for the past few hours and were feeling tired. Bai Shaoxing sat at a window and played with his dark magic blade. The situation now isn't too good. The opponents are trapped in the midst of the zombies and are hostile towards us. Boss, what do you intend to do? Yu Zhong replied, I'll take a look later on. Bai Shaoxing stared at Yu Zhong incredulously. Boss, you crazy? There's at least hundreds of thousands of zombies out there. Even if you're strong, you can't kill them all by yourself. Yu Zhong looked towards Tenpyo Saka. I have my ways. Tenpyo Saka, you will go with me. A look of understanding flashed past her eyes and she nodded. With both of them possessing the second-order stealth skill, as long as they were careful, they would definitely be able to get past the zombies. Of course, it was a risky operation, as the moment they were detected by any high-level zombies, they would be surrounded in an instant. After Tenpyo Saka came to possess the second-order stealth skill, she had been able to weave in and out of hordes as well. However, it was not often that one would choose to do that. After all, she had been one of the demons of the Takamajihara, and she had all sorts of treatment and entitlements. There was no need for her to risk her life to go through zombies. As night fell, Yu Zhong and Tenpyo Saka began to move under the cover of the night. Yu Zhong and Tenpyo Saka soon came to the sea of zombies, and noted that they had gathered in such a bunch that they had basically blocked the entire way. Under these circumstances, they wouldn't be able to get past them even if they used their stealth. Chapter 571, Zombie Horde's Odd Movements. Tenpyo Saka looked quietly at Yu Zhong, waiting to see his response. The second-order stealth was only good to distort the enemy's perception of the user, and it was not full invisibility. Furthermore, while the ordinary zombies used their sense of smell and sound to discover the existence of people, and would be affected by the skill, if they were touched or came into contact, they would still react. At the same time, if the user was attacked by accident while in stealth, the distorted perception would be dispelled. There were many zombies on the road and they were squeezed tightly together. No one could pass the sea of zombies, and even Tenpyo Saka wouldn't dare barge in with her second-order stealth. Yu Zhong pointed to a particular building and a long thin web shot out towards it. He then grabbed Tenpyo Saka by the waist, and started to pull himself towards the roof of the building. She smells good, and she's so soft. Yu Zhong could detect a slight fragrance from Tenpyo Saka's body and his heart stirred slightly. In his embrace, Tenpyo Saka's body tightened slightly, only relaxing after a while. She had always grown up in a largely females-only environment, and had not come in contact with many men. After the apocalypse, when she had evolved, her strength and her emotionless expression had caused men to steer clear. Yu Zhong's action caused her to be slightly uncomfortable. With the spider silk, Yu Zhong got both of them up to the roof, before he pulled out a grappling hook from another box and fired a line over to another building. He then climbed the rope over to the next building. Using these methods, Yu Zhong carefully got through the zombie horde, and from time to time, they would use their second-order stealth to get past some of the zombies by sticking close to the walls. The seventh bunker. Near an opening similar to a subway entrance, a huge sign hung above the building, revealing the position of the seventh bunker in both English and Japanese. Ah. Help. Save me. Yu Zhong and Tenpyo Saka had just gotten close to the seventh bunker, when they discovered that the originally sealed entrance of the bunker was torn open, as a number of devourers climbed out with live Japanese survivors in between their jaws. These Japanese survivors were struggling and crying pitifully. There was a particular Japanese who struggled hard, and enraged the devourer. It tore the Japanese survivor apart, as fresh blood and organs splattered all over the floor. The devourer lowered its head and swallowed up the parts of the Japanese before climbing back into the seventh bunker. Soon after, another Japanese survivor was dragged out by that devourer. After having pulled out dozens of survivors, the devourers quickly disappeared into the night. 2L4S then stood by the entrance and sealed up the entrance. Numerous ordinary zombies all gathered around and let out roars at the entrance. When Yu Zhong saw all these, his heart turned cold. What the fuck is going on? The evolution of the zombies had already gone beyond what Yu Zhong had expected. According to their past movements, as long as the zombie could breach an area, they would swarm in to devour every living thing within. The seventh bunker was obviously broken into, but the Japanese survivors inside were not annihilated. This caused him to be taken aback. As Yu Zhong looked at the bunker, his eyes gleamed. There should still be many Japanese survivors within. Tenpy Osaka came up to Yu Zhong and stared fixedly at the 7th bunker and spoke. There are many Japanese survivors in there. Please lend them a hand. Yu Zhong replied coldly, no way. I have no way of getting them through this zombie horde safely. Plus, I'm not obligated to. With his current strength he could kill those two L4s, but no matter what, he could not rescue everyone from the sea of zombies waiting outside the 7th bunker. Tenpy Osaka's gaze darkened when she heard it, and she bit her lower lip, not saying anything else. Yu Zhong glanced at the 7th bunker before he made his way towards the other bunkers. Honk, honk, honk. All of a sudden, a number of explosions occurred from the center of the zombie horde, and broke the peace of the night. With a thought, Yu Zhong swiftly changed directions and made his way towards the source of commotion. He came to the entrance of the 3rd bunker, which by now had been destroyed by the tank-like L4s. In response, countless bullets and projectiles were being fired at those L4s, causing explosions to ring out one after another. The L4s suffered numerous injuries. It was just that, at their evolution stage, their defenses were really at a sick level. Even after that bombardment, they were not dead, and their wounds quickly coagulated, forming new scales. Under the rain of fire, the L4s managed to breach the 3rd bunker with difficulty. At this time, 4 devourers appeared, firing poisonous fog into the entrance of the 3rd bunker. The moment that poisonous fog entered the 3rd bunker, miserable screams and wails rang out from within, and the heavy firepower seemingly stopped, before gunshots from within rang out. The devourers then entered the 3rd bunker as though having done this countless of times, and the moment they charged in, machine gun sounds rattled out. Honk, honk. Following some intense explosions, the charred corpses of the devourers flew out from the 3rd bunker. The entire entrance of the 3rd bunker was also blasted and collapsed. Yu Zhong saw this and frowned. Damn, isn't it impossible to go in like this? He then made a guess. No, it can't be. There has to be another entrance somewhere. They would not have blasted this so decisively otherwise. At this moment, a patch of area about 500 m away suddenly opened up to reveal a huge hole. From within the hole, 5 helicopters flew out towards the distance. The higher-ups have escaped. Yu Zhong watched the escaping helicopters and guessed what must have happened. Regardless of country, any government official had special treatment. While there were brave ones, there were likewise cowardly ones and those who feared death. Not long after the helicopters ascended, a few H-1s hidden among the zombies opened their jaws and shot out a number of fireballs out towards the sky. As the fireballs blast upwards, one helicopter was directly hit, and it exploded in a ball of flames before plunging towards the ground. Another helicopter suffered a hit to the tail rotors, and it lost its balance, landing on a nearby roof. The rest of the helicopters managed to fly off into the night. The moment the huge hole appeared, countless zombies and evolved zombies leaped into the hole. Immediately, gunfire and screams of despair sounded. Chance. Yu Zhong watched the helicopter that landed on a building and his eyes flashed with a hint of delight, and he immediately made his way there. The helicopter had landed on the 12th story of the building, but it did not blow up. Yu Zhong and Tenpy Osaka quickly arrived at the location. Yu Zhong had just pushed the doors open to the 12th level when a bullet shot towards him. He slapped it away casually, causing a sound of metal hitting metal to sound out. Yu Zhong walked towards the middle of the room and saw a smartly dressed military officer and 4 elite American soldiers. They were protecting a pair of women, one roughly 36 or 37 with silver hair and a voluptuous body, the other about 14 or 15 with a similar head of hair and cute features. Everyone shot Yu Zhong a look of alarm. Someone who could slap a bullet away was basically Superman already. They had only seen such existences in the movies. After the apocalypse, Yokosuka base was filled with firearms and naturally, no one would use the items like the novice staff or bat. After all, the might of those weapons could not compare to guns. Because of that, there were little enhancers and even then they weren't strong. Yu Zhong stared at the officer and asked, "I'm Yu Zhong. Who are you people?" Graham, the officer, stood up and replied with flair, "How do you do? I'm Colonel Graham of the 7th Fleet of the Yokosuka base. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. This is my wife Juliana and my daughter Alice." From the surface, it was hard to tell that such a charismatic leader could abandon his subordinates and run. Yu Zhong's gaze was filled with killing intent as he asked, "Colonel." "Very good. I want the location of the following: all the ammunition in the Yokosuka base, central computer for the air defense and missile control, as well as all the passwords to gain access into the various parts of the base. Give these to me and I can take your wife and daughter to leave here safely. Otherwise I'll throw you all to the zombies." Juliana and Alice looked at Yu Zhong with a look of fear. Graham hesitated before making a decision to comply. "Good. I'm willing to give them to you." Graham had already abandoned his comrades and was termed a traitor. He was obviously the coward type that feared death. Under Yu Zhong's threat, he chose to cooperate because he wanted to live on. Yokosuka base also could not contact America. Under such conditions, many of the military men in the base had deteriorated and were no longer the elites of the American troops. Chapter 572, Army of Sea Mutant Beasts. After making that decision, Graham readily provided all the information that Yu Zhong required. He was clear and detailed about the position of the armories, the weapons storage facilities, the defense systems. At the same time, he also updated Yu Zhong about the situation within the base. At the onset of the apocalypse, a huge number of Japanese survivors had swarmed in from the Kanagawa prefecture. Due to their arrival, the base was also filled with zombies as a result. A number of the American troops had been infected as well, turning into zombies. However, due to the guns and firearms within the base, after a short period of commotion, they barely managed to bring things under control. Before the world had really turned and society had yet to crumble, humanity was still going strong. Most were still moral and not heartless, and the American troops helped to save a number of Japanese survivors. Very soon, the American troops discovered that things weren't going well. More Japanese swarmed towards the base, and when they arrived, the entire base became like hell. There were zombies mixed everywhere. A huge number of American troops also got affected, leaving only 700 American troops surviving. As for these 700 soldiers, they were scattered throughout the base, and those who had really gathered together only numbered about 400. The number of Japanese survivors that had approached Yokosuka base for help was over a few 100,000. Without any mental preparation for what had come, the American troops had then decided to retreat further into the shelters and bunkers to avoid further casualties. However, it was a move that would spell no way out, as once they entered the bunkers, the zombies surrounded all the exits. At the same time, the zombies were evolving, but the survivors could only stay trapped within their safe haven, pushed to their limits. In the epicenter of the hundred thousands of zombies, the survivors had no chance to expand. Within the various bunkers, there was enough food as well as water. There was no need to worry about food shortage at that time. But as they were trapped in their own refuge with no hope for the future, many began to lose their minds. The American troops were divided as a result. One half emphasized on maintenance of society and morals, as they protected the Japanese survivors. The other half had given in to their inner demons, lording over the Japanese and humiliating them in various ways. Graham's third bunker had belonged to the second category, where the Americans had completely ruled over the Japanese. They subjected the Japanese survivors to various demented activities. Rape, murder, suicide became common, and this caused unease in Graham and a few other officials. They had already begun to lose control over their soldiers. This time, when the zombies managed to breach the bunker, Graham and the rest chose to escape. If they continued to remain there, they were afraid that the soldiers who were going insane might turn on them and their families. There were 8 bunkers constructed within the Yokosuka base, and each bunker could accommodate up to 10,000 people. That was to say, even with the cases of suicide or torment to death, there were still at least over 70,000 survivors within the base. The central command was designated in the third bunker, and it was in there where the anti-air defenses and torpedoes were controlled from. As Yu Zhong took in the information, he was filled with excitement. With the third bunker in disarray, it meant that the self-defense functions of the base was down. As long as the zombies around the mothership and on it were disposed of, Yu Zhong could directly steer the mothership away, without fear of retaliation from the base. Furthermore, there were armories and other military facilities not yet opened within the base. It was reasonable to expect that the resources within would be abundant, enough to stock a faction for war. If they could transfer everything, Yu Zhong would really have struck it rich. He might already possess the 3 manufacturing lines in Guangxi, Vietnam and Hunan, but even with an entire year of production, they could not match the amount of resources that Yokosuka Base already had. Yu Zhong got the information that he wanted and quickly came to a decision. Good. Let's go now. Tempi Osaka could not help but speak up. Yu Zhong, there are still many survivors inside, please lend a hand to rescue them. In the various bunkers, there were tens of thousands of Japanese survivors. Other than Yu Zhong, no one had the capability to save them currently. Yu Zhong declined coolly, no, I have no reason to risk myself. There were over 70,000 Japanese survivors in the 8 bunkers. If they were Chinese, Yu Zhong would rack his brains to rescue. However, they were Japanese. Even if he saved them out, he would not obtain their support nor become their leader. Yu Zhong, born a Chinese, would be detested by the Japanese. Even when he captured Tempi Osaka, she wasn't willing to serve him. He could not be bothered to save a bunch of ungrateful people. Tempi Osaka gritted her teeth and said, if you go and save them, I'll be willing to serve you and become your woman. Yu Zhong turned to eye this beautiful woman and his heart stirred. He pondered for a while but still shook his head. It's impossible to rescue them safely from this sea of zombies. Unless we have a sky fortress. The full sky fortress would be like an entire mechanized city in the skies, with powerful firearms and advanced weapons. Only with such a mighty piece of equipment would Yu Zhong have the confidence to rescue the 70,000 survivors. There was no other way currently. Tempi Osaka became silent and her eyes downcast. She knew it was an unreasonable even for the strong. Even she herself would not throw herself into the mouths of the zombies on this suicide mission. The walkie-talkie in Yu Zhong's pockets lit up and he immediately pressed the button to communicate with Bai Xiao Sheng, whose voice sounded urgent. Boss. There's trouble. Many mutant sea creatures are making their way to shore. Mutant sea creatures. They're coming ashore? Yu Zhong was jolted when he heard it, and he immediately told everyone present, come with me. The American troops followed Yu Zhong as they ran towards the roof. There were a few scattered zombies that they met along the way, but they were taken out quickly before they even had the chance to react. As they reached the roof, Yu Zhong immediately howled once towards the skies. Not long after, a huge gust of wind blew, and a gigantic divine-looking Type 3 greenie appeared, its wingspan over 80 m. Seeing the Type 3 greenie, Graham and the rest of his subordinates were all dumbfounded as they stammered, "Oh God!" Greenie at its current size was something vastly beyond the comprehension of the people present, as a single swipe from its wing could rip them into shreds. Graham guessed that not even bullets could harm such a terrifying existence. Greenie descended from the skies, and lowered its proud head affectionately for Yu Zhong to pat. Graham and the rest were again shocked and he asked carefully, "Mr. Yu Zhong, this is?" "It's called Greenie, my pet. Come on, everyone, get on. If we want to leave from here, we can only sit on it." Yu Zhong leaped up agilely and threw down a rope. This was in the center of the horde, and while Yu Zhong and Tempi Osaka could make use of the second-order stealth to escape, the rest didn't have that ability. With Yu Zhong's help, Graham and the rest quickly got onto Greenie's back and grabbed onto its feathers fearfully. With a single flap, Greenie rose quickly, and strong gusts of wind blew all around, and it shot towards the skies like an arrow. High up above, Yu Zhong could see the shore, and he saw that the situation at coastal line was as by Xiao Sheng's report. Countless mutant beasts were crawling out from the sea, forming a swarm of creatures making their way further inland. There were many Type 2 and Type 3 mutant beasts as well that were as large as houses, and the scene was truly hair-raising. Sharky was already a Type 3 mutant beast and could be considered an overlord, but amongst this army of beasts, it was just an ordinary creature. Other than the Type 3 mutant beasts, Yu Zhong caught sight of 8 Type 4 mutant beasts. One of them was a gigantic turtle over 200 m long, and it had a long dinosaur-like neck with a huge shell. Another was like a deformed fish with a long slender neck and powerful fins for limbs. It was covered in scales. Another reached 40 m tall in height, and it had a pair of powerful claws. It was a carb with a green color hue throughout its body. The fourth beast was an enormous mutant lobster over 150 m long with spikes all over its body. The fifth was a huge transparent jellyfish with countless tentacles. The sixth was a huge water snake of over 200 m in length, with a single black horn on its forehead. Its body was covered in thick scales. The seventh was a dragon-like whale beast, over 300 m in length, 8 limbs that possessed sharp claws. The final was a strange beast that seemed a mix of a shark and some reptile, as it possessed a shark's head with powerful jaws, and fins as well as shark's tail. The rest of its powerful body was covered in thick shells, and it had powerful limbs with claws instead of fins. Type 4 mutant beasts represented almost the top of the food chain, each and every one of them a terrifying existence. This time, having 8 appear, it was truly a devastating sight. Chapter 573, Appearance of the Entire Marine Biology. All sorts of mutant sea lions, seals, sea centipedes, sea lice, sandworms and various other mutant beasts with the 8 colossal Type 4 in the center made their way towards shore. That's terrifying. Yuzhong looked at them and his heart shook. Mutant beasts possessed crazy armor, and their life force was strong. A Type 2 mutant beast was more than enough to decimate a company of soldiers that lacked heavy weapons. By now, the Type 2 mutant beasts were barely above the rest of the ordinary mutant beasts, as they marched on in their swarms. There were over thousands of them. This was a number that was more than enough to annihilate an army of more than 100,000. Greenie flapped its wings and caused a great gust of wind to rise, as it landed gracefully on the building Bai Shaosheng and the rest were on. At this time, the building was being surrounded by the mutant beasts. Yuzhong immediately leaped towards Bai Shaosheng and the rest. Currently, the entire place looked right out of hell. There were the dismembered corpses of mutant beasts lying everywhere as Bai Shaosheng and his team fought off the mutant beasts with all their might. Yuzhong had just arrived by their side when 8 mutant beasts with base heads, bodies full of scales, with fins, gills and claws opened their jaws and fired numerous bubbles. This pressurized bubbles blasted towards 2 evolvers, sending them flying against a wall. The 2 unfortunate evolvers spat out a mouthful of blood and it was evident that they had suffered grievous injuries. Yuzhong shot through his troops and waved his crocodile-toothed saw blade 8 times quickly, chopping those 8 beasts into 2. "Boss, you finally made it." Bai Shaoxing grinned at Yuzhong and shot out from beside Mia Aiko, waving his dark magic blade as he weaved in about the swarm of mutant beasts, slicing numerous beasts in 2. Yuzhong eyed the surroundings and noted that Fukui Hanten, Kazuki Nobuhiko and the Mia sisters had not yet died. The rest of the fishing folk and survivors had lost about 7 or 8 of their people. Had Yuzhong been slightly later, other than Bai Shaoxing, the rest would likely have perished. Yuzhong ordered deeply, "Retreat to the roof." "Yes." 6 evolvers replied and swiftly brought their injured comrades in the direction of the roof. All of a sudden there was the sound of glass breaking. A huge snakehead broke through a window and opened its jaws to snap at Yuzhong. Level 65 Strange Beast, Type 2 Mutant Sea Snake. Ferocious and violent creature. Yuzhong's gaze turned cold and he activated his devil flame, causing a fireball to shoot towards the mouth of the Type 2 mutant sea snake. With a huge explosion, the head of the mutant sea snake was instantly blasted into pieces. Bits and pieces of brain and flesh rained from the skies, at the same time a skill book burst out. Yuzhong picked up the dropped skill book and quickly shot back. Although the entire body of the Type 2 mutant sea snake was a treasure, he could not spare the time to slowly take it apart. Quang lang quang lang. Following the sounds of glass breaking, a number of strange beasts with the heads, scales and fins of fish but standing upright on their legs that had evolved, climbed in from the windows. Level 23 Strange Beasts, Low Intelligence Warriors of the Sea. Possess a constitution 5 times that of normal humans. Their natures are bloodthirsty and violent. Yuzhong looked at the sea warriors and a look of shock flashed past his eyes. Marine Clan lifeforms. Shit, even the mutant beasts have evolved to an intelligent stage? If they continued like this, will humans even have a chance? Since the world changed, there were zombies and mutant beasts everywhere, and humanity was slowly forced to seek refuge in various corners. They could hold their own mainly because of the treasuries and legacies left behind before the apocalypse. At the same time, the zombies and mutant beasts were driven by their bestial instincts, rather than intelligence. The moment zombies and mutant beasts developed intelligence, then with their advantage in numbers and constitution, humanity would most likely lose out. Especially for those of the sea, Earth had twice as much water as land. Furthermore, there were over 100 more times the diversity of life. Should the terrifying Type 5 overlords of the sea get on land, only nuclear and guided missiles might have the possibility of destroying them. Beyond those, all tanks and armored vehicles were likely to be toyed around with. A fierce glint appeared in the beady eyes of those sea warriors as they pounced towards Yu Zhong. Trash. Fucking beast, you won't stand a chance. Yu Zhong shot towards them and with a single blade beam, he took out 6 sea warriors instantly. Having disposed of them, Yu Zhong retreated back towards the roof. Quang lang, quang lang. The sounds of glass shattering traveled throughout the building. One sea warrior managed to charge towards a fisherman, and its claws pierced his back, before it ripped him violently. A huge chunk of flesh was torn from the fisherman's back and fresh blood splattered. Ah! Save me! Save me! The Japanese fisherman screamed out in agony. He had just shouted twice when another sea warrior had jumped in front of him and chomped down on his throat. 3 others surrounded the poor fisherman and used their sharp claws to rip his body apart. Seeing this bloody scene, the rest of the fishing folk felt their hearts turn cold and they quickly rushed towards the roof. Yu Zhong swiftly rushed back with Bai Xiao Sheng as they cleared the various sea warriors from the back. With the protection of the 2 experts, the rest managed to climb onto Greenie's back. Greenie flapped its mighty wings and soared to the skies amidst roaring winds. In the sky, Yu Zhong looked down and saw the mutant sea warriors swarming all over the building like ants. Compared to those numbers, the ones that they had just killed seemed like a single hair of 9 oxens. While these mutant sea warriors did not possess similar combat strength compared to the mutant beasts, their numbers were simply uncountable. From the skies, it just seemed like the entire place had been overrun by those sea warriors. They were strange in appearance, some had swordfish heads, others had octopus heads. Their bodies were scales, some had shark heads and their bodies were all burly. The numerous sea warriors and the ferocious mutant beasts did not get in each other's way, nor did they engage in any conflict. This caused Yu Zhong's heart to sink. He patted Greenie lightly, and it began to fly towards the mothership. Since the defenses of the base had been resolved, Yu Zhong planned to obtain the mothership and leave the place quickly. The zombies and mutant beast horde wasn't something their small party could handle at this point, after all, their numbers were really too huge. Greenie landed on the mothership and the party leaped down from its back. On the deck, the wandering zombies began to shuffle towards Yu Zhong and his party. Seeing the state of the bodies of those American troops, the Mia sisters as well as Alice felt fearful and backed a few steps towards Yu Zhong. In this world, there were people who constantly fought on the front lines against zombies, while others hid behind for safety. The Mia sisters had survived like that for so long and hence, their price was like that of goods traded around as gifts. Yu Zhong eyed the incoming zombies and ordered Tempio Saka. Eliminate them. She was after all a demon-level existence within Takamajihara, her battle strength high. In a flash she shot towards the zombies and decapitated all of them. In 20 seconds all the zombies had been wiped out by her. After dealing with that minor disturbance, Yu Zhong and his party continued further into the mothership. Yu Zhong turned on his flashlight and under the guidance of Graham, they began to walk towards the control room. Along the way many zombies would appear and try to attack them, however before they got too close, Yu Zhong had taken them out easily. They managed to proceed smoothly into the control room of the mothership. The 8 evolvers that had followed Yu Zhong immediately stepped forwards to get accustomed to the controls. They had the vehicle operational specialization and with that, even without any prior experience in controlling, they soon caused the mothership to move. One of them came up to Yu Zhong and spoke excitedly, "Leader, we have already gained control of the mothership, we're awaiting your next orders." Mothership. It was something that many Chinese longed for. It was the pinnacle of power on the seas. Without it, a country was of no threat. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, China only owned one, and the one they had could not compare to the current U.S. navies. Yu Zhong frowned slightly, looking at the distance before saying, "Go, bring the mothership towards Shizuoka Prefecture." Chapter 574, Escape the Base. The Evolver immediately replied, "Roger, Leader." The 8 Evolvers immediately got into action, and they begun to operate the controls as though they had been part of the crew for years. Under their deft control, the ship began to light up, and following the sounds of whirring, the huge carrier left its port and started to move. Yu Zhong looked at Tenpy Osaka. "Tenpy Osaka, I'll leave the zombies on the ship to you." She was after all an assassin that walked in the dark, and with the night vision ability as well, she was more than enough to handle the zombies within the mothership. She glanced at Yu Zhong before turning around to go hunt down the zombies. A single aircraft carrier mothership was the product of human ingenuity prior to the apocalypse, and its size was even larger than most Type 4 mutant beasts. Its movements caused waves to ripple out. Many of the sea warriors and mutant beasts were attracted by the movement and begun to swim over. The powerful defense systems of the mothership were activated and began firing at the surrounding mutant beasts and sea warriors. The resulting blasts tore the enemies apart. Blood dyed the sea red, and the corpses of numerous mutant beasts and sea warriors floated on the water. Yu Zhong stood on the deck and brought out a single 12.7mm heavy machine gun, and begun to fire it at the sea warriors that survived. On the other side, Sharky drew close and opened its jaws to suck in all the sea warriors. Its sharp jaws then closed tight, tearing the sea warriors into bits and their blood splattered everywhere. The speed at which Sharky was slaughtering the sea warriors was even faster than Yu Zhong. All of a sudden, a large tentacle rose up from the sea and made to grab at Yu Zhong. His face fell slightly as he dodged to the side, pulling out his black tooth blade as he slashed out. The tentacle was sliced in two, and the owner retracted the remainder of its tentacle in pain. As the water churned, a huge Type 3 mutant octopus of over 100 m in length appeared, and it stretched out all its tentacles to grab at Sharky. A monstrous Type 3 sea snake swam over hurriedly, accompanied by a Type 3 mutant swordfish with a sharp spike of 10 m as they prepared to attack Sharky. The spike of the Type 3 mutant swordfish was really sharp. If Sharky was really pierced by it, even if it escaped death, it would be at the very least heavily injured. From the skies, Greenie shot down and grabbed at the Type 3 mutant sea snake and brought it out of the water. The green eagles were natural fishing birds, and they perfectly countered snakes as well. Their speed was fast, and in a single swoop, Greenie easily pierced the body of the similar level mutant sea snake. With a single move, Greenie had disposed of one enemy. The Type 3 mutant swordfish rammed into Sharky, its sharp spike piercing the defensive layer of Sharky, injuring it greatly. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a chill as he immediately conjured a devil flame spear expending 20 points of spirit, and fired it at the Type 3 mutant swordfish. The devil flame entered the water and caused steam to billow upwards. However, by the time it reached the body of the mutant swordfish, it had lost much of its power, not injuring it in the slightest. The devil flame was terrifying on land, even able to cook an L4 that a rocket could not possibly damage. However, the moment it met water, it was basically useless. In truth, most abilities were less effective in the water. Only body constitutions would not be affected. The Type 4 mutant swordfish shot Yu Zhong a cold glare, and twisted its body, causing the sharp spike to gouge a huge wound out of Sharky, fresh blood dyeing the sea red. Sharky bore its pain and reached out with one of its evolved claws to tear the tentacles restricting it, before it turned around to chomp down on the body of the Type 3 mutant swordfish. Its violent attack also caused the Type 3 mutant swordfish to suffer greatly. The mothership continued to traverse forward, as the mutant beasts and sea warriors continued to pursue. The moment they caught up, the swarm would become a huge nightmare for Yu Zhong and his party. Sharky and the Type 3 mutant swordfish continued to engage each other, tearing and ripping into each other. Right at this time, Greenie suddenly swooped down again, and pecked once violently at the head of the mutant swordfish, causing a huge gaping hole. The Type 3 mutant swordfish was killed instantly. Sharky swam forwards and bit down on the head of the dead Type 3 mutant swordfish ferociously, gobbling up the brain together with the nuclei. After Sharky absorbed the nuclei and brain into its body, it quickly swam for the depths of the sea. Many Type 2 mutant beasts swam over, attracted by the scent of fresh blood. The flesh and blood as well as the nuclei of Type 3 mutant beasts were enticing to most ordinary and Type 2 mutant beasts. Since Sharky was heavily injured, many of these beasts were naturally unwilling to let go of such a big piece of meat. With Sharky leaving, it naturally helped divert the attention of a huge number of the mutant beasts, decreasing the pressure on the human party. Yu Zhong raised his 12.7mm machine gun and continued to fire it at the heads of the sea warriors. His body continued to flash about on the deck of the mothership, causing any member of the Sea Warriors that got too close to be killed immediately. After 20 minutes, the Sea Warriors were left behind by the speed of the mothership. The Sea Warriors were 5 times stronger than most ordinary humans. In a short span of time, it was possible for them to burst with speed exceeding that of the mothership. However, it was a short acceleration. Over time, it was impossible for them to maintain that speed. After all, they were biological life forms and not machines. After being on the sea for 30 minutes, there was a strange movement amongst the pursuing beasts. The Type 3 and Type 2 mutant beasts began to attack the weaker mutant beasts, killing many of them. Numerous weaker life forms were consumed by the larger ones, while others escaped, and in a short span of time, the entire mutant beast army seemed to fall apart. "We're safe for now." Yu Zhong saw the sudden collapse of the mutant beast army and he heaved a sigh of relief. In the seas, the law of the jungle always ruled, the strong preyed on the weak and they would often kill each other. This time, the organization of such forces was definitely due to some beast possessing the strength. However, even absolute strength would have a limit, and in this case, it was the radius at which the control was present. It seemed that the moment those mutant beasts got out of range, they immediately fell apart. Watching the fall of the mutant beast horde, everyone on the mothership heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure from those mutant beasts and sea warriors had been too exhausting, not even the self-defense systems on the mothership could fully keep them at bay. Furthermore, while the might of the weapons were terrifying, the expenditure of ammo was likewise as shocking. Yu Zhong had not yet obtained the resources from the base itself. He directly asked an evolver, "Xian Yuming, how many people is needed to run this mothership?" Xian Yuming was one of Chinese that had followed Yu Zhong and was already a level 44 strength-based evolver. He was also one of the pilots of the Thunder Fighters, possessing the vehicle maneuver specialization ability, and he was the captain of the small elite group of the 8 evolvers that had come on this operation. Xian Yuming thought for a while before replying, 4. It will require 4 to navigate it and control the defense systems. This was mainly thanks to the advanced development of the US, allowing for much of the ship to be automated. Due to this, the ship just required 4 well-versed crew members. Yu Zhong gazed at them and said, "Good. I need just 3 of you to go command it. Who amongst you are willing to follow me to go get the flagship of the 7th Fleet?" "Leader. I'm willing." "Leader. I'm willing." "Chen Yifei is injured, let him rest. I'll follow you." Hearing his order, the subordinates clamored with excitement. They had already obtained the awe-inspiring mothership. If they could even obtain the 7th Fleet's flagship, then it would be an honorable matter. Together with the mothership, the flagship was also a terrifying war machine. With these two, they would be near invincible in the waters of China. As long as they didn't encounter any Type 4 or Type 5 mutant beasts, they were practically invincible. Xian Yuming shot them a glare and barked, "Pipe down." The moment he opened his mouth, the rest kept quiet and looked at him in anticipation. Xian Yuming's position in the army was high, and since Yu Zhong enforced military rule, the lower-ranked soldiers adhered vehemently to authority. Xian Yuming then issued the order, "Zhao Tiangang, Qiao Xing Li Shu. The 3 of you shall accompany leader." Although Xian Yuming himself wanted very badly to go, he knows that the mothership was even more important to Yu Zhong. As the captain of this small unit, he had to stay on board to guard and command the ship. Chapter 575, Mere People. The 3 of them cheered when they were selected as they went to get on Greenie's back. The rest of them who weren't selected had envious expressions as they watched Greenie fly off with Yu Zhong and his team. Greenie's speed could exceed the sound barrier, reaching Mach 1.2, which was even quicker than the Type 3 Lightning. Zhao Tiangang and the rest were all evolvers, but Greenie held back in order not to injure them. Even so, it was still fast and they reached the skies above Yokosuka base in a matter of minutes. Yu Zhong looked down from his position, and saw the zombies and mutant beasts already engaged in an all-out slaughter. Ordinary zombies were not a match for the mutant beasts and sea warriors. They were torn and ripped into pieces when they clashed, and the zombies were at a disadvantage. The 8 Type 4 behemoths were like mystical beasts right out of myths and legends, squashing large number of zombies in their path. With every casual step they would stomp at least a few dozens of zombies. It was even more gruesome than the Godzilla of Japanese film fame. Yu Zhong looked at the 8 monstrous Type 4 mutant beasts and felt a headache. They had incredibly tough flesh and immense strength, coupled with gigantic bodies. This made their bodies practically impervious to even rockets. If there were a barrage of rockets and missiles launched at the same time, then there was a possibility of blasting them to oblivion. However, even Type 2 mutant beasts had their own innate abilities. It would be wishful thinking to hope that the Type 4 mutant beasts would lack any, or not employ their abilities. If they did use their abilities, Yu Zhong guessed that not even rockets could damage them. If there were any weak points of the Type 4 mutant beasts, it would be that their speed wasn't fast enough. Compared to the flame bird that had a speed of Mach 2, the speed of these 8 Type 4 mutant beasts was pathetic. Even Yu Zhong's movement was many times faster. After all, they belonged to the sea. On land their speed would suffer. As the countless mutant beasts and sea warriors slaughtered the zombies, a number of evolved S-types suddenly launched an assault. One tank-like L4 smashed out with a powerful fist, shattering the skull of a Type 2 mutant beast. The might of an L4 was not to be taken lightly, as it was comparable to the peak of Type 3 mutant beasts. The speed of the S4S also exceeded that of a Type 2 lightning. They became fast shadows that weaved in and out of the battlefield, slashing the throats of the sea warriors. In the chaos, there were still the Devourers, whose strength far surpassed the S4S, and their speed surpassing the L4S. They could easily crush a sea warrior in their jaws, dismembering the bodies with their claws. With 6 L4S leading the charge, countless sea warriors and weaker mutant beasts were ripped apart. 7 to 8 huge Type 2 mutant beasts had their skulls utterly crushed by the L4S. As the sea warriors and mutant beasts were taken out, the zombie horde surged forwards again, consuming all that was on the ground. Swallowing the meat of those sea warriors and mutant beasts, many ordinary zombies began to evolve, their bones strengthening, their flesh hardening. Some even evolved to possessing claws and powerful thighs and legs. On the other side, the mutant beasts were also evolving, having consumed such a large number of zombies. The virus within the zombies was also something vital to their evolution. However, the majority that evolved were low-level beasts. The higher-level ones needed a larger volume to evolve. As Yu Zhong watched both sides battle it out, he thought, no matter the outcome of this battle, the victor would gain an unshakable position here. Seems like Japan is in trouble. The victor of this all-out clash would reap the corpses and flesh of the opponent. Consuming those would grant the victor more opportunities to evolve. Should there be over 1,000 L4S evolved within the Kanagawa prefecture, it was enough to sweep the entire Japan region. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong could only defeat a dozen or so L4S, facing 100 at one time would force him to retreat. He would have to find other means. There was no way he could handle a frontal assault. Ah, what is that? Mermaid. Yu Zhong looked down and suddenly saw something strange. Within the group of sea warriors, there was another group of fish heads that were over 8 m long, and their bodies full of rippling muscles. There was a group of top half human, bottom half fishes. The males were handsome, the females exceptionally beautiful. At their feet, or where their feet would be, there were waves flowing, making it seem as though these mermaids were riding the waves. Level 73 Strange Beast, Killer Whale Fighters. Powerful warriors of the Sea Clan. Mermen. Biological life forms with high intelligence. What's going on? Could they really be similar to us humans with intelligence? Yu Zhong's mood sunk further. After the world had changed, Yu Zhong had used his eyes of perception to get information even on Type 5 mutant beasts. The only times when he could not get the levels were on ordinary beasts that did not mutate or other humans. The information on these mermaids and mermen were actually withheld from Yu Zhong's eyes of perception, and he was strongly suspicious. At the same time, a huge sense of pressure weighed down on Yu Zhong. The number of humans were decreasing since the apocalypse. After all, they had only been able to survive so far in the midst of zombies and mutant beasts was because of their advantage in intelligence. If a high intelligence being evolved among the zombies or mutant beasts, then they would definitely pose a greater danger to humanity. Not to mention an entire race of intelligent beings. It was unclear how the Mare people could control the masses of sea warriors on top of the mutant beast. This strength caused one to be fearful. Yu Zhong was a top-level expert that could control 3 Type 3 mutant beasts, but the horde that was attacking the Yokosuka base had over hundreds of them, and 8 of those seemingly invincible Type 4 mutant beasts. Compared to them, Yu Zhong's might was pitifully weak. Yu Zhong pointed to one Type 3 mutant sea snake in the battlefield and said, "Go kill that fellow." As Greenie flapped its wings, the wind gathered around it, before it shot towards the Type 3 sea snake like a sharp sword. Its sharp claws pierced the head of the Type 3 sea snake and grabbed it as it flew into the sky. With the additional weight of over a few tons, Greenie's speed slowed down substantially. However, it was still more than enough, as by the time the low-level mutant beasts around reacted, Greenie was gone. Greenie dragged the huge sea snake before it landed on a tall building. Yu Zhong then swiftly removed the brain, blood essence and blood, throwing the nuclei to Greenie to swallow. He then leaped back onto its back and they continued to search for opportunities to hunt other Type 3 mutant beasts. The Type 3 mutant beasts were not easy to hunt and kill, and as Yu Zhong commanded Greenie to soar above the battlefield, they would usually look for the stranded Type 3 mutant sea snakes. They were Greenie's natural prey, and was easier to handle as compared to others. Under Yu Zhong's lead, Greenie flew about and they managed to hunt down another 2 more Type 3 mutant sea snakes. The Type 3 mutant beasts were still a high-ranking beast among the horde, and after Greenie had killed 3, the rest of the Type 3 mutant sea snakes quickly gathered towards the Type 4 mutant sea snake. The Type 4 mutant sea snake chased Greenie and raged as it dragged that body of over 200 m with it. As it moved, the mutant beasts, zombies and even abandoned vehicles that were in its path was entirely obliterated by its humongous body. The smaller mutant beasts quickly got out of its way, making a path for it. Towards there. Yu Zhong saw the enraged Type 4 mutant sea snake, and pointed to a direction of the zombie horde. Greenie flapped its wings and flew towards the where Yu Zhong had directed. Led by Greenie, the Type 4 mutant sea snake slithered all the way towards the huge zombie army. 6 L4s immediately charged up to the Type 4 mutant sea snake when they saw it approach and punched out viciously. This time, the powerful fist that could destroy a Type 2 mutant beast's head in a blow was ineffective, as the scales of the Type 4 mutant sea snake retracted slightly, before it struck out with its body, and the L4s to be knocked back. The blows of the L4s still caused the Type 4 mutant sea snake to feel some pain, and it stared at one L4, opening its huge jaws to swallow it. The moment the L4 was gobbled up, dozens of S4s charged up the body of the Type 4 mutant sea snake like ants, and they used their incredibly sharp claws to tear off the scales on the sea snake. Although the S4s did not have the strength of the L4s, nor the defenses, they had extremely sharp claws for weapons, which could pierce even the tough scales of the Type 4 mutant sea snake. Chapter 576, Corpse Amaterasu. The S3s and S2s were like ants that crawled all over the massive body of the Type 4 mutant sea snake. They used their claws and jaws to tear into the meat of the behemoth. Every one of these evolved zombies could cause a little harm to the Type 4 mutant sea snake. If the damage was accumulated over time, then even an invincible being like it would succumb to its injuries and die. Facing the combined assault of the evolved zombies, the Type 4 mutant sea snake opened its huge mouth to release large amounts of poisonous gas. The huge poison cloud surrounded the zombies, which continued to climb all around the huge Type 4 mutant sea snake and bite it. Many of them inhaled the gas and some changes began to happen, as they grew some lesions on their backs. The innate ability of the Type 4 mutant sea snake was poison, and the poison it spat out was strong enough to even poison other Type 4 mutant beasts to death. If Greenie were to come in contact with just a little, it will definitely die of poison and drop out of the sky. However, the poison that this Type 4 mutant snake released was not the dissolving type, hence it was ineffective against the zombies that were basically carrying a deadly virus on themselves as well. When the wind blew, the poisonous gas was dissipated outwards, and with the Type 4 mutant sea snake in the center, every single mutant beast within a 1-kilometer radius crumpled to the ground, their faces turning black. Within that radius, one Type 3 mutant lobster and Type 3 mutant redback crab died instantly. Many of these mutant beasts had powerful resistance towards poison and viruses, but the poison from the Type 4 mutant sea snake was on a whole different level. When the zombies consumed the innate ability of the Type 4 mutant sea snake, they began to ravage the body of the behemoth with renewed vigor. In its pain, the Type 4 mutant sea snake thrashed about, hoping to shake the little critters off. With every twist of its massive body, the zombies would be sent flying, and at the same time the zombies that were around were crushed beneath. Even without its innate ability, the Type 4 mutant sea snake possessed a terrifying strength. Its huge body contained a strength that not even evolvers were capable of withstanding. As the Type 4 mutant snake continued to swing about, most of the zombies were sent flying, only those S4s continued to grab on tightly with their claws embedded in the body of the sea snake. The S4s were like ants to the gargantuan Type 4 mutant sea snake, and it was able to ignore the remaining S4s on its body. Instead, it turned its attention towards AL4 and opened its huge jaws to swallow it. When it was done, it opened its jaws again to suck in, and a powerful suction caused many of the evolved zombies around to be sucked into its jaws. As it continued to suck in the hundreds of smaller evolved zombies like a vacuum cleaner, only the L4s, L3s and Devourers were able to withstand. The rest were all sucked into its body. When the mutant sea snake was done sucking in hundreds of evolved zombies, it then closed its jaws and coiled its body, causing the zombies within its body to be crushed into bits and pieces. Seeing that, Yu Zhong immediately felt his heart turn cold and he abandoned the idea of fighting his way out from within if he was ever caught. The moment the Type 4 mutant sea snake twisted its body, he would definitely be crushed to death. A number of the S4s which were still on the body of the mutant sea snake quickly climbed along its body. The moment they moved, the sensitive mutant sea snake discovered them and once again, it began its violent thrashing in a bid to shake them off. Right at this time, a white line shot out from within the zombie horde, piercing a hole directly in the body of the Type 4 mutant sea snake. The Type 4 mutant sea snake had not been injured too greatly by the surrounding zombies earlier, but this single blow dealt a huge blow to it. A single young man stepped out from the horde, his hair long and flowing down his shoulders. He wore a kimono and his looks were extremely handsome. His muscles were ripped and lean, but his eyes were entirely blood red, and he was covered in a layer of bone armor. Corpse, a different evolution of the virus infection. Possesses terrifying strength and intelligence that do not lose out to humans. A being with high intelligence. Yu Zhong's eyes of perception kicked in when he glanced at that corpse, and the notification shocked him. Looking at that corpse, his heart was filled with killing intent. Damn it, there's such a freak. I need to eliminate it right here. This sort of life form cannot be allowed to live on this earth. After the world had changed, there was less than 1 in 10 humans who survived, and yet the zombies' population was at least 100 times of that. Any single large city would be occupied by at least 1 million zombies now. Yu Zhong had been able to obtain victory in the past was because the zombies were stupid. Even the Z-types could not compare to humans in terms of intelligence. However, the fact that there was an evolved being that had high intelligence, this was definitely the nightmare for humanity. Even if it was just one smart high school student that could control all the zombies, he or she would be able to wipe out all the factions on Earth. As of now, the Kingdom of God was the strongest faction that Yu Zhong had come across, but he knew that if they were surrounded by 1 billion zombies, they would also collapse. Nuclear bombs might not necessarily annihilate 1 billion zombies. The corpse was like an emperor that had control of the world, as it pointed to the Type 4 mutant sea snake, and 4 sharp bone spikes came out from its body to pierce the body of the Type 4 mutant snake. The spikes that begun to drill furiously, causing 4 huge gaping holes as copious amount of the precious Type 4 mutant sea snake's blood flowed out. The corpse then begun to suck, absorbing the blood of the Type 4 mutant sea snake into its body. Having been injured, the Type 4 mutant sea snake became even more violent, as it twisted towards the corpse in a frenzy. The blood-red eyes of the corpse flashed with scorn. The bone spikes beneath its feet sent it retreating backward speedily, its speed faster than the Type 4 mutant sea snake by over 2 times. As the corpse retreated, it continued to use huge bone spikes to pierce the body of the Type 4 mutant sea snake, aggravating its injuries and continued to absorb its blood. The Type 4 mutant sea snake opened its huge mouth to spit out a large amount of poisonous gas towards the corpse, enveloping the entire area. The corpse did not panic, instead, it shot out a huge bone towards the brain of the Type 4 mutant sea snake, intending to pierce its brain. At this moment, as the corpse was about to seize victory, a powerful sniper bullet shot towards the heart of the corpse. At that instant, the corpse twisted its body slightly, and the bullet blasted its left shoulder, causing the bone armor to shatter into pieces. Its figure was also sent staggering a few steps backwards due to the force of the bullet. As the corpse was hit, another powerful spear made of flames shot past it, piercing the brain of the Type 4 mutant sea snake, exploding and burning the brains of the behemoth into ashes. Having lost its scales that could withstand even water, fire and bullets, the Type 4 mutant sea snake was no longer invincible, and Yu Zhong took the opportunity to steal the kill. Congratulations on achieving level 80, you've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 80, you've gained 1 skill point. After killing the Type 4 mutant sea snake sneakily, the notifications rang out in his mind. At the same time, a blue box appeared beside the corpse of the Type 4 mutant sea snake. When he caught sight of the blue box, Yu Zhong's expression almost turned green, and he activated his bone-encompassing armor and leaped down from the height of over 200 m. He reached out towards the ground and shot a bone spike into the ground before pulling himself towards the corpse quickly. The corpse that was forced to stagger backward by Yu Zhong had a look of fury in its eyes, as it waved its hands, for of the bone spikes that could pierce even the defenses of the Type 4 mutant sea snake shot towards Yu Zhong. Facing those sharp spikes, Yu Zhong did not dare dally. He activated his shadow steps, pushing his agility to the limits, before he pulled out his black-toothed blade to hack at the incoming spikes. He then made use of the recoil to send himself towards the ground. He immediately grabbed the blue box, depositing it into his storage ring, and instantly activated his second-order stealth skill, routing around the corpse of the Type 4 mutant sea snake to hide himself. The fact that the corpse could hunt the Type 4 mutant beasts, it was because it could counter the innate ability of the Type 4 mutant beasts. From this, it was apparent how powerful this corpse was. The corpse glanced around, laughing maniacally in Japanese, distorting perception. Interesting. Human, in front of you is the great Amaterasu that will rule the world. In front of a god you are all ants. There's only death even if you try to run. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.